Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I never used to think much about the walk home from school. It was a straight shot, 3 long blocks where maple trees leaned over the cracked sidewalk, 1 short block past the community garden, and then the final intersection. If I turned right at that corner, I reached the familiar row of houses, low 1-story ranches and narrow 2-story duplexes, all aging in the same gentle way, all painted in once cheerful colors that had faded to calm pastels. At the very end of that right-hand stretch sat my family's place, a squat blue box with white shutters and a porch swing that squeaked even when no one sat on it. Every neighbor knew every other neighbor, more or less, and most of them had lived there as long as I'd been alive. A few had watched me toddle down the curb in diapers, Mrs. Grayson who grew tomatoes in buckets, Mr. Shepherd who whittled birdhouses on his porch, and the Kims whose greyhound had a bark like a trumpet. Behind me, if I stood at that intersection and looked back the way I'd come, was the route to school. My elementary school wasn't fancy, but it had a bright red front door, a playground that smelled of cedar chips and hot metal swings, and a single enormous oak that shaded half the soccer field. Sometimes you overheard grown-ups complain about standardized testing or out-of-date textbooks, yet to me the place felt safe and loved. I knew every crayon's dull stub in the art closet, every locker's squeaky hinge, and every creaky board in the hallway between the library and the cafeteria. School was routine. School was home away from home. Straight ahead from the intersection, though, straight was a blank. A nothing. Nobody used that stretch of pavement. The asphalt looked no different at first glance, but something about it discouraged footsteps. Older kids joked about monsters or bottomless pits, and even the bravest dogs would plant their feet if you tried to tug them in that direction. Adults passed those stories off as childish imagination and said the city simply hadn't finished paving the road, but you could see it on their faces. They avoided that way too. There was a hush, an emptiness, that swallowed sound whenever you turned your head toward the forward path. Even the breeze seemed to stop there, as if the world had drawn a line and refused to breathe past it. The leftward road looked ordinary, almost disappointingly so, the same faded concrete, the same square lots, the same dusky telephone wires looping overhead. But my mother warned me about that left turn from as far back as I can remember. She never raised her voice exactly, never told a campfire tale of witches waiting behind picket fences, never offered any explanation at all. She simply said, "Right means home, sweetheart. Never take the left." And because I loved her, and because she never steered me wrong, I obeyed. Yet obedience isn't the same as understanding. The older I grew, the more that single street corner drilled itself into my thoughts. Have you ever tried not to think about a painted door in an empty house? The harder you push it away, the more it glows at the edge of your vision, radiating possibility. By 3rd grade, most of my classmates learned which rules were flexible and which were concrete. I, too, started bending little rules, taking an extra cookie when the lunch aide turned around or reading a chapter of fantasy under my desk while the teacher reviewed multiplication. My mother never learned about those slip-ups, and each private rebellion planted a new question. If some rules can be bent without the sky falling, how can you know which ones matter and which ones don't? One spring afternoon I tested a harmless left turn on Maple and Spruce, 2 streets over from the forbidden intersection. I discovered a short block of perfectly ordinary houses, chain-link fences, a for sale sign, a cracked driveway. Nothing odd at all. I felt briefly ridiculous for expecting anything else. The next day I tried the same experiment on Birch and Willow. Ordinary again. So why would my mother lose sleep over the left at my particular corner? That curiosity burrowed under my skin. I started studying the forbidden road from a distance. If I dawdled next to Mrs. Grayson's zinnias and peeked sideways, I could see only the very first house on that block. Pale brick, square porch pillars, curtains always drawn. The lawn looked no more haunted than Mrs. Grayson's, but the house sat strangely motionless, like an animal playing dead. Even the leaves in its gutter never stirred. Late at night, my mind filled in details no daylight could confirm. Shadowy figures in upstairs windows, a rhythmic scratching behind shutters, a glow seeping from cracks under the door. Story after story bloomed, each more elaborate than the last. The odd part was that no matter what horrors I imagined, they never completely crowded out the sense of invitation. Something called to me from the darkness, promising revelation if only I stepped over the threshold. And so I lived in stalemate, obedience on the outside, longing on the inside, until the morning when everything shifted. Nothing special, announced the change. I woke to my alarm, brushed my teeth, tied my shoes, kissed my mother's cheek, and left the house with toast crumbs still on my chin. The sun shone. The sky was clear. But as soon as I reached the schoolyard I knew, today I would go left. The day itself crawled. Language arts, math, science, every minute felt like 2. During lunch, someone had the bright idea to dissect a live frog for extra credit. Our teacher intervened before it got ugly, but the brief chaos left me queasy. On the playground, kickball turned rowdy and ended with Joe P. nursing a bloody nose after catching the red rubber ball with his face. Even so, the weird tension that should have frightened me only sharpened my resolve. I whispered goodbye to my friends at dismissal and started the walk that had always carried me safely home. Block after block fell behind me. When I turned the corner toward the final intersection, clouds rolled in so fast they looked poured from a bucket. The late afternoon sky bruised itself purple. A breeze whipped down the empty street, rattling loose leaves and sending them skittering in brittle spirals. Something akin to static electricity buzzed in my joints. I wondered if other kids felt that prickling along their skin or if the storm singled me out. The moment I reached the curb, my feet refused further argument. The right-hand way glimmered with porch lights, but nostalgia lost to will. I pivoted left, heart pounding like a kettle drum, and stepped from the known world into the undiscovered. 2 paces onto the crosswalk, the wind rose to a howl. It sucked every distant sound, the barking dogs, the growling cars, into an enormous hush. That hush pressed on my ears until they ached. I forced one shoe after another onto the opposite sidewalk. Somewhere in that stillness I caught faint screams from banshees, or maybe distant train wheels shrieking, and thought I heard dogs yelping as if yanked by invisible chains. The air tasted electric. My lungs tightened. Just ahead the first house waited. Up close, it looked older than from a distance. Mortar crumbling, porch swing hanging askew, flaking paint curling from wooden columns. Yet the windows weren't dark. They held a soft yellow glow like lamplight through honey. That light should have offered comfort. Instead it felt watchful. I swallowed my nerves and walked on. The street stretched silent on both sides. Front lawns lay flat and neat, yet not a single bird pecked for worms, not a single curtain stirred. Mailboxes stood empty and open, their red flags lowered. Garden hoses coiled like sleeping serpents. The longer I walked, the more certain I became that no one had stepped onto this sidewalk in years. But if neglect explained the quiet, why were there no cracks in the driveways, no weeds through the pavement, no sagging roof lines? Everything froze in perfect stasis, as if maintained by invisible hands. Halfway down the block, a flicker in my peripheral vision made me pivot. Shadows danced beneath an oak, except no breeze moved its leaves. While I stared, the shadows slipped out from under the branches and stretched across the lawn toward my feet. They rippled like dark water. I backed away, heart hammering. The shadows halted, edges pulsing. I took a cautious step forward. They retreated, pooling again beneath the trunk. Something alive but intangible, curious as a cat. I edged past, refusing to turn my back until distance reclaimed my sense of safety. I convinced myself I was almost at the next intersection where I could turn, loop back, and claim I'd visited the left turn without disaster. But the block elongated under me. Houses repeated like copy text, a red door with 3 panels, then another red door with 3 panels, an address plaque reading 1183, then 4 doors down another 1183. The logic of streetscape broke. I halted and looked behind. The intersection I'd left stood farther away than it should, shrinking as though down a long hill, though the road remained flat. Panic rose like hot mercury. I fumbled at my backpack for my phone. Though there was no service beyond the first house, I might at least use its flashlight, but my fingers closed on empty air. I remembered leaving it atop my coat hook in the classroom. My pulse thumped inside my throat. I hadn't told a soul about my plan. No one would look for me on this street. Thunder grumbled overhead, yet no lightning flashed. When I lifted my gaze, the sky seethed with clouds I didn't recognize, dark plates sliding over one another, lit from within by a bruised luminescence. The atmosphere smelled of sulfur, like spent matches. It pressed on me so heavily that I crouched instinctively, as if ducking a low ceiling. That was the moment the road changed entirely. It no longer echoed the right-hand street. Asphalt shifted to dirt, houses flickered out like snuffed candles, and I found myself facing a narrow lane flanked by thickets of spindly trees. Their trunks leaned inward, branches overlapping to weave a tunnel. Leaves hung black against the sky. A shape glided across the mouth of the lane, skeletal, four-legged, posture bent as though broken, and was gone. I heard no footfalls, only an afterimage of motion in my eyes. I could flee back the way I'd come. But what if the intersection already vanished behind me, replaced by more of this uncanny forest? Going forward might be my sole option. Indecision baked my muscles to stone until a sudden hush replaced the thunder. The silence felt final, as if the world held its breath to witness my next move. Somehow I stepped beneath the overhanging limbs. Darkness swallowed me instantly. My sneakers, once bright, dimmed to gray. The path wound in subtle curves. At each bend I half expected teeth or claws lunging from the undergrowth. Instead the forest offered only deeper silence, and the occasional glint of pale eyes reflecting my own fear. Time lost shape. 5 minutes could have been 50. Then the trees parted, unveiling a massive clearing encircled by twisted trunks glowing from within. Their bark emitted pulses of cyan light, as though pumping heartbeats. Roots arched above ground, thick as bridge cables, coiling in rhythmic waves that disturbed the soil. In the clearing's center lay an abyss, a circular pit rimmed with stones engraved by hands both delicate and brutal. A faint red mist drifted from its depths, carrying a metallic tang. Every instinct screamed to run, but curiosity soldered my shoes to earth. Something shifted at the pit's far edge. A robed figure rose, silhouette cut from midnight. A cowl obscured its features. Pale hands emerged, palms up, in a gesture equal parts welcome and command. The pit breathed. Mist inhaled, mist exhaled. I sensed movement beneath the surface, enormous forms gliding without ripple. The figure spoke without voice. Words seated themselves directly in my mind. Welcome, boundary breaker. Welcome, child of halves. Fear and fascination collided inside me. I was told never to take the left turn, I whispered. Yet you did. The mental reply carried amusement. We anticipated your arrival. You will serve well. Serve? An unimaginable future unfurled in that single word, endless corridors beneath the world, nights spent collecting lost wanderers, rituals older than language. I tasted iron in the air, the flavor of decisions that can never be unsaid. No, I said aloud, though it sounded small in such a cavernous hush. I want to go home. Home is a story you outgrew the moment you stepped left. The figure extended one hand. Come. Offer what you brought. I brought nothing. My own voice trembled. But you did. You brought longing stronger than obedience, and fear sweet as ripe fruit. The ground quivered, roots stirred like serpents. A colossal form surfaced in the pit, first one glistening tentacle, then another, each segment patterned with eyes that opened, rolled, and fixed on me. The mist churned crimson. The robe being advanced. A foul sweetness, decay laced with perfume, flowed from beneath its leaves. Panic blasted through my paralysis. I spun and sprinted back into the tree tunnel. Branches whipped, tearing cloth and skin. Behind me a deep chime rang, the sound of massive stone doors closing. The undergrowth seemed to clutch at my ankles. Breath rasped raw in my throat. Light, real daylight, appeared through the branches ahead. I burst into a sunlit alley flanked by chain-link fences and trash cans. The transition was so abrupt I stumbled, skin stinging, lungs burning. Behind me the forest mouth shrank to a doorway between two brick garages. Beyond the threshold, only ordinary trees rustled in banal breeze. Birds tweeted. A car horn honked 3 streets away. Every supernatural trace vanished. Numb, I walked until I recognized the back of the grocery store near my neighborhood. I glanced at my watch. The entire ordeal had stolen less than 30 minutes. I limped the final blocks to my house. The porch swing squeaked in the predictable way. My mother emerged, worry creasing her brow when she saw my scratched arms. "You're late," she scolded gently. "What happened?" I hesitated. Truth balanced on my tongue. I went left and met things that hunger for human awe. But the memory pulsed inside me like a fresh bruise, too tender to expose. "I tripped," I said. "I cut through an alley and must have lost track of time." She eyed the direction I'd come, lips thinning. Perhaps she guessed. Perhaps she'd once walked the wrong way too. That night she served dinner early, and I forced cheer into my voice. Afterward we ate ice cream, mint chip for me, butter pecan for her, while the purple sun sank behind the faded picket fences of our ordinary street. She spoke of homework, chores, tomorrow's weather. I nodded, half listening, ears still ringing with inhuman hymns. When the house settled into sleep, I stood before my bedroom mirror. My reflection showed one head, 2 eyes, a single mouth. Flesh unmarred by scales. Yet, in the pupils I thought I saw the faintest ripple, an echo of crimson mist swirling at impossible depth. My heartbeat quickened. I blinked hard, breath held, and the ripple vanished. Only a trick of adrenaline-starved vision, surely. Yet I wondered, did I carry some fragment of that other realm, a spore of hunger lodged behind my gaze? The intersection remains. I pass it every day. The right turn still delivers me safely home. Straight ahead still swallows every sound. And to the left, the street looks unchanged, houses in a row, yet something deeper hums underneath, waiting. My mother's warning rings louder than ever, but so does the memory of pulsing trees, of a voice that slips inside thought. I have not tossed a coin since. Even so, I rehearse the weight of it between thumb and forefinger. Some nights I dream the metal flips itself, landing tails again and again, ringing like that subterranean chime. I wake sweating, certain a new invitation has been penned in the dark. And I know this, the left-hand path never forgets those who taste it. Someday, when curiosity and dread twine too tightly to separate, I may feel that gravity once more. If I do, I pray routine still holds me. Because beyond the intersection, hunger waits, and it has already learned my name. John Harris had been up since 4:30 in the morning, and the day was already coming apart like wet tissue. He had slept on the living room sofa again so he could be closer to his laptop and the stack of client files he had promised to polish before noon. His back ached from the lumpy cushions, his ribs hurt from a dream in which he had tumbled down a rocky hill, and his eyes refused to focus on anything farther than the end of his nose. Still, none of that felt as heavy as the knowledge that his 5-year-old daughter, Ruby, was stretched out in bed with a fever that turned her cheeks the color of overripe peaches. John's boss at Wexler and Stone had sounded patient the first time he called in from home. The second time, she had tried for warmth but managed only a tight, brittle politeness. Today, third time in 3 weeks, her voice on the phone was grim as a winter sky. She did not shout, yet every measured pause told him she no longer believed the explanations. Flu season, pediatrician's notes, pharmacies out of antibiotics, he had offered them all. The moods at Wexler, and stone were like a seesaw. The executives pretended family illnesses mattered right until a deadline approached, and then everything tilted hard toward profit. John could hear the tilt now, the clank of the seesaw hitting the ground. He pictured his cubicle, the tower of colorful sticky notes he kept for motivation, the small rubber cactus Ruby had given him to remind him to drink water, Daddy. It felt less like an office and more like a memory already fading. He tried to shut out the dread as he clicked through spreadsheets, but each click seemed louder than the last. A tiny thought sparked behind his eyes, a way to collapse 3 separate reports into one summary and still satisfy the auditors. He darted into the guest room, where he had tacked a floor-to-ceiling printout of data relationships across the wall, colored boxes, arrows, notes scribbled in gel pen at 4 in the morning. Yes, that connection there. If he moved one figure and shaded another, he could finish the project in half the time. The idea felt electric. He had to type it up before it evaporated. He sprinted back down the hall, entered his office space, and snagged the bottom folder from a leaning tower of case files. In the same motion, his elbow clipped his mug. A half pint of steaming coffee left the desk, reached a majestic height, flipped once in midair, and exploded across the carpet in a bubbling spray. "Shit," he whispered through clenched teeth. He could not afford to wake Ruby. She needed sleep, and he needed focus. He snatched at the mug, now rolling slowly, then pressed a hand to the damp rug. He could not tell which felt hotter, the liquid or the anger rising in his chest. Coffee ran beneath the desk, dark threads weaving through the pale fibers like ink in milk. Somewhere, a laptop fan groaned as droplets splashed its casing. The room smelled like panic and roasted beans. John hurried to the kitchen, file still clamped under one arm. He did not dare drop it, not when it held the numbers he might save his career with. He yanked open the linen drawer, grabbed 2 dish towels, and hustled back. Halfway across the living room his bare heel landed on something hard. Pain pinched his ankle. He hopped, biting back a shout, and looked down to discover Ruby's glitter-pink sneaker, the one with the butterfly charm, lying upside down like a smug landmine. Another curse slipped out. Wobbling, he tested the ankle, found it solid, and limped to his desk. He tossed the towels onto the puddle, splat, splat, then used his socks to stomp them deeper into the rug. The folder landed on the oak tabletop with a thud. Pages slid free. He peeled one open, eyes darting over percentages, cross-checks, footnotes. Yes. Yes. The solution still made sense. He turned to the keyboard, fingers flying. Within minutes a new tab in the master workbook bloomed with formulas. Green cells glowed approval. Red cells sighed defeat and turned white. He permitted himself a single, long breath. The plan held. At least it looked sound enough to pass inspection, if he delivered by 5. He leaned back, runnels of sweat chilling against his t-shirt. He lifted his cup, intending to nurse the dregs, and discovered brown grit and carpet fuzz clinging to the rim. Disgust curled his tongue. He walked to the kitchen, set the mug by the sink, and reached for the coffee pot. Empty. Only a scorched ring of yesterday's brew remained, black and resentful. He switched off the hot plate, dumped the crusted grounds into the trash, rinsed the basket, measured in fresh espresso dark flakes. He added 1 extra scoop. He doubted his veins contained sufficient caffeine to survive the afternoon. He glanced toward the hallway that led to Ruby's room. The house was silent except for the drip of the faucet. He pictured her small body curled under a quilt, stuffed koala tucked beneath her chin. Her fever had spiked at dawn. He had brought cool cloths and gentle pats, murmurings of lullabies he half remembered. He had run her a bath, lukewarm, sliding rubber ducks into the water, 5 tiny ducklings, and the giant mama duck Ruby called Captain Quack. One duckling was lime green because Ruby insisted every family should be colorful. He had checked the water temperature, moved the shampoo out of her reach, knelt to help her climb in. She laughed when bubbles popped against her nose. Then duty had yanked him away, the email inbox, the monthly report. The bath would settle her. 5 minutes away would not hurt. Leave the door open, he told himself. Listen for splashes. He brewed the coffee now, replaying a scene of normalcy. Ruby giggling, wet curls on her forehead. The kettle hissed and steamed, but another hiss crawled through his memory, sharp and urgent. His guts twisted. Something fell off, like a song ending in the wrong key. John set the pot under the spout. 2 drops sizzled on the hot plate, while he counted scoops. 1, 2, 3, 4. A wave of dizziness rolled over him, and suddenly every nerve screamed a warning. The bath. Ruby. 3 scoops? 4? He could not remember how long ago he had stepped out of the bathroom. A minute? 10? His brain groped for time and found fog. The mug clattered to the counter. He spun, sprinted down the hall. Ruby's door stood ajar, as he had left it. But farther down, the bathroom door gaped wide. Yellow ducklings lay scattered on the tile outside, as though tossed by impatient hands. A damp towel rested neatly on the bath mat. Everything so careful, exactly as he had arranged it, except no giggles, no splashes, no little voice singing nonsense songs. The air smelled of lavender soap and something metallic underneath. John skidded across the threshold. The bathtub overflowed with silence. Water lapped at the rim. In its still surface drifted the big yellow duck, alone, dry foam clinging to its beak. Beneath it, under inches of water gone cold, Ruby lay on her side. Her fingers clenched the lime-green duckling. Her lips were parted in a shape that might have been a call for help moments too late. Her eyes, blue as summer sky yesterday, had turned glassy marbles. 6 steps followed, dragged her to the floor, water pouring from her mouth. Call 911, voice breaking, address stumbling. Chest compressions that bruised her tiny ribs. Ambulance siren screaming. Paramedics gentle but resigned. Neighbors clustering on the sidewalk, faces tilted for a view of tragedy. In the hospital fluorescent glare, a doctor with kind but defeated eyes. We did everything we could. Time became a smear. Weeks bled into months. John's job survival plan shattered. The emergency leave, the curt sympathy call from HR, the eventual termination notice slipped under his apartment door when he could not bring himself to answer it. The AC broke. The landlord complained of carpet stains. Molly, his wife, Ruby's mother, clung to silence until silence hammered them apart. Divorce paperwork arrived by courier. He signed where told, blank as ash. Nightmares took the hours once filled with work. Ruby in the tub. Ruby at 6 in a school play he would never see. Ruby at 12 asking for driving lessons. The bathtub became an altar of guilt. Daylight brought hallucinations, a flash of butterfly sneakers disappearing around a grocery store aisle, a toddler's giggle echoing across a parking lot. He found himself following the sounds, breath hitching, only to face strangers' polite confusion. He stopped eating, stopped shaving. Hospital intake, dehydration, malnutrition, depressive episodes. Nurses spoke gently, psychiatrists adjusted medications. Nothing dulled the replay. Every visitor's chair looked like a bathtub. Mr. Harris, a therapist said, I know you're punishing yourself, but Ruby wouldn't want. He barked a bitter laugh. Want? Ruby had wanted Dad to stay, to watch the bubbles. He had chosen coffee and deadlines. They prescribed more pills. He flushed them. During release paperwork, a nurse scribbled a name and address. Off-label therapy, she whispered, eyes darting left. Some patients claim it helps. The clinic sat in a narrow brick building downtown, wedged between a shuttered locksmith and a pawnshop. John walked past for days, sometimes circling the block until dusk. A single frosted window bore no logo. The front door opened onto a hallway with dusty sconces and the faint smell of sage. At the end waited an office of soft lamplight, a Persian rug, 2 armchairs facing each other like old friends. The woman behind the desk looked 50, maybe 60, her silver hair braided over one shoulder. No diplomas on the wall, just a shelf of thick books without titles. Her eyes, calm, unblinking, studied him each time he entered, each time he turned and fled. On the 5th visit he stayed. He folded himself into the nearer armchair, fingers worrying the frayed edge of Ruby's green duck, always in his pocket. I see you brought him again, the woman said. Her voice was quiet, steady. "Shall we talk about the weight you carry?" The story poured out. Coffee spill, ankle twist, 5 minutes turned forever. He spoke until his throat cracked, until the images shattered like ice hitting pavement. She listened. When words failed, she waited. Finally, she leaned forward, hands clasped. "I can help you forget," she said. No pity, only certainty. "Truly forget. But you must understand, memory is the coin." John's ears rang. "Anything," he croaked. "Take everything. Take the pain. Pain will go," she said. "But memories weave a tapestry. Remove one thread, others loosen. Are you prepared to lose more than sorrow?" He thought of Ruby's laugh when Bubbles kissed her nose, of bedtime stories about brave mice and gentle dragons, of Saturday pancakes shaped like hearts. Each memory carried both light and ache. Could he slice away the darkness without severing joy? The woman let silence fill the room like water in a tide pool. At last he spoke. "I'm losing everything already." She nodded. "Then the price is set." He reached for his wallet, hands trembling. Photographs of Ruby, baby grin, kindergarten backpack slung crooked, birthday cupcake icing on her cheek, peeked from the leather. He stroked one image. "It's either her or me," he whispered. The woman rose, circled her desk, and lifted a cloth-covered object from a shelf. She placed it on the rug between their chairs. Under the cloth something hummed, low as a cat's purr. "No money," she reminded him. "Only your consent." John nodded once. She lifted the cloth. A hammer lay on a small wooden block. Its head was polished obsidian, reflecting the lamplight in shifting blues and purples like oil on water. The handle appeared carved from bone, smooth and warm to the eye. "Hold it," she said. His fingers closed around the handle. It pulsed, thrumming with faint energy. Images tumbled through his mind, river stones, rushing water, a great wheel turning under starlight. "Name the memory you release," she instructed. "Strike the block. Speak with clarity." John's mouth tasted of iron. "I release." He closed his eyes, saw Ruby in the tub, dull stiff, water whispering past her ears. "I release the bathroom, the bath, her final moment." The hammer felt suddenly heavy. Tears blurred his vision. He hesitated. "I have to remember something," he said. "I can't lose her entirely." "You choose," the woman replied. "Memory is thread, choose which to cut." He thought of the green duck, Ruby's triumphant. "Een!" Her delight remained pure. Could he keep that? "I release only the last image," he decided. "The tub. The silence." The woman inclined her head. John lifted the hammer, its weight immense, and brought it down. The block cracked like brittle ice. Not splintered, evaporated. A burst of soundless light filled the office, then vanished. The hammer stilled. John swayed. Something inside him unknotted. A hole opened where agony had lodged. Not numbness, still sorrow, but the spike removed. He searched his mind and found he remembered Ruby's fever, remembered setting the towel, remembered stepping into the hall, and then a blank pane of glass. The scene after was gone, replaced by vague echo, ambulance lights without context, doctors' murmurs detached from cause. The image of her in the tub no longer existed. He could not summon it no matter how he clawed. Tears slid down his cheeks, softer, less jagged. He looked up. "What now?" "Live," the woman said simply. "Memory may shift. If the blank aches return, there are other threads." He placed the hammer on her desk. It looked inert, ordinary. He rose, unsteady, and left the office. Outside, dusk had gathered, neon signs flickering awake. He breathed the city air, exhaust, fried street food, distant rain. His chest felt battered yet expandable, like lungs free from a vice. John walked without aim until he reached a small playground tucked between apartment buildings. He sat on a bench, pulled out the green duck, and rolled it in his palm. He remembered Ruby's laugh, sharp and clear. He remembered Saturday pancakes. The last memory remained gone, a dark door sealed. For now, that was enough. He squeezed the duck once, squeak, and slipped it back into his pocket. The sky above, for the first time in months, held more than gloom. Lights from distant windows bloomed like cautious stars. Behind him, in an office lit by a single lamp, the woman returned the obsidian hammer to its shelf. She smoothed the empty cloth, then reached for a ledger. In neat script she recorded one more transaction, date, name, and the thread of memory released, then closed the book with a sigh that sounded almost like prayer. I woke before the sunrise for the first time in weeks, and for a few delicious seconds I floated in the warm blankness that comes with real, heavy sleep. No nightmare curled in the corners of my mind, no anxious rehearsal chanted at the edge of consciousness. Only a hush and the soft crackle of the thermostat as it clicked from night low to dawn warm. My hands were tucked under the downy quilt, and my knees still held the faint curl of a dreamer not ready to move. It felt so foreign that I giggled, an honest, bubbling giggle I had not heard from my own throat since childhood. Then I stretched like one of those detergent commercial actors, fingers splayed, face turned up, mouth in a cartoon smile. Pillows rustled all around me, half a dozen of them in all shapes, plump enough to swallow an elbow. On impulse I burrowed into them headfirst, inhaling linen and lavender. If air could taste sweet, that moment did. Today, I told myself, will be the day every calendar has promised. Opening night -4. No more revisions, no more setbacks. Only the smooth runway of final rehearsals until liftoff. For once I believed it. I lay there another heartbeat, letting the thoughts soak my skin. Then I pushed the duvet aside and padded across the balcony-sized master suite to the floor-length windows, just to prove to myself the world outside was real. A smear of tangerine bled into slate-blue sky, and the far-off rooftops of Los Angeles shimmered where streetlights still fought the dawn. Below, the sculpted hedges of the estate traced neat labyrinths, and the infinity pool caught the first beam of color like a sheet of molten gold. I pressed a palm to the glass. The pane felt cooler than the room, though the thermostat claimed 72. The day waited on the other side. For the first time in ages, I wanted to meet it head-on. Mrs. Leonard appeared as if by conjuring. She has that gift. The door did not creak. The floor made no sound. One moment I was alone, the next I felt her careful presence at my shoulder. Her voice was gentle but fixed. "Good morning, Miss Wolfe. I brought your smoothie." I turned, still buoyed by the afterglow of sleep, and the sight in her hands nearly punctured the feeling. The contents of the tall crystal glass were an uncompromising olive green. The surface glistened under the suite's recessed lights, and tiny flecks of darker spinach swirled like algae. It was, unmistakably, intolerably, one of those smoothies she swore by: kale, spirulina, chia, and God knew what else. A liquid lawn. Supposedly perfect fuel for my voice, my skin, my longevity. After months of nutrition lectures I had learned to school my expression, but a crease betrayed me anyway. Mrs. Leonard noticed. Her silver eyebrows drew together in a quick line before smoothing, dutiful. She had been hired by the label, and she followed the label's dietitian to the letter. I knew better than to explain that I craved comfort more than vitamins this morning, that the child in me wanted starch and gravy, and the smell of peppered sausage curling up from a pan. Instead, I wrapped one hand around the glass, forced it to my lips, and swallowed a single drag. It tasted exactly as it looked. "Thank you," I lied. She paused, old housekeeper instincts urging her to stay, but I shook my head. "I think I'll have biscuits and gravy after all, later maybe. I need something warm." I heard the tiny intake of breath, disapproval, concern, before she masked it. "Shall I have the kitchen prepare that now, or after you return from the studio?" "After." I forced a brighter tone. "If I weigh myself down before choreography I'll regret it. But when I'm finished sweating, bring me something southern." Another pause, another private evaluation behind polite eyes, then a nod. "Very well, Mississippi." She left, silent as a cat. Only when the door side closed did I slide the smoothie onto a marble side table, and walk away without another sit. I refused to let the guilt creep in. I was the one dancing and singing for 2 hours straight every night. I was the one bearing my soul to 10, maybe 12,000 strangers. If I wanted gravy, the world could live with it. 20 minutes later I stood alone in the first-floor dance studio, adjusting a pair of brand-new jazz shoes. They should have been buttery by now, broken in from weeks of tech rehearsals, but the manufacturer's shipment had gone wrong, and the replacements arrived only yesterday. This morning I pretended the stiffness was anticipation, not pain. I tightened the last lace and straightened. The studio itself could host a chamber orchestra, 40 feet long, with mirror walls that made the space feel endless. Ceiling-high windows filled the far side, and the sunlight bounced off polished cherry floors. Too polished. A fresh wax job on concert-grade hardwood is a dancer's enemy. Every glide becomes a slide, every slide a potential spill. I reminded myself to take smaller turns today. My reflection stared back, narrow waist cinched under black leggings, tank top revealing shoulders not quite as lean as last month. The head stylist would fuss if he saw that. I pulled my hair into a taut ponytail, and winced as one blistered toe throbbed. I had tried blister cushions. They merely bunched and tore. Today I trusted tape and an old trick, think past the pain. Time dragged. The choreographer was late again. Edina Harrow, darling of the art dance scene, had no respect for pop schedules. Each session she drifted in 15 minutes behind, draped in avant-garde chiffon. She made eye contact like a bird of prey, sharp, assessing, never impressed. After our first week she began marking revisions in her notepad rather than speaking. I felt her silence as twice the criticism of any shouted correction. She harbored suspicions that my brand of entertainment, chart-friendly, label-funded, was beneath her. Perhaps she believed art and commerce could never mix. Yet she had said yes to the job, so maybe she envied the reach of the stage I commanded. Today, as I paced, my irritation gathered heat. 4 days until opening and she could not bother to be punctual? I conjured Mama's old mantra. If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. Back when I was 7, Mama would snap that behind the wheel of our rusting sedan as she raced the clock to voice lessons downtown. Mama respected clocks the way generals respect artillery. 20 minutes past the hour Edina swept in, skirts floating. She offered no apology. Instead she twitched one hand, indicating I should move to center floor, and opened her notebook. The pianist, another label higher, touched ivory. We began. The routine should have been muscle memory, but my shoes pinched, the floor slipped, and the aftertaste of kale clung to my tongue like moss. I missed 2 counts in the chorus pivot. I recovered, but Edina's frown in the mirror looked like a blade. She scribbled. I rolled my shoulders, fighting the urge to spit a curse. Hours later the sun stood overhead like a spotlight. My tank top stuck to my spine. We ended the final run-through on my knees, arms raised, chest heaving. Edina closed her notebook with a soft slap that sounded louder than applause. Without a word she turned and exited. It felt, as always, like a verdict. I stripped off the shoes. Every toe throbbed now, the pinky on my right foot worst of all. The tape had slipped, blood had seeped through the gauze. I stared. Dots of red grew into blooms, sliding down skin in bright strings. I pressed one finger, came away glossy scarlet. Mrs. Leonard's mop would not reach this mess before rehearsal was over if I did not act. Yet for a moment I could not move. The studio's light dimmed at the edges, as though the mirrors absorbed it. My pulse pounded in my throat, and all sound narrowed into the wet tap of blood hitting bamboo flooring. Ridiculous. A blister is not an artery. But something primal in me recoiled, as if the fluid were more than plasma and platelets, as if memories bled with it. I found a spare rag, wiped, flexed. Blood dotted new tape, but slower now. Footprints marred the gleam all the way to the utility sink. I crouched, soaped a cloth, scrubbed each mark until the hardwood shone. When no red remained I straightened, wiped sweat from my lip, and pressed the ache down into my heel. Voice rehearsal next. The prospect sounded almost restful. On the walk from studio to music room, I passed Mrs. Leonard arranging lunch on the breakfast nook table. Fresh salmon over arugula, quinoa, half an avocado fanned like a green rose. A lemon wedge waited, taunting. She glanced at my wrapped toes, then back to the plate. "Shall I bring ice?" she asked. Her tone suggested ice if, and only if, I insisted. "After rehearsal," I replied, easing onto the bench. I stabbed a fork through salmon. The flesh was cool, moist, tasteless. My mind was still in the studio, calculating steps, friction, tape. I chewed, swallowed. My jaw worked like machinery. Mrs. Leonard cleared her throat. "There's a visitor, miss." "A reporter?" I guessed. Fan mag journalists had begun sniffing around the estate, hoping for pre-tour exclusives. I practiced my polite denial. No leaks, no slip-ups. "A detective." I paused mid-bite. Fish flaked, fell. Something inside me tightened. Childhood dread nodded with adult mistrust. Flashing lights, authoritative voices, papers on clipboards. The authorities' smell, metallic as blood. "Show him to the kitchen," I said. I wiped my mouth, straightened my shoulders, tempted to limp but forcing my gait smooth. The detective was tall, late 40s, hair trimmed like a recruit's, mouth solemn as church stone. His badge glinted against plaid as he removed his hat. He apologized for the intrusion. Back of my throat tasted of iron from salmon skin. "Your sister," he began, voice practiced, "has been reported missing. Staff at her care facility discovered her absence 3 days ago. It appears she bypassed security measures. No signs of forced entry or exit. She may be disoriented, potentially a danger to herself." I heard the words but felt them as echoes, dull vibrations against bone. Questions lined up in my mind but refused to march. Instead I nodded, asked when she was last seen. He repeated 3 days. Her agitation, her insomnia, documented by nurses. The trail already cold. Understanding his influence, Mama used to say. Right now I possess neither. The detective offered his card, said he would update me. Mrs. Leonard escorted him out. His boots clicked across the foyer, then were gone. Alone, I walked to the powder room, knelt before the toilet, and purged the salmon bite. Stomach acid seared my throat. Tears burned but none fell. I fixed lipstick, rejoined rehearsal, sang scales so bright the vocal coach blinked. Between notes I visualized newspaper headlines, missing heiress. Escaped patient. Ask her sister, ask the star. I scattered those visions between arpeggios and clung to pitch. That night I dreamed of Mama leaning over a vanity mirror, rouge in one hand, cigarette in the other. Smoke twined through her hair. She criticized the curve of my shoulders, the width of my nose, the pallor of my skin. I wanted to ask where my sister was, but Dream Mama only glared, blew smoke, and said, "Unlike your sister." I woke tangled in sheets, heartbeat racing. Morning 2 arrived heavy. Mrs. Leonard brought herbal tea, not waffles. The craving for syrup felt childish in daylight, yet the lax them. When she explained calmly the chef had no syrup, organic agave yes, but syrup no, I found myself hurling the glass I held. It smashed against backsplash, water streaking marble. The shatter silenced us both. I muttered an apology, blamed nerves. She nodded, stooped, swept. The grand piano stood like a waiting confession booth in the music parlor. I opened the lid, selected Shostakovich's Prelude No. 5, and let fingers settle. The first chords emerged uneven, hands stiffened by yesterday's shoes, mind bruised by detectives. But bit by bit the music ferried me away. In childhood at that piano, Mama's bamboo switch hovered to strike mistakes. Now only memory stum. Yet I loved these keys despite pain. Melody is a bargain, hurt now or hurt later, but beauty blooms regardless. Rehearsals piled, dance blocking, vocal sets, pyrotechnic timing with the stage director. Dreams blurred with waking, sleep shrank to naps. Coffee replaced water. My pinky toe's wound scab split, bled again. I smothered it in gauze, forced the shoe. The makeup chair became a battlefield where artists tried to camouflage exhaustion. I bit their heads off for each sigh. Then the calendar clicked, opening night. Backstage at Crypto.com Arena smelled of ozone from fog machines, hairspray, steel rigging. Dressing room mirrors surrounded me with a dozen versions of Lola Wolf. The name on the marquee, the brand, the ghost. Stylists curled my hair into platinum waves. A headpiece of Swarovski crystals settled onto my crown. Concealer erased the bruise of insomnia. Red lipstick shaped an audacious grin. I studied my reflection. If strangers glimpsed the fidget in my pulse, the thinness of my patience, they would call it excitement. Perfect. The term manager ran through titles, transitions, pyros. I barely heard him over the chant of the audience, muffled through concrete. The understage lift rumbled. Sweat prickled the back of my neck. The headpiece suddenly weighed a ton. Unlike your sister. I slapped my own cheek, left a faint pink print. The sting grounded me. I inhaled, filled ribs, let them fall. When the lift descended to receive me, I stepped aboard, microphone in hand, knees steady. Up I rose into a roar like thunder trapped in a canyon. Spotlights burst. The LED wall bloomed with galaxies. Tens of thousands of faces tilted toward me as if I were the very sun. My heart soared. Their cries became wind under my ribs, and for 3 minutes the opening number lifted me past fear. Each note landed true, each dance mark glided. I belonged to them, they belonged to me. Set after set, a ritual of exchange. I gave voice, they gave devotion. During the acoustic encore, just me, a stool, and a single guitar chord loop, I scanned the sea of lit phones. Wells of light reflected in wet eyes. My own eyes stung, but the tears stayed behind the contact lenses. Backstage, thunder became echoes. The crew peeled the headpiece, dabbed sweat. Adrenaline hummed. I searched faces for validation. Stagehands grinned. Then a frown caught my eye. Term manager Jude, pale, mouth tight. Another head of security stood stiff. I spun, expecting equipment failure behind me. Nothing. What? I demanded, laughter still in my throat. We killed it out there. Jude opened his mouth, closed it. Behind him loomed the detective, this time in formal jacket, for uniformed officers flanking him. They approached in a formation that left no doubt. Corded fear snapped inside me. Ms. Wolf, the detective said, voice amplified by backstage hush. I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of your sister, Lola Wolf. Time dislocated. For one insane second I pictured the headline, audience bewildered as pop idol arrested mid-ovation. But then training surged. When in danger, run. Stage left lay open, leading to catwalks and curtains. I bolted. A hand closed on my arm, hard, rhinestones dug into my flesh. I pitched forward, clawed air. Hands caught me, twisted wrists behind my back. Police radio crackled. The glittered bodysuit I wore was no match for handcuffs. Metal bit my skin. I shouted, voice gone hoarse. I'm not, listen! But the detective recited Miranda in measured cadence. Cameras flashed, crew phones, tabloid freelances who had followed trucks. My image captured in shock, mouth open, makeup smudging. I screamed for the audience. I tried to wrench free, to sprint back so they could see me, believe me. Every step dragged by cuffs. Officers steered me toward an exit. Above the corridor a TER poster hung. Lola Wolf live. Thousands of copies across the city. Her face, my face, beamed confidence. I had told them I was Lola Wolf. Told them what they wanted to hear. The biggest lie of my life. And now the truth, or some version of it, tightened like steel around my ankles. Outside, the night air smelled of hot dog carts and spilled beer. Sirens pulsed neon red. Camera shutters trilled. The detective guided my head under the cruiser roof. As the doors shut, I glimpsed the arena marquee flicker. Thank you, Los Angeles. I wished, with a ferocity close to prayer, that the thank you could be for Genevieve as well, for whatever part of me remained under the stage lights. Inside the car, glass partition muting the world, I felt movement surge. Not my own, memories, half-formed, leaking through cracks I had sealed. A bath. a sister's voice humming scale exercises. Mama's switch snapping air. I pressed my forehead to the cool window and waited for the city to roll by in reverse, waiting for dawn or justice or oblivion, whichever would arrive first. Bernard Goldwyn began every morning in the same austere bedroom at the back of the narrow house he had occupied since the day the armistice papers were signed. Gray daylight seeped through a single uncurtained window, painted its chilly square on the wooden floorboards, and crept upward until it touched the time-blistered varnish of a wardrobe that had belonged to his mother. Beside that wardrobe stood a low dresser. Arranged upon it with near-military precision were the few possessions that prepared him for each day's ritual: a tarnished wristwatch whose leather strap had shrunk with age, a tin of Dubbin for the perpetually scuffed brogans, and the pilled cardigan that still carried the faint scent of a camphor chest long gone. When the muted church bell 2 streets away told the half-hour after dawn, Bernard would sit on the edge of the iron bedstead, rub his knees until the joints woke, and recite a litany of silent instructions to himself. Not once in 35 years did he vary the order of those instructions. Slippers off, feet into socks, cotton in the warm months, wool in the frost, trousers next, then shirt, then cardigan or overcoat depending on the calendar page. Cuff links fastened even when no one would notice, collar smooth though no tie was ever added, trousers hitched precisely so the break rested at the top of those venerable brogans. The shoes, importantly, were black, cap-toed, and creased across the vamp from decades of flexing beneath an unchanging stride. They were too wide for his feet now, the leather a degree stiffer than when he had bought them, but the soles remained thick and the stitching stubborn. He repainted them with polish every fortnight, then buffed the toes until a hazy reflection of his lamp glimmered upon them. After he dressed he would reach under the bed, withdraw the battered object that mattered more than coat or shoes or hat, and place it carefully atop the spread blanket, a rectangular briefcase of cracked brown leather, edges softened into suede, brass fittings dulled to a color resembling old honey. He would trace the outline of its handle with the same care a gardener lavishes on a fragile cutting, run the pad of his thumb along the single remaining protective foot underneath, and test the 2 latches, confirming they clicked open and shut with satisfying resistance. Finally, he would stand, grip the briefcase in his right hand, settle the weight against his thigh, count exactly 4 slow breaths, and step into the corridor to begin the first stage of a journey that never changed. Bernard Street was a quiet backwater in a city that had once been industrially proud and had since grown self-conscious about its fading grandeur. The houses, brick, soot-smudged, flanked by iron railings whose ornaments had been melted down during the war, were inhabited by widows, pensioners, and clerks who had little reason to venture far from their routines. 2 bus lines ran along the cross street, both past the municipal library and the war memorial, and each morning Bernard ignored them with equal determination, preferring the rhythm of his feet on pavement to the lurch of a radiator-rattling omnibus. At precisely 23 minutes past 7 he would lift the garden gate latch, close it behind him, never allowing it to slam, and start toward the park whose entrance lay 9 blocks north and 3 blocks east. The sidewalks on that route bore a map of his existence, patched squares where his boots had wobbled loose tiles, shallow arcs on curbstones where he habitually cut the corner, smoothed indentations at crosswalks where he paused long enough to study the traffic and remember both the perilous machines that rumbled through those streets in his boyhood and the long-vanished sets of hands that once guided him across. In springtime, when lilac-colored crocuses dared to protrude from the municipal plantings, Bernard wore khakis creased down the front and a cardigan the color of oatmeal, buttoned to the 3rd button from the top, leaving the small white triangle of an undershirt visible at his throat. The cardigan's wool was pocked by small pills, thousands of them, armies of tiny fuzz that had marred the surface over decades of friction from seat backs, coat liners, and the constant brushing of his right forearm against his side as he carried the briefcase. Neighbors, had they looked closely, might also have spotted faint discolorations at the cardigan's elbows, mild rust-colored shadows less from actual dirt than from the persistent oils of human skin interacting with fibers long past their prime. But Bernard lived among polite people. They pretended not to notice. By mid-June, when the pavement radiated heat and the city's trees exuded a heavy odor of sap, Bernard folded the cardigan with a reverence usually reserved for relics and laid it on the third shelf down in the wardrobe. He replaced it with a garment he called, to no one in particular, his summer shirt, a short-sleeved white cotton affair whose original brightness had surrendered to the slow yellow tide that creeps outward from a working man's armpits. That shirt accompanied a pair of Bermuda shorts, the color of faded sandstone, whose hems tickled precisely the midpoint of Bernard's pale shins. Many people thought the ensemble peculiar. One elderly neighbor confessed to her daughter that it made Bernard look like a British tourist lost on his way to a seaside pension. But Bernard believed in dressing for comfort and continuity rather than for admiration. Regardless of the temperature, his briefcase remained constant. Its handle had etched a memory into his palm so indelible that to walk without it felt somehow as though he were naked or unshod. Autumn brought a crispness to the air, tangy as cider, and with it the return of long trousers. The cardigan reappeared first, layered under a camel-colored overcoat, whose lining smelled faintly of clothes from mothballs stuffed in a pocket long ago. Later, once chimney smoke curled above rooftops and morning dew turned to rime, Bernard added a scarf, a muffler, as he called it, knitted in his youth by a cousin who had emigrated to Canada. The scarf was merled gray, rough as sackcloth, and he looped it tight enough that its ends did not flap while he walked. When the first flakes of December snow drifted onto city streets, Bernard drew a pair of wool trousers from the bottom drawer, buttoned them above his hips, zipped the thick liner into his coat, and produced a hat that looked as though it once adorned a fur trapper from some windswept frontier. Beneath its matted surface small tufts stood erect where the guard hairs had broken, giving the appearance of an animal caught in mid-molt. Yet the hat was undeniably warm, and warmth, like routine, was a virtue. Throughout the calendar's endless turning, Bernard's path guided him along Maplehurst Avenue, across the little bridge whose wrought iron balusters had rusted to the color of dried blood, and through a narrow gateway flanked by stone pillars. These pillars marked the edge of Claremont Park, a city rectangle 3 blocks in length and 2 in breadth, neatly fenced and dotted with linden trees whose tall straight trunks resembled the trimming columns of some ancient cloister. At the park's center, intersecting gravel footpaths radiated from an octagonal fountain whose water jets operated only in the warmer months. The fountain was the park's showpiece, erected by municipal decree in the 1920s, but Bernard's purpose lay beyond. He followed the eastern path, passing beside a Victorian bandstand long out of use and beyond a stand of shrubbery where sparrows nested, until he reached a spot that commanded neither notoriety nor scenic view, a plain wooden bench, painted once upon a time in forest green, now mottled by rain, sun, and the invisible wear of hands, coat backs, and time. That bench waited for him like a taciturn friend and bore the evidence of their intimacy in its surface. Over years, Bernard's slight frame, when seated, occupied precisely the same 2 slats of wood. Those slats had polished themselves smooth under the shifting burden of his trousers, their edges blunted, their varnish rubbed away to reveal pale grain. Beyond his hips, to the right, the corner of the bench seat displayed a curious groove, an elongated depression no bigger than a thumbprint. It was there that the briefcase's brass foot nested day after day, pressing downward just enough to embed itself. In dry months the groove filled with dust, in wet, with dark and moisture. Either way it remained a signature of Bernard's tenure. People hurried past that bench on their way to offices, cafes, and errands. In early years, a few curious strangers had paused long enough to glance at Bernard, perhaps intending to nod, perhaps contemplating whether the seat beside him was free. Most changed their mind. Some wrinkled their noses at what they assumed was stale body odor and hastened away. Others, cushioned between earbuds or mobile phone conversations, walked on without noticing he existed. A tight circle of individuals did observe him regularly, runners who loped past with rhythmic breaths, dog owners briskly tugging reluctant terriers, postmen whose charges included the litter bins near the fountain. From such folk Bernard occasionally received a tentative smile or brisk wave, acknowledgments that quickly faded into habit. But no one ever lingered long enough to inquire about the briefcase. Its contents were whispered about like some urban riddle. A mailroom clerk who cycled through at dawn once told his fiancée the case must contain gold sovereigns, because why else guard it so zealously? A newspaper vendor's assistant guest family photographs. The man's last clinging memories of people lost. A teenage girl who crossed the park twice a day en route to school invented wilder tales. That it held the ashes of a beloved collie. That it hid wartime secrets coded on fragile microfilm. That it was empty, and the old man merely carried it to anchor himself. She considered approaching him to solve the mystery, but adolescence breeds caution. She decided she preferred imagining the possibilities. Bernard never invited questions. He kept his gaze fixed on a distant point, sometimes the fountain, sometimes the canopy above the linden trees, sometimes his hands folded neat in his lap, and passed hours in a stillness that felt to him neither tedious nor lonely. His breath synchronized with the rustle of leaves, with the drowsy hum of buses beyond the gates, with the faint engine whine from airplanes gliding invisible overhead. Seconds lengthened. Thoughts strayed backward and forward, though mostly backward, to dusty attic memories of a seaside village, the tang of salt spray on boyhood lips, a mother's hands kneading dough, the clatter of factory looms, and the warm scented hair of someone, Anna, or Annabelle, who once sat on that bench beside him. Time, that cunning artisan, sculpted changes so insidious that Bernard rarely noticed their unfolding. Trees thickened. Sparrows disappeared, replaced by starlings. Modern benches of galvanized steel appeared near the fountain, gleaming alien and cold against the aged timber seat he favored. His cardigan grew thinner, his overcoat lining frayed, his knees grew knobbed and his posture stooped. The stubborn brogans creaked louder with each step yet refused to fail entirely. And the briefcase darkened, the leather soaking up rain and preserving the oil of his grip. Its lid sagged a fraction, its hinge pins wore indentations like old drumsticks, but its latches, 1 click, 2 clicks, held firm. One scalding afternoon toward the end of June, when heat shimmered above the asphalt roadway so that distant traffic wavered like mirages, Bernard felt a prickling sting across his scalp. Even under his shapeless summer cap the sun insisted, forcing beads of perspiration to crawl down the ridges of his ears. Breath grew heavier. For the first time in many seasons he wondered how relentless the sun could be. At last he admitted defeat, loosened his grip on the briefcase handle, and set it on the bench. A faint jolt of release tremored through his right shoulder. He stretched fingers stiff with arthritic memory, then began tapping the leather tab of the left outer pocket, a nervous pattern he had followed many times across the years whenever weather or circumstance required him to remove something discreetly. He glanced left. A young woman in exercise leggings trotted by, earbuds firmly in place. He glanced right. A tall man in a business suit thumbed at his phone while striding, uninterested in anything else. Bernard waited until both disappeared behind hedges. Then he leaned forward, feeling the small roast of midday sun on nape and forearms, slipped his fingers into the pocket, and withdrew a faded cotton cap the color of dried moss. He drew it onto his head with thankful sigh, resettled the briefcase, retightened his grasp on its handle, and resumed watching the fountain's bright splashings. That August, thunderclouds blackened early afternoons, and heavy air lifted only when evening breezes sighed through the park. Bernard commanded on those damp days a peculiar form of patience. He sat motionless as steam rose from the soil, each droplet of suspended mist a slender mirror reflecting fragments of memory. One memory, more persistent than others, belonged to mid-November years earlier, when he had extracted from the briefcase a poorly wrapped sandwich, a soft roll holding onion, pickle, and a sliver of leftover ham, and eaten it while pigeons bobbed jealously before his feet. That sandwich had been as methodical a ritual as all else. Wednesday lunch prepared in advance, removed precisely at 11:30, consumed slowly, corners first. A decade had passed since Bernard possessed appetite, or means enough to justify sandwiches. Still, the briefcase pocket that once housed those sandwiches felt, to him, permanently scented with mustard. When January arrived and the avenue trees shook their leafless arms against the slate sky, Bernard substituted his khakis for those dense wool trousers, buttoned the liner into the coat, and wrestled his hands into gloves whose fingertips sagged like deflated balloons. The morning he first encountered true frost, the kind that decorated every blade of brittle grass with silver rime, he sensed at once the day was different. Sound carried farther, light sparkled sharper, the small world of Claremont Park appeared hollowed out, and he felt something attentive lurking beneath the hush. As though the ordinary shadows had gone away on holiday and replacement shadows were waiting to be noticed. He perched on the bench, shielded the briefcase from gusts of wind with his thigh, and did not move except to draw a breath so shallow he risked fainting. A single leaf, preserved in crystalline ice, skittered along gravel as if tugged by invisible child fingers. Bernard's ears rang. He resolved to keep watch. Nearly 2 hours passed. Then came the crunch that jolted him, the dry crackling of boot over powdery snow. His heart flitted. The sound originated behind him. Turning would break his fragile cocoon of invisibility. But soon laughter pealed, children's voices shrill and merry, and his panic softened into an embarrassed warmth that reminded him how fear can distort silence into threat. A boy and girl, maybe 8 and 11, circled around the bench, cheeks bright pink with cold, clots of snow adhered to their mittens. They carried the fragrance of wood smoke and hot chocolate. Bernard tried to appear smaller, even though he already folded inward like origami. The girl studied him in a way few adults stared, chin lifted, defiant suspicion in her gray eyes. The boy, younger, blinked into their stalemate with innocent curiosity. When his sister blocked the path of a snowball, it slipped from his mitten, puffing against her ankle. He sidled behind her protective bulk. Bernard felt the briefcase handle slick beneath his gloves. He imagined what rumors might have reached these children, a scarecrow of a man, odd, solitary, guarding a mysterious parcel. Perhaps their schoolmates traded dare stories about tapping his shoulder. Bernard's breath whitened. Then an impulse he never anticipated overcame his caution. He delayed the children's retreat by raising his free hand, slowly, and unlatching the briefcase. 2 clicks, soft as mice yawning. Stranger still, he withdrew from its interior a tartan thermos, a survivor from the 1960s, dented but functional. He unscrewed the plastic cup, set it on the bench near his knee, twisted the cap. Steam coiled upward, blessing the cold air with fragrance of cocoa and crushed peppermint. The boy's eyes widened, the girl's narrowed further. Bernard did not speak. His voice lay dormant like a hibernating creature, unused to daylight. Instead, he tilted the thermos and filled the cup halfway. The scent of sugar and chocolate drifted. He produced next a miniature bag of marshmallows. Barely a dozen remained. He turned the bag so the children could see. The boy broke from behind his sister's jumper, enthusiasm beating caution. He accepted the cup with mittened hands lumpy as boxing gloves. Bernard wordlessly indicated the marshmallows. One nod. The boy glanced at his sister. She appraised the old man, weighed possibilities, then sat, slowly, deliberately, on the bench between Bernard and the briefcase. Her braid ends brushed Bernard's coat sleeve. She said nothing but accepted 3 marshmallows, plopped them into the cocoa, and watched them bob like tiny polar buoys in a brown Arctic sea. Bernard's gaze shifted back to his hands. He felt the bench slats beneath him, felt the weight of 70-odd years spiral in his spine, felt something like joyful pain swell behind his eyes. He exhaled. Snowflakes drifted from a leaden sky. Beyond the linden trunks the fountain stood dry, its basin glazed with thin ice. Traffic murmured along Maplehurst Avenue. The boy sipped cocoa, made that hissing breath children use to cool liquid on their tongues, and grinned. The girl kept her body half-turned toward Bernard and half-turned toward duty, sentinel and judge. What whispered to her at that moment Bernard never learned. He only felt, rather than saw, the slight yielding of her posture, the incremental slackening of suspicion. He slid the thermos inside the briefcase again, and this time left the lid unlatched. He touched the steel clasp with 2 fingers, raised his eyebrows in what he hoped was a gentle question. The girl, whose name, years afterward, would shape itself in his memory as Sadie, met his gaze directly. He saw the reflection of an old man in her clear gray irises. In that reflection he recognized awkwardness, yearning, and a faint flicker of hope. With a breath so small it did not miss the air, he nodded at the briefcase. Sadie inhaled sharply. From that intake of breath her brother looked up, alert. In a tiny motion, the tip of her tongue moistened the corner of her lip. She reached into the waiting leather maw. Her mitten disappeared under the lid. Bernard experienced a sensation like vertigo, as if the world tipped on a hinge. For in that briefcase, beneath oil-blotched lining and against paper packets scented faintly of spice, lay a series of modest treasures, a notebook filled with cramped pencil lines, a tarnished harmonica, folded clippings from newspapers decades old, a silk ribbon faded to rose-gray, and a photograph of a young woman in sepia tones, her smile imprinted on glossy cardstock long before color film existed. Sadie's mitten closed upon none of those. Instead, her thumb found the smooth wooden edge of something thin, a toy kaleidoscope no larger than a fountain pen, hidden in the case for nearly 15 years. She drew it out. Sunlight, weak, filtered through snow cloud, glinted on the brass eyepiece. Bernard's heartbeat thrummed. Sadie lifted the tubular toy before her eye. Inside the tiny chamber, fractured shards of colored glass tumbled into new mosaics each time she twisted the end. The changing symmetries painted her face with wonder. Her mouth opened in an uninhibited O. Her brother leaned close, wanting a turn, and she passed the kaleidoscope as courteously as a grown lady passes a teacup. The briefcase no longer hid its secrets. Bernard, hands freed, rested them palms up on his knees. His shoulders sagged forward. He felt light, weightless. Snow fell thicker. A hush listened between the three figures on the bench. The boy raised the kaleidoscope to Bernard as if offering tribute, but Bernard shook his head, smiling. He had seen through that lens countless times, prisms dividing drab reality into unexpected constellations. He preferred, in that moment, to view the world unfiltered, to fix the shapes and colors precisely as they were. Two children, cocoa cup emptied, snow drifting onto braids and fur hat, briefcase lid ajar like a door half open on possibility. Sadie pressed the cup gently into Bernard's glove. "Thank you, mister," she said, voice shy but firm. For an instant Bernard thought he might answer, might clear the rust from his vocal cords and reply with a syllable or two. Then he discovered he had no words equal to the sensation flooding him, a sensation of tasks completed, of circles closing, of time folding back upon itself. He bowed his head. When he looked up again, he was no longer seated, no longer chilled. He stood on a shoreline he recognized from dreams, white breakers rolling in, air seasoned with salt, gulls wheeling overhead. Behind him grass whispered on dunes. In his right hand he clutched nothing. No briefcase burdened his arm. Instead his fingers curled around emptiness, smooth as glass, as though he had set down an object and lost track of it. He sensed neither alarm nor confusion. Rather, he felt a buoyant assurance that everything awaited him just beyond the next breath. On that wooden bench, in the quiet hush of Claremont Park, Sadie blinked at the space where Bernard had been. The thermos cup sat in her mitten. The kaleidoscope lay across her brother's palm. And beside them, the briefcase rested upright, its brass foot nestled in its familiar groove. She reached to touch Bernard's coat sleeve, but her hand found only cold air. Years later, long after newspapers reported the baffling disappearance of a local eccentric, after police logged missing person reports and concluded no foul play, after volunteer groups scoured riverbanks and alleys, after city officials removed the unused bench and installed 2 benches of galvanized steel, after children grew into adults who told, with wry smiles, of the day they drank cocoa from an old man's thermos. After all that, a woman named Sadie Watkins still returned, each dawn, to follow Bernard's path, 9 blocks north, 3 blocks east, across the little bridge, under the gate, past the silent fountain. She carried under her arm a scuffed brown briefcase whose leather had been refinished, whose latches gleamed with polish. At the base of one outer pocket, where stitches had once frayed, she had sewn a patch of tartan that matched the colors of a long-lost thermos. In that pocket she kept a photograph, heavily fingered, of an elderly man seated on a bench, hat pulled low, eyes focused on something distant. In other pockets she kept a folded notebook, a harmonica that squeaked on higher notes, and a paper bag holding 3 marshmallows. She found a new bench, modern, cold steel, and sat. Some mornings she read the notebook, marveling at the neat but crabbed script, lists of dates paired with meteorological notes, passages copied from poetry, single-line observations such as, "Sparrows absent again," or "Cathedral bell 2 minutes late." Some mornings she lifted the harmonica to her lips and let its reedy voice warble across frost-dusted lawns. Most mornings she simply waited. She watched children hurry to school, office workers scurry past, elderly couples share umbrella space in autumn drizzle. She waited until the sky changed color, until her breath no longer steamed, until she sensed that dusk would bring the story she hoped one day to tell her own children. Then she rose, swung the briefcase to her side, and retraced the way home, her brogans, acquired from a second-hand store, polished each fortnight, clicking a steady answer to the echo of footsteps long departed. And always, before she reached the gate of her modest house, Sadie Walken paused a heartbeat, listening for the faintest whisper of fraying wool or the clack of brass feet on wood, and whispered a thanks to the space beside her, to whatever presence had allowed a child's icy January afternoon to thaw into an entire lifetime of stories. Samuel's world was a country of tired colors and hushed voices, the sort of place where dawn and midnight produced the same gray sigh. Nobody living there remembered when the sky had last shown any shade but iron, or when the treetops had swayed beneath anything warmer than a charcoal breeze. The people walked through their routines with shoulders slightly bent as though apologizing to the air, and every building, market stalls, bakeries, schools, cottages, looked as though it had been carved from the same single block of dull stone. Even the lamps that lined the streets, bright enough to sting the eyes, gave off no comfort. Their pale circles did not melt shadows. Instead, they etched each passerby into sharper relief, emphasizing fatigue in hollow cheeks, accenting worry in pinched brows, and reflecting the aging city back at itself like a sorrowful mirror. In the far end of a street whose name hardly mattered, residents rarely used names when everything looked the same, there stood a narrow house that leaned a little too far to the right, as if exhausted by decades of standing at attention. Its shingles peeled at the edges, and each gust of the wet wind wrenched another thin square of roof free to sail into the restless night. The front stoop, long surrendered to rot, creaked beneath the weight of the lightest step. Yet to Samuel, who lived behind the thin glass panes of this home, it was sanctuary. He did not see the sagging eaves or the bowed boards. When he lay in his metal-framed bed and watched faint lamplight shimmer across cracked walls, he thought first of his mother humming in the kitchen and of his father's newspaper rustling softly by the low-burning stove. On such nights, the cracks became nothing more than silver tributaries feeding some secret river of dreams. Samuel himself was neither tall nor small for his 11 years, and there was little about his appearance to draw attention. Clothes several seasons out of shape, socks that never truly dried, and a cap of dark hair forever sliding into his eyes. Yet a careful observer might have noticed the quickness with which those eyes darted from detail to detail, as if seeking something new in a landscape that seldom offered novelty. Other children trudged through puddles only because the puddles blocked their path. Samuel stomped into them for the sudden splash, for the chance that a droplet might glint in a way no droplet had glinted before. Each morning followed predictable steps. Samuel's mother woke first, coaxing a reluctant flame beneath the dented pan in which she would heat porridge. His father followed, shaking yesterday's ash from the stove and smoothing yesterday's newspaper flat upon the table. When Samuel descended the narrow stairs, he found waiting for him a breakfast that was neither savory nor sweet, its flavor hidden beneath the faint taste of soot. He ate because hunger demanded it, though the porridge's warmth felt like duty rather than pleasure sliding down his throat. Afterward he rinsed his tin bowl, slipped woolen trousers over knees still tender from the chill, and laced shoes that squelched from last night's rain. Into the breast pocket of his sweater he tucked a small notebook held closed by a ribbon threaded through the spine, and flagged by a cheap ballpoint pen whose cap bore faint tooth marks. Then he left by the shivering door, taking care to ease it shut so the latch would not rattle through the fragile quiet. Light, such as it was, reached the city not through clouds but through an unchanging film of haze that deadened all edges. Only the street lamps seemed to cut through it, circles of merciless glare. Samuel avoided stepping into those circles. He felt exposed inside them, as though the brightness announced his every secret to the houses that crouched along the sidewalks. Instead, he traveled the gray bands between one lamp's reach and the next, sometimes pausing to watch the silent schoolyard stretch toward him. There, swings hung limp and tarnished. A merry-go-round's faded horses rose and fell only in memory. Monkey bars bent beneath an invisible weight of stories untold. Classrooms, too, were bleak. Rows of black desks faced the black top where teachers scraped measurements, verbs, and equations in white chalk. The chalk squeaked like small, anguished birds and left a dust that descended onto pupils' worksheets in pale cascades. Children studied by lamplight that pulled on their papers but refused to warm their fingers. A teacher's smile, when it came, seemed heavy with wistful duty, as though happiness itself were rationed and must be distributed in discreet allowances. And yet, even here, Samuel's mind wandered. While others copied problems, he wondered whether the world's colorlessness was punishment, or simply habit, whether the people had forgotten the very idea of color. At recess he walked beneath blackened sycamores, sensing that the branches whispered to him of something lost. He would stoop to gather pebbles from beneath brittle leaves, pocketing them as if they contained clues. Later, at home, when he opened his notebook's plain pages, he sketched what he had never seen, a handful of triangles slicing through an aquamarine sky, or a flower bed rustling with crimson and gold. He drew bars of bright yellow sunshine pouring through a window and igniting motes of dust into little aerial dancers. He named these colors in sloppy letters: blue like deep water at noon, red like heat on skin, yellow like warmth against the eyelids. Sometimes his mother, passing his room with folded linens, would glance at the scribbles and shake her head ruefully, as if to say, "Sweet child, don't make yourself unhappy dreaming of things you cannot have." Yet Samuel could not stop. Each evening the notebook claimed the last glow of the oil lamp on his bedside. Each stroke of the pen carved tiny grooves into paper, grooves meant to hold all the colors he did not truly understand. What puzzled him most was the origin of such visions. Had he glimpsed these hues in some early memory? Did the stories once told by grandparents seed his imagination? Or did colors exist inside him simply because emptiness cannot endure forever? Long nights marched past and led inevitably to winter. Snow in his city was peculiar. It fell black as charcoal, soft as soot, blanketing rooftops until every building looked dipped in ash. Snowmen built by restless children rose like mourning statues and quickly slouched into misshapen lumps. On mornings after heavy snowfall the sky grew darker still, as though reluctant to admit guilt. People walked slower, heels sinking into black drifts that sighed and melted into the identical puddles that had preceded them. It was on such a morning that Samuel found himself unable to leave bed. Chill air needled his chest. His blanket might as well have been a washcloth. He curled deeper, closed his eyes, and prepared to surrender to sleep again. But something pricked at the delicate membrane between waking and dreams. A glow, gentle yet insistent, seeped through his eyelids. He thought first of fire, then of fever, and sat up too quickly. Head spinning, hair flopped lank across his forehead, Samuel stared toward the frosted window where heavy curtains normally banished dawn's meager gloom. Through a narrow tear in that fabric a blade of light slashed, and the air before it shivered with motes of dazzling color. Gold, actual gold, living gold more brilliant than any metal coin, beamed across the floor. Specks of silver and garnet twinkled within it like sparks from a blacksmith's hammer. And at the point where the column of light struck the boards, the wood itself smoldered, yet did not char. Samuel's heart crashed against his ribs. He risked one bare foot onto the floorboards. They were warm beneath the shine. A strange aroma drifted upward, neither wood smoke nor chimney soot but something like cinnamon and cedar combined. The beam, impossibly, made no sound, yet he could feel it thrum in his bones. Fear jostled wonder. What if this were dangerous? What if it vanished as suddenly as it had come? He hurriedly grabbed his notebook, flipped to an open page, and began to draw. His hand flew. His pen squeaked. The ribbon tether coiled and uncoiled across his knuckles. He filled the space with hatches and loops, desperate to capture every flick and speck. When he paused, panting, the beam still shone. No dream then. Real. Real enough to burn after images into his sight so that even when he blinked, bars of emerald remained. His door burst inward. He flinched, beam vanished. In rushed Mother, balancing a plate of breakfast. "Good morning, my love," she sang, but her tone, pleasant as ever, knocked something loose inside Samuel. Frustration, longing, disbelief all swelled behind his tongue. "No, what was?" he sputtered, pointing, although the beam had vanished beyond proof. Mother's brows knitted in concern. She set the plate, bacon char black, pancakes pallid, on a side table. "Dear? Mom, you won't believe what I saw. Right there, it was the prettiest thing." She perched on the bed, gathering him into her arms, giggling softly as though his agitation were endearing. He wriggled free and thrust the notebook into her lap. She opened it, considered pages of gray lines and the final frantic depiction, pale pen scratches struggling to imitate a phenomenon more radiant than any ink. She smiled, shoulders easing. "It's wonderful, Han. Now eat and please settle down. You'll wake Father." She stroked his hair, missing entirely the desperation in his eyes. He tried again. "Mom, you don't understand." A big His memory of geometry flashed, points, lines, rays. "A ray! That's what it was, a bright ray!" But words flattened what light had done. Mother squeezed his hand, stood, smoothed her apron. "Get dressed, darling. School soon." And she left. Samuel dressed, but awe still rippled in his chest. Outside, clouds pressed as low as ever, yet the memory of brightness tinted everything with possibility. When he reached the nearest puddle, deeper than usual after night's snow, he could not resist. He leaped high, pulling knees to chest, and came down. Water erupted around him, soaking trouser cuffs and splattering his cheeks. Mid-leap, he imagined again the beam's bouquet of colors, and as he landed, reality conspired with imagination. The droplets, suspended for heartbeats, shone blue. Not dull lead gray, not sub-black, but sapphire brilliant as oceans he had seen only in storybook etchings. They sprinkled onto his shoulders, drummed upon the road, and where they struck, tiny constellations glittered before fading gradually back into gray. Samuel yelped with laughter. He cupped his palms beneath another descending droplet, and a spoonful of azure liquid trembled there like molten sky. He sprinted toward school, careful to keep enough of that water sloshing in his hands. At the heavy wooden door he rapped with a heel, mindful that rules forbade students to knock with muddy fists. Pat pat. No answer. He shifted. Azure spilled between his fingers, but still a spoonful remained. Pat pat. Footsteps at last. His teacher, stern Miss Welkin, opened the door and peered down her long nose. "Inside, Samuel, class begins." "You are late," she intoned. He glanced at his cupped hands. Only an ordinary drop of gray water clung there. The blue had fled like a shy creature into the cracks. Inside, rows of students hunched over copybooks while chalk screeched behind them. Samuel sat, and daydreamed of color. At length boredom fermented into daring. He crumpled his worksheet quietly, flicked his wrist, and sent the ball sailing across the aisle. It struck the back of a daydreaming boy's head. That boy started, then grinned, crumpled his own sheet, lobbed it back. Paper rustled, a clandestine rebellion blossomed. One by one, children abandoned their quills, turned desks into barricades, launched missiles of wadded arithmetic. Giggles spurted free, ricocheting across plaster walls. Samuel ducked and hooped. Something amazing began. As laughter crescendoed, color seeped into the room like dye into water. It started faint, an uncertain blush upon the floor near Samuel's feet, but spread rapidly, bleeding into wood grain, climbing desk legs, flushing tabletops with honey-brown warmth. Chalk marks on the board brightened from chalky white to snowy brilliance. The board behind them deepened to velvety forest green. Teacher Welkin spun, chalk paused mid-air, mouth open. She watched her classroom bloom. Children gasped. Their uniforms, dull before, shifted toward navy and scarlet. Hair gleamed chestnut, gold, jet black. Skin regained youthful rosiness. And as color thickened the air, silence fell, not from fear but astonishment. Miss Welkin's eyes glistened. She reached for the chalk again, and it left a luminous arc, comet bright. Her voice, soft, trembled. "Aye, it is beautiful." Then someone shouted, "Look outside!" All heads turned to the high windows. Beyond the glass, the courtyard grass shivered into green flame. Clouds thinned to reveal patches of almost blue. A bright disk, not pure white but palely golden, ghosted behind the thinning haze. It looked like a timid sun remembering how to shine. The children poured into corridors, into the yard, and beyond the gates. Samuel led them. Everywhere his shoes touched, color spread outward, dapples, streaks, tidal waves. Houses shifted from blanched timber to shades of sienna and buttercream. Stone facades blushed sandstone. The sour air cleared, replaced by scents of rainwater and rising bread. At the bakery door, Samuel paused. A gust of sweet steam curled around him. Inside, loaves browned delicately, and clerks laughed in disbelief as customers tasted the first flavorful crusts ever. The parade marched on. Glassy puddles reflected patchwork sky, turquoise, periwinkle, mauve. People emerged from houses, pinching themselves. Elderly men shed soot-stiff caps and let color soak their silver hair. Women clasped bright aprons to wool dresses. Children shrieked, racing to scoop glowing water from gutters, daubing one another's cheeks like painters. Finally Samuel arrived back at his own stoop, heart banging like festival drums. He hesitated, then knocked on the weathered door. Inside, footsteps faltered. Mother appeared. For a breath she stared past him at the riot outside, eyes wet. Then she sank to her knees and pulled him into her arms. "I can't believe this," she whispered. "I saw it, Mom," Samuel murmured against her shoulder. "It was so bright." Over her head he noticed golden sunlight spilling between elderly shingles, warming every room of their frail house. The cracks in the foundation still spidered, but now they glinted as though filled with diamond dust. The tuxedo cats outside lounged, bellies upward, in a patch of new violets. Behind Mother, Father appeared, gripping the doorframe as though the sight might undo him. Sunbeams gilded his newspaper. He smiled, hesitant at first, then wide as sunrise. And above them all the sun at last claimed its rightful place, flinging spears of light across rooftops, crowning the family in radiance. So it was that Samuel's city learned color again, first through a secret ray, then through laughter in a classroom, and ultimately through every hopeful heart that chose to believe what it had almost forgotten was possible. People spoke for generations about the boy who brought morning back. They told the story in busy marketplaces and quiet nurseries, embellishing here and there, but always including the lesson that darkness, no matter how ancient, cannot deny a single ray of willing light. And whenever the story ended, listeners would lift their eyes toward windows or sky, half expecting to see a bright sliver of impossible gold slipping through a crack, quiet, patient, waiting for someone, anyone, willing to notice and to believe. Amy lived on the edge of a sleepy little village, in a house that looked as though it had once been cheerful but had grown timid from too many years of curtains drawn tight. Gray shingles sagged beneath drifts of soot, and the hinges on the front gate creaked like old knees. Inside, rooms were kept half-dark for fear of what might be lurking beyond the windows. Her stepmother, a thin woman with a face as pale as candle wax, spent her days huddled beside a walnut-cased wireless set whose dials glowed a menacing orange after dusk. The radio's voice, smooth, calm, and strangely persuasive, crackled warnings day and night. Stay inside. Lock your doors. Monsters stalk the forest paths. Wolves loiter at crossroads. Tricksters lurk behind every smile. Amy, who was 12 and bright as spring rain, had learned early to wash dishes with the dim hiss of those warnings floating over her shoulder. She would scrub a plate, rinse, set it aside, and stare at the corners of the kitchen where dust drifted in the shafts of afternoon light. Sometimes she forgot to breathe until the plate's faint echo in the drying rack reminded her lungs of their duty. Whenever Amy dared glance at the wireless box for longer than a couple of heartbeats, she felt something coil around her ribs. Its polished knobs pulsed with an inner glow that was almost hypnotic, the left one for volume, the right for tuning. During grim news bulletins they throbbed like twin fireflies caught in amber. On especially gloomy nights, when rain thrummed on roof tiles and wind moaned through the chimney, she could swear she saw those knobs expand and contract to the cadence of her own pulse. Then she would step away, wiping her hands on a frayed dish towel, and force herself to look outside, though the windows revealed nothing but darkness. It wasn't always like this. Amy remembered a time, not so long ago, when her father would whistle while winding the clock, and her stepmother, more relaxed then, would lift curtains to let in morning sun. They had lived quietly, simply, but without numb dread. Then the radio arrived. A traveling peddler had sold it to Amy's stepmother for a few coins and the promise of certainty in an uncertain world. At first its presence seemed harmless enough. Yet as weeks drifted by, the device whispered more often of perils than of weather forecasts or dance-hall tunes. Amy's stepmother became anxious, then fearful, then practically rooted to her rocking chair as though she drew warmth from the wireless hum and comfort from its instructions. Amy swept floors, made soup, mended socks, and listened. What did any of them truly know about monsters? Her stepmother had never seen one. The neighbors repeated second-hand tales. They say something huge howls beyond the meadow at dusk. Or, I heard the cobbler's boy met a witch's shadow near the mill. But no accounts came from first-hand witnesses. Still, the villagers clung to the warnings. Better safe behind shutters than devoured by phantoms, they said. Amy's own longing to explore the world beyond the village gate grew from a quiet ember to a restless flame. At night she imagined faint scents on the wind, moss and pine and distant rivers that surely sparkled in sunlight. She pictured hidden valleys where flowers bowed under bees, where birds stitched the sky with bright flashes of wing. One afternoon, after the dishes were washed and shelves dusted, Amy pressed her nose against the windowpane. Beyond the grime she saw only the crooked lane and the heavy boughs of cedars leaning over stone walls, as though eavesdropping. She whispered to the glass, "Someday, I will walk farther than anyone else. Someday, I will see for myself." Her breath fogged a trembling circle against the cool pane. Behind her, the wireless voice rose in warning. "Remember, dear listeners, monsters lurk, dangers loom." Her stepmother shivered and turned the dial louder. "Do you hear?" she asked, her voice cracking. "They could be anywhere outside." "But you've never seen a monster," Amy replied. "How can you trust that voice more than your eyes?" Her stepmother didn't answer, only stroked the radio's smooth wooden flank as though calming a skittish dog. Weeks passed. One May morning, birdsong teased through cracks in the walls, subtle, insistent. Amy's stepmother, unsettled by bright notes contradicting the gloomy broadcasts, shut every window. But that afternoon, while Amy scrubbed the flagstones of the kitchen hearth, a prick of color winked from behind the drapes. She paused, kneeling, heart kicking. There it was again, a flicker like sunlight dancing on polished brass. Driven by curiosity sharper than caution, she stood and parted the heavy curtains. Daylight rushed in. A tiny being hovered outside on gossamer wings, no larger than a thimble. Its glow painted rainbows on the dusty glass. "Hello, Amy," the creature chirped, voice as musical as chimes. What a gloomy hiding place for such a lively girl. Amy's throat tightened. She had never seen anything so impossible. "You're a fairy?" "Indeed." The spark flitted nearer. "Yet I see you closed behind shadows and warnings. Tell me, child, why do you lock yourself indoors on such a lovely day?" "Because of the monsters," Amy answered automatically. Then hesitation. "At least, that's what the radio says." The fairy's laugh tinkled like water in a crystal bowl. "No monsters prowl these woods, only fear, dressed in their stolen shapes. That radio lies. A clever trickster set a spell upon such boxes. He devours dread, grows fat on panic. Those who believe him stay blind behind their shutters." Amy bit her lip. She felt the floor tilt. Part of her wanted desperately to believe the fairy. Another part clung to years of caution. The windows opened from inside, Amy. If you unlatch them and breathe the air, you will see. Wings shimmered, scattering motes of gold. Hands trembling, Amy slid the latch. The sash lifted with a reluctant groan. A breeze, cool and scented with leaves, rushed across her cheeks. In that instant, something inside her unwound. A knot she hadn't known was tightened. Sunlight spilled across the floorboards, staining them honey-gold. She gasped. The fairy darted in, leaving a twinkling trail, and spiraled above the wireless set. The radio's glowing knobs flickered once, then dimmed to dull embers. Amy turned toward the door. Each step felt lighter, as though every fear fell away behind her like shed petals. She grasped the handle and swung the door wide. Color poured in, lavish, exuberant, more vivid than any thread on the loom of dreams. The sky flashed a piercing blue that made her eyes brim. Meadow grasses shimmered chartreuse and emerald. Wildflowers, poppies, foxgloves, asters, bowed under their own riotous hues. Amy's lungs filled with scents of damp earth, lilac, cut hay. A peacock strutted nearby, feathers fanned into an iridescent disk. Sunlight refracted along each eye spot so intensely it seemed alive. Amy's laughter burst free, bright enough to startle a crow from a branch. The bird scolded, cawed, then wheeled above. She wandered down the path, fingertips brushing petals. Every creature she met dispelled another rumor. A hare paused to sniff her shoe, nose twitching. 2 hedgehogs tumbled in play beneath a toadstool, indifferent to her marveling gaze. Near the brook, a rooster, a familiar runaway from the village, flapped onto a stone and greeted her with a buoyant crow. He tipped his crimson comb as though to say, "See? I've always been nothing more than myself." Amy twirled until the world blurred colors together. Each spin unwound another coil of old fear. In a small clearing she found herself face to face with a wolf. Her heart lurched, and for a moment that radio's dread clutched at her. The wolf was impossibly large, shaggy silver coat, tawny eyes, teeth bright. But he wagged his tail shyly and ducked his head. Over his shoulders a leather satchel bulged. Before Amy could step back, the fairy flickered at her ear. "Meet Charlie," she whispered. "Good day," rumbled the wolf in a voice like cello strings. He opened the satchel and produced a sleek brass contraption. "Latest model," he said. "Enchantments included. Sucks dust, cobwebs, even small regrets." Amy blinked. "You sell vacuum cleaners?" "I do. Demonstrations free of charge." He flicked a switch. Whirling air drew leaves across the clearing in playful swirls. Amy laughed. The wolf's ears perked. He wagged harder, clearly pleased. "But why do radios claim you'll devour us?" she asked. Charlie sighed. "Fear is simpler than truth. Easy to broadcast, hard to unlearn." Together Amy and Charlie continued. Near dusk they reached the village square. Her stepmother waited, fretful, clutching apron folds. When she saw the wolf she recoiled, but Amy grasped her hand. "These creatures aren't monsters. Only friends we never met because of lies." She pointed at the wireless still glowing inside a window. "That box feeds on fright. We can choose to stop listening." Her stepmother's gaze drifted to the open sky, where evening painted soft rose across clouds. Tears welled. She unplugged the radio. Its glow died to a dull ember. Outside, neighbors watched. First one, then many, carried their sets to the square. Together they smashed the boxes. Broken dials scattered like dull beads. Night fell gentle and sweet. Instead of tin voices, they heard frogs by the brook, wind in poplars, the hush of distant waves. The next morning, Amy donned a red coat her stepmother had sewn long ago but never let her wear for fear its color would attract monsters. Outside, dew jeweled every blade of grass. She set off with a basket, planning to fill a vase for the kitchen where the radio once sat. Past the meadow she met a boy hawking magic beans, who traded them for berries. She tucked them into her pocket, thinking she might test magic herself. Farther on, she discovered 3 pigs in disarray. Percy's straw cottage flattened by wind, Penny's stick fence toppled, Pip's brick chimney sooty. Charlie arrived with his vacuum, whooshing debris into the nozzle until the ground sparkled clean. The pigs, expecting Jaws, met kindness instead. They squealed delight, then danced in thanks. Next came Clucky the hen, squawking that the sky was falling. Amy found a walnut that had thumped its shell. She pressed it into Clucky's feathered wing. "Only a nut," she said. Clucky blinked and burst into a relieved cackle. Each new friend joined her procession, Nutty the squirrel clutching bean pods, the pigs bearing loaves from Percy's rebuilt oven, Clucky leading a rooster choir. Near the forest edge, Amy's path crossed Earl, Charlie's cousin, a wolf in waistcoat carrying contracts. "Insure your gingerbread walls," he advised a baffled woman in a cookie cottage. Amy giggled and took his business card, promising to mention it back home. They returned in time for the Festival of Friendship. Bears ladled spiced porridge. Villages tasted and found each recipe perfect in its difference. Lamps were relit not to banish fear but to celebrate night's colors. Laughter rang until stars bright as sugar sprinkles shone overhead. Amy planted her beans by moonlight. She slept beneath an open window, dreamt of vines climbing toward constellations. In dreams she heard the fairy's voice. "Believe your senses. Question tales that shrink the world." Morning revealed shoots already curling skyward, emerald coils rosy at their tips, a promise of more marvels. Fear had once seemed a wall. Now it was merely a door, and Amy held the key. She took her journal, ribbon fluttering, and stepped outside, her red coat bright against dawn. Each page waited for whatever colors the world would spill next. And wherever she walked, the path behind her blossomed with possibility. Proof that monsters can be unmade by courage, and that truth often wears the laughter of a child. Raya crouched over her desk, elbows on the scarred wood, chin propped in one hand, a half-chewed pen dangling from her mouth. Late afternoon sunshine leaked through the curtains, leaving a dusty bar of light across a single sheet of paper. In big block letters the page announced class survey, then marched down a list of questions that seemed harmless. Favorite hobby, favorite food, name of a childhood pet, until she hit the one that turned her stomach to ice. What is your favorite color? A simple sentence, nothing trickier than what toddlers blurt in preschool. Yet the moment Raya read it her pulse skipped, and a wave of prickling heat climbed her throat. She set her pen aside, flexed her cramped fingers, and told herself to relax. The answer should be easy. She could write blue or purple or something cheerful like yellow and be finished. She could even lie. Teachers rarely cared. But still she hesitated, because in Raya's world colors were not static facts, red apples, green grass, blue sky, but living currents tied to mood and memory. Any time her emotions shifted, the world around her shifted with them. Walls, furniture, even her own reflection tinted and retinted like glass under moving clouds. How could she pick one hue and claim it as favorite when every shade was slippery, unpredictable, sometimes dazzling, sometimes oppressive? The task felt like pinning butterflies to cardboard while they were still alive. She forced herself to tackle the other questions first, scratching short answers in the blank spaces. The easy rhythm calmed her nerves. When the last blank except color was filled, she leaned back in her chair, breathing steadily, trying to will the page to vanish. The ceiling of her small room, once ordinary plaster, had already taken on a soft blue wash, and the light strip on the wall deepened into indigo. She recognized the sensation, frustration spreading into melancholy, an emotion that always poured itself outward in shades of watery blue. The pen in her hand darkened from ordinary black to a navy as deep as midnight. Her skin, pale brown under everyday light, now acquired a cool denim cast. Even the loose thread on her sleeve shone ultramarine. The change often frightened her. Today she decided not to resist, to sit still and study the colors instead of squeezing her eyes shut and wishing them away. What did blue really mean to her? She sank into memory. A navy deeper than ink conjured long nights staring at the ceiling after quarrels with friends, her mind replaying harsh words until dawn. A bruised charcoal blue recalled winter mornings when alarm clocks ripped her from sleep into classrooms smelling of disinfectant and stale air. She felt tears gather, and on the page a drop landed, transparent yet faintly tinted like rainwater reflecting early evening sky. Watching it bleed into the paper, Raya noticed something else. Lilac butterfly wings fluttering across a childhood picture book, flashes of cornflower crayon twirling through spiral pages. The glossy cobalt of sea glass she once collected at the beach. That gentler blue made her think of freedom. Summer Saturdays playing mermaid in a community pool, splashing with cousins until skin puckered and lungs burned from laughter. Field day ribbon skipping in a breeze. Suddenly the indigo gloom edged toward a paler cerulean, as though her own nostalgia diluted the sadness. She swiveled in her chair to survey the room. Because colors changed so frequently, painting walls never made sense. Her mother kept every surface white or black, a pragmatic backdrop for the shifting spectrum. Now those plain surfaces glowed pale cyan, streaked with streaks of morning glory violet at the corners. The glass of her mirror shimmered like a lake at dawn. She began to think, maybe blue wasn't my enemy. Maybe it simply carried everything, sorrow and wonder alike. The thought brightened her surroundings further until lilac tinged the walls, diffusing into lavender, then blooming into a regal purple that filled her chest with warmth. Raya barely saw purple in everyday life. It visited on rare, sparkling occasions, like an unexpected gift. Purple wrapped around her like velvet theater curtains rising on stage. She recalled her very first piano recital, the hush, the single spotlight, her fingers flying through a piece she'd practiced for months without stumbling once. The applause had crashed over her like surf, and for one shining minute the whole auditorium glowed in electric violet stripes that left her lungs trembling. That same purple flashed now, lighting corners of her room. Her breath quickened with pride. Purple felt mysterious yet safe. It reminded her of twilight walks and cozy reading nooks, of the fuzzy hush after finishing a sketch that turned out exactly as she imagined. She lifted her pen, ready to commit purple as her answer. But the moment the nib touched paper the color around her cooled, drifting toward the orangey warmth of a late afternoon sun. Orange rolled through like a playful wave, turning lavender walls into sherbet tangerine, swiping peach along the carpet. She laughed at the sudden shift. Orange had its own stories, suspenseful roller coaster climbs, licorice carnival lights, spicy pumpkin soup stirring on cold nights. She tasted cinnamon on her tongue and heard delighted screams from carnival rides. Orange was the tang of mango juice dripping off her chin and the crackle of campfire songs, the glow of jack-o'-lanterns on stoops. But orange could also flare startling bright when someone leapt from behind a corner shouting boo, a flash of burnt orange terror that sent her heart hammering for hours. Mostly, though, she loved orange. It was comfort food and cheek-aching laughter. The shift made her stomach rumble. Maybe thinking of pumpkin soup had done it. She set down the assignment and headed to the kitchen, where she layered turkey slices between bread, added lettuce and tomato, though tomatoes sometimes unsettled her with their seedy squish, and returned to her desk. One bite and to her dismay, the tomato's slime triggered a shade she dreaded. Mossy green enveloped everything like pond algae. She spat the bite back onto the plate, peeling tomato discs off her sandwich, wincing at their cold innards. Green wasn't always bad. Fresh mid-ice pops, grassy parks after rain, the first buds of spring, all gentle leaf greens that teased hope. But the murky green now filling her room was different. The murk of embarrassment when she tripped over words in class, the queasy tint of envy when friends laughed without her, the glow that lingered after nightmares in which everybody pointed at her mistakes. Whenever she relived a social blunder, hazy olive seeped into her vision and clung for hours. Frustration stirred. She muttered, "Why can't I stay one color for long?" The green deepened, swamp thick. A memory of stumbling over a recital piece glared in bow-green streaks. She clenched fists, nails forming moons in her palms. Instantly scarlet flashed, red, fierce and hot, pushing green aside like sunrise chasing fog. Red always exploded when her heart spiked, fury, adrenaline, or wild attraction. She thought of the guy in her art club with mischievous dimples. Whenever he smiled at her, The blushing heat of red flooded her cheeks and the hallway walls behind him. Suddenly those same walls inside her room bore rose highlights. Her anger melted into thrill. The guy's grin, the soft kindness in his eyes when he'd offered her a spare paintbrush. Ruby drifted into rose, and rose into bubblegum pink. The air felt warm. She recalled him texting her a meme after she bombed a math quiz, his message turning her entire house strawberry red for an afternoon. Red kept shifting. Where passion subsided, yellow peeked through, first as thin lemon threads, then bright ribbons of daffodil and dandelion. Yellow was his laughter, pure and contagious. Yellow was also the color that friend Sophia radiated when she sang along to old pop anthems, off-key but fearless, dragging Raya into ridiculous dance moves. Raya adored yellow, sunlight pouring onto her pillow Saturday mornings, the fizz of soda at picnics, cheesy movie nights where everyone's shoulders bumped as they cackled. Yellow equaled belonging. But yellow could not stand still. It faded as intrusive thoughts crowded in. You don't deserve such happiness. They'll forget you tomorrow. Insecurity leaked lead gray from corners, a murky overcast. Objects lost saturation. The shimmering roller coaster of color turned to drab. Doubt weighed her shoulders. Fear always arrived after joy, a storm gusting through open windows. Raya squeezed her eyes shut, wanting everything to stop. The darkness behind her lids felt cool, silent, safe. No colors invaded there. She inhaled slowly, exhaled. After a moment she reached for her pen with eyes still closed, lowering point to paper and writing in deliberate strokes. Black. It surprised her how right it felt. Black wasn't exactly a color, some argued, though artists used it as pigment. Scientists defined it as the absence of light. For Raya, black was the pause between heartbeats, a restful hush between shifting hues. In black she could breathe without expectation. It was the empty stage before curtains parted, the stillness of night sky when stars hid behind clouds, the nothing of closed eyes in which imagination reset. She opened her eyes. The room was neutral again. White sheets, pale walls, gray desk. Only the faint ring of the tomato stain on her plate hinted at earlier drama. She reread what she'd written. Favorite color, black. Her handwriting looked calm, certain. Could she hand that to her teacher? Would classmates laugh? Maybe some would think it edgy or sad. But she felt neither edgy nor sad. She felt honest. She considered adding a note. I like black because it lets all other colors rest. But instructions said one-word answers. So be it. She slid the assignment into her folder, brushed crumbs from her lap, and lay down on her bed. Evening sunlight angled through curtains in a muted gold, yet the gold didn't gush into every corner. It stayed gentle, as if respecting her decision. Raya closed her eyes again, embracing the blank canvas behind them. Those few seconds before dreams came, colorless quiet, were precious. Tomorrow, red and green and violet would whirl again, but tonight she drifted off beneath a comforting, velvety black, finally at peace with all the colors she carried. I woke up one ordinary morning sure, as always, that the world was mine. I did not need a clock to tell me it was 6:30. I had trained myself to rise at that hour because successful people command their time, and I have never doubted I belong among the truly successful. My bedroom, 3 walls of frosted glass and one of polished walnut, looked east across the city's river, so a thin gray dawn was already seeping through the windows. I lay for a minute listening to the low hum of traffic far below. Even street noise sounds different when you live 40 stories up. It becomes more of an echo than a roar. That morning, the echoes sounded like applause. I showered, shaved, dressed, and drank the smoothie prepared by my overnight chef. I barely noticed the taste. Food is fuel, not pleasure, and my mind was busy with the day's schedule. But while I scrolled messages, a memory slid in, an odd one, from almost 20 years earlier. I saw myself standing in the downtown library, newly graduated, still wearing discount shoes though I already believed I deserved better. In that library I had met, for perhaps 60 seconds, a man who smelled of wet carpet and spoiled milk. The memory returned now because of something he said as I brushed past him. "Money is for those who have no spirit." He announced it as though he had discovered gold in the dust under his fingernails. I remember pausing just long enough to see his beard was caked with food and his eyes were yellowed and liquid. My only thought at the time was, how did he get in here? Someone as small as he was had no right to contaminate a building that held so much potential wealth. Books are wealth, after all, if you know how to convert words into profit. I walked away and never saw him again. Yet on this particular morning, the distant echo of his ridiculous sentence floated up. Money is for those who have no spirit. The absurdity still made me smile. I opened the day's first email, closed that door in my mind, and set out to continue proving him wrong. By noon, the memory had slipped beneath a rising tide of numbers. My newest venture, a chain of wellness clubs, had almost reached regulatory approval in 4 states. The clubs were rebranded gyms, of course, but with strict membership tiers and a surcharge for everything from filtered water to extra towels. Value is a matter of perceived scarcity. Investors were eager. I gave them the illusion of partnership, while retaining every thread of control. My lawyer, Ralph, sat across from me at the conference table, tapping the screen of his tablet while he recited the final steps to close the deal. Ralph was slow in conversation. His mouth formed words 2 beats behind the thoughts I had already decided on, but his pen moved quickly across contracts. Worth the retainer, barely worth the time. A junior associate entered, announcing a call waiting from my father. I motioned no, then reconsidered. I had not spoken to my parents in months, by choice. They disapproved of my earlier maneuver, the one in which I pivoted an e-commerce startup into liquidation and walked off with equity, while employees filed for unemployment. My parents' house still smells of high moral ground and slow-cooked broth. They used to repeat fables about work and decency, as though decency outperforms capital on the stock exchange. Yet curiosity pricked me, so I took the call. "Son," my father began, skipping pleasantries. "We saw the article about your new complex in Timber National Preserve. That land is protected. How did you obtain the permits?" "The same way anyone does, Dad." I watched Ralph signing a digital document at the far end of the table. "I filled out forms. There was a bipartisan agreement to keep commercial development out of that valley. Times change. People need jobs." I signaled Ralph to send copies to my inbox. "You're better than this," my father said, repeating a line that used to persuade me when I was a child. "Our family helped rebuild the downtown library, you know that. We stand for giving, not taking." I pictured the library's stone steps, the cold bronze plaque engraved with our surname. He framed that donation as virtue. I knew it was vanity. They wanted their name carved in history, too. Everyone wants their name proclaimed. I only choose more efficient methods. "I have a meeting," I said. "Take care of Mom." I hung up before he could reply. In the glass reflection, Ralph's eyebrows were raised slightly. I met his eyes until they lowered. Once, long ago, I opened a company at 25. I thought I had invented the idea of selling leadership courses to corporations hungry for any packaged cure to stagnation. The difficulty was not selling but delivering. The consultants I hired to conduct seminars required salaries far higher than what they generated. When revenue thinned and the press sniffed rumors of failure, I dissolved the entity. Papers labeled it bankruptcy. They were misinformed. I exited at zero by redirecting remaining cash to cover priority liabilities, mine. Most creditors received cents on the dollar. Some employees cried. I learned a lesson: pay lawyers before you promise paychecks. Cash is a river, I decided after that. You do not build a dam. You construct channels that divert flow into your pool while appearing to irrigate everyone else's fields. The second venture proved easier. I drew investors by staging a launch event at a resort I did not own, dropping hints that the resort would soon join our portfolio. Cameras flashed, investors toasted, and my handshake sealed commitments before a single document existed. That night, from a balcony, I watched waves strike the beach. Salt air tasted like new ambition. It occurred to me that my parents would be asleep in their modest house, comfortable with the $8,000 in their savings account. They believed stability, not growth, was virtue. That moment I felt as though lightning had struck a tree. Suddenly the forest was even quieter, and I could see a path no one else dared take. Marriage was inevitable. Fame without companionship invites speculation. Rumors destabilize markets. I chose Amanda. Yes, that was her name. I remember now, because cameras adored her more than she adored being adored, which is rare. She shimmered in photographs like a hologram, perfect from every angle. At charity galas she laughed at donors' jokes, and reached exactly the right depth of neckline for sympathy pledges to spike. She understood roles. We did not require love, only reciprocity. I provided a life above clouds, she provided symmetry at my side. Lights of Manhattan glittered in her eyes when I proposed, staged at precisely the hour the Empire State Building flipped to a pink heart pattern for Valentine's week, though the calendar said July. A favor from the city council does wonders for photo ops. Amanda's acceptance was genuine. She believed marriage would curb my travels, not realizing travel was my oxygen. In the first year I spent 210 nights elsewhere. She scheduled parties to fill the void. Paparazzi sold photos, tabloids printed headlines, and brand equity doubled. Win-win. Her face, flawless in high resolution, eventually betrayed hairline stress fractures, wrinkles at the corners of once innocent eyes. I remember sitting across from her at breakfast, counting fine lines while she complained about loneliness. She asked for a child. Children complicate succession planning, so I flew to Macau the next morning and stayed 3 weeks. When I returned, she had hired an acting coach for possible reality TV auditions. My absence ended our marriage more conveniently than any signed document. She accepted the settlement within days. I wired a sum equal to 2% of my liquid assets. My next girlfriend kissed me under airport lights before we boarded my jet to Milan, and the cameras loved her too. Amanda faded behind newer headlines. People do not merely buy products. They buy stories about themselves starring me. To scale those stories, I commissioned a memoir. I wrote the first draft in a weekend. 300 pages of distilled truth, my methods, my principles, my certainty that success is neither born nor taught, it is seized. The publisher's junior editor emailed a polite critique. The manuscript required structure, character arc, emotional vulnerability. I replied in one line. Bestsellers are built on authority, not apology. He declined. Another house offered a small advance if I added humility. Humility sells, they insisted. I laughed and forwarded the message to every investor on my list, captioned, "This is why we create markets rather than chase them." Instead of revising the text, I printed 10,000 copies using my own press, sold them at conferences, and the myth expanded. By 42, net worth had become a meaningless number. The public's need fascinated me more than profit, their hunger to believe in something. Something golden, unbreakable, bigger than themselves. I understood that hunger. Why else carve our family's name on the library stone? Pride wears many suits. The world needed a new monument. My idea began as a joke over drinks with senators. A headquarters carved into the cliffs above Timber Valley, an architectural marvel, an object lesson in possibility. Federal land? A technicality. Lobbyists folded earmarks into a relief bill. Park boundaries bent like saplings. Opposition groups howled. I financed studies declaring minimal environmental impact, signed by professors whose endowments traced back to my foundation. Within a year, cranes swung steel beams against mountain sky. Workers huddled under banners emblazoned with my initials, 2 letters intertwined inside a sunburst. They labored 12-hour shifts, grateful for paychecks in a recession. If someone complained about delayed wages, the site manager reminded them of local unemployment rates. I toured weekly in a white hard hat, cameras documenting my visionary gaze against jagged peaks. They could not get enough. Soon pilgrim investors camped outside the gates hoping for a glimpse. We sold them passages into the visitor center, then souvenir shops. My silhouette adorned keychains, coffee mugs, minted coins. A marketing firm suggested hats. Hats soared. People wore my name across foreheads as if shielding themselves from lesser thoughts. Still, something larger tugged at me. Money, fame, these were means. I wanted permanence. Rome built basilicas to immortalize emperors. Egypt stacked pyramids. My architects proposed a cathedral, steel ribs, glass skin, rising from the gorge in spirals that caught morning light like a crown. The uppermost spire would pierce clouds. We branded it Victory Tower. Cost irrelevant. Donors funded each floor in exchange for plaques naming them partners in progress. They felt exalted. I retained ownership. On Inauguration Day, Victory Tower gleamed while dawn spilled through the valley. A corridor behind the balcony pulsed with foot traffic, security aides, press coordinators. I stood in its hush wearing a tailored suit the color of starlight, cuffs embroidered with the same logo as the hats below. Curtains hid me from an audience swelling by the minute. Through gaps I glimpsed thousands packed into the courtyard. Merchants hawking t-shirts, families hoisting children on shoulders, deputies steering drones overhead. Banners fluttered like medieval standards. Their chant reverberated, my name beating like a drum. As I waited, my memory returned once more to the library prophet, the man who smelled of damp fabric. Money is for those without spirit. He had been wrong. I had spirit enough to fill a continent. I had proven money flows toward visionaries the way iron filings follow a magnet. Yet I heard his words differently now, not as insult but as prophecy. Spirit or money? I had not chosen between them. I had fused them. A signal came. Time to step onto the balcony. The curtain drew aside, applause surged, and the sun, my sun, broke through cloud behind the tower, haloing me in gold. I raised a hand. Silence fell like stage lights dimming. Every eye upturned. Every breath held. I cleared my throat, smiling at the majesty of my own composure. I meant to unveil a prepared speech about innovation, national renewal, opportunities beneath my brand. But looking down at the sea of faces, eyes wet, mouths parted, each person waiting to drink whatever creed I poured, I felt a flicker of mischief. One sentence would be enough, a seed that would bloom inside them. So I said, "You are all special." A hush, then a roar of joy. People dropped to one knee, others lifted arms to sky. My voice had become scripture. I looked over their bent heads to distant hills once protected by law, now carved by cranes, ready for further construction. I thought of my father's voice, "You're better than this." I watched the crowd repeat my words to themselves. "You are all special." They needed to hear it, and only I could say it. They believed it because I, who owned so much, offered them at no charge the one commodity they could never buy, significance. Down in the front row a protester held a small sign painted in red, "Land is not for sale." Security moved to remove him, but I lifted a finger. They paused. The message amused me. Everything has a price. Even belief. The trick is to name your price last, when buyers are desperate. I inhaled crisp mountain air. I exhaled into the microphone, so softly that only those near loudspeakers heard. Together we will rise higher than any dream. Another wave of cheers. And why not? Their cheers were prayers, and I was happy to answer prayers if it cost me nothing. Standing there, ruler of echoing canyons, I understood with perfect clarity that the world's greatest power belongs not to gods or prophets, but to those who sell the idea that anyone can be like them. My empire was not built of steel or cash. It was built of want. And want is infinite. Behind me the tower's shadow stretched across the courtyard, long and dark, touching every bowed head. The engine died so suddenly that Ted felt as if the truck itself had been struck by lightning. A second earlier he had been rolling down Highway 201 with nothing but stars above the pine-black hills, the radio murmuring low, and the long yellow stripes of his headlights stretching over the pavement. Then everything, lights, fan, dashboard glow, went out at once. The truck shuddered, coasted a few yards, and quit in the middle of the westbound lane. One soft red click sounded as the battery cut itself off, and the road fell into complete darkness. No moon. No other vehicles. Only the faint hush of night air pressing against the windshield. Ted let out a slow breath and tried the key again. The starter did not even click. He leaned forward and stared at the gauges, as if staring could will them alive. But every dial sat flat at 0. He told himself not to panic. Old pickups quit sometimes. Most of the time they also coughed back to life after a minute. While he waited, he reached for his phone, still plugged into the dash charger. The glowing screen that usually greeted him with a cheerful wallpaper of his dog stayed black. He unplugged it, pressed the side button. Nothing. Dead. A note of worry slid under his rib cage. The battery had been close to full an hour ago when he left Preacher's Mill. Did the charger short out? Did the truck's electrical system fry his phone in the same blink that killed itself? He stabbed the power button again with his thumb. No response. He forced himself to exhale and rolled his shoulders. Fine. He could figure out his location the old-fashioned way. He opened the glove box, half expecting the light inside to work. Of course it did not. A tangle of folded state maps, motel brochures, napkins, and pens spilled into his lap and onto the passenger side floor. One pen skittered away into the dark, tapping plastic over the footwell. He cursed under his breath, fought with the stiff glove box hinge, and felt for the flashlight he always kept in there. His fingertips brushed the metal barrel and he pulled it free, then clicked the rubber switch. For once he was grateful that he had sprung for the heavy aluminum one with the long-life LEDs. A bright white circle snapped into existence. Ted tried the key once more out of habit. Silence. He sighed, popped the door handle, and let it swing open on hinges that complained like an old woman's knees. The night air felt colder than it should have for late September, cool enough that a thin film of sweat on his neck turned instantly to chill. He set the flashlight on the seat facing the maps, flipped through the loose sheets until he located a service station highway map for the northern half of the state. With the beam propped on the upholstery, he traced a finger across routes he remembered. He had definitely branched off Interstate 5 onto 201 about 40 miles back. He remembered the sign that said Preacher's Mill 22 miles. He had passed the losing bets ruin of a casino called the Silver Wheel and then a dark logging way station. After that, nothing but timberland and switchbacks. He was not sure how far he had driven since. 20 minutes? 30? The dashboard clock was dead too. He pushed the map aside, reached into the pocket of his jeans, and wiped the screen of his phone on his thigh once more. Dead. No bars, no battery symbol, no hope. The cab felt suddenly tight. He rolled down the window with the crank, leaned out, and breathed. The forest lined both sides of the road in ragged walls, pine and cedar and perhaps alder where the soil dipped. Somewhere unseen water trickled faintly. But there was no wind, no nightbird, no cricket, no frog. The hush pressed so thick he thought for a second he had gone deaf. He held his breath and listened harder. Still nothing. He slid out, boots landing on gravel at the edge of the asphalt, and straightened. The truck ticked as metal cooled. Otherwise silence. Ted swept the flashlight in a slow arc paved two-lane, cracked middle stripe, dirt shoulders, forest. No headlights glimmering in any direction. He had the uneasy feeling of stepping onto an abandoned movie set. Even smells seemed muted. No exhaust, no damp pine, nothing but faint dust. He turned back to the maps, still fanned out on the seat, and spoke aloud as if hearing his own voice would steady him. Okay. I was on Highway 201. I was heading toward Preacher's Mill. He rubbed his chin. So either I haven't reached it yet, or I overshot the turn into town. Head throbbing, he ducked in to gather the maps, folded one roughly, and wedged it under his arm. The rest he crumpled into the box again. Then he swung the beam of the flashlight down the road, squinting. The narrow cone cut about 100 feet ahead before fading into black. He started to step around the front bumper, intending to take a quick walk to stretch his legs and maybe clear his head, when he froze. A figure stood about 40 yards ahead in the exact center of the lane, legs parted in a half stride. Ted's pulse jolted. He lifted the light and watched white reflection bloom on denim overalls, a red flannel shirt, a brimmed cap. He saw an outstretched right arm, a left leg cocked backward as if about to push off. But the face stared empty toward the trees, unblinking. Ted felt his heart slam against his ribs, then slowed when he realized the man was not moving at all. Something in the posture looked stiff, unnatural, too freeze-framed. He swallowed, wiped sweat from his brow with the cuff of his jacket, and called, "Sir? Hey, sir, you all right?" His voice, carried down the pavement, came back with no echo. He forced his boots to shuffle forward. Each step sounded loud in the hush, gravel popping away to the ditch. When he reached the form, he saw what instinct had already guessed. The old man was not flesh. The skin tone was matte plastic. The eyes painted. A mannequin. A store dummy dressed like a farmer, placed absurdly in the middle of an unlit road. Ted circled it once, baffled. Someone must be playing a prank, maybe bored teenagers from Preacher's Mill. But why lug a mannequin out here? And why pose it like a man about to dash into the forest? He touched the shoulder. It rocked slightly, light for its size, its balance perfect despite the awkward stance. Stranger still, there were no scuffs or dirt on the plastic shoes, as if someone had set it here moments ago. Weird, he muttered, and retreated, half embarrassed by how fast his heart still beat. Back at the truck, he tried the ignition again. Again the dead silence. Seized with sudden anger, he pounded the steering wheel. What else can go wrong? He regretted it as soon as he barked the words into the empty night. The hush swallowed them. He got out, slammed the door, locked it by reflex, though what thief could be waiting? He picked up the flashlight, folded the map more neatly this time, stuffed it into a jacket pocket, and began walking west. If Preacher's Mill lay ahead, good. If he had passed it, at least he would find a house or a gas station and a phone. Cell towers rarely covered these hills anyway. He didn't look back at the mannequin. As he trudged, rocks slid underfoot, and the beam dimmed slightly with every mile, though he clicked it off often to conserve the LED. The forest pressed tighter to the shoulder now, limbs clawing overhead like black antlers. Still no wind, no insect. Every few minutes he stopped, turned, and shined the light behind him. Nothing but 2 lines of pavement fading into dark. After 20 minutes the grade leveled, and the tree line broke. Ahead, a long bulk rose across the road, its shape glinting faintly. As he drew closer, he saw railroad cars stopped on a siding that paralleled the highway. A freight train at full halt, no rumble, no horn. The red tail light of the last car glowed dim. Ted clambered up the embankment and slapped the metal side of a gondola car. "Anyone there?" His voice hung, but no conductor answered. He shined the flashlight along the couplers, saw no movement. Beyond the train the road sloped downhill. At the crest he glimpsed sodium street lamps flickering orange. Relief flooded him. A town. Houses. A diner maybe. He hurried over the tracks, stumbled on ballast stones, regained his footing, and jogged downhill. The town waited in stillness under the weak lights. A single main street, maybe a dozen wooden fronts, angled parking slots striped white. He reached the first lamp pole and slowed. No cars. No people. But the bulbs buzzed faintly. At least electricity lived here. Near the pole an old pay phone leaned against the timber post. The handset dangled by its cord. He lifted it to his ear. Silence again. No hum, no click. He jammed coins into the slot out of stubborn hope, pressed 0, pressed random numbers. The line stayed dead. Across the street a building marked County Sheriff glowed with one interior light. Ted crossed. The front door stood unlocked, creaking open at his push. He stepped into a waiting room kept in 1970, all varnished pine and old wanted posters curled by age. Behind a high counter a row of desks faced a wall. Each desk held a black rotary phone. Ted moved behind the counter, picked up one receiver after another. Every phone was a prop. No cords ran off the desk, just rubber stubs glued under the plastic base. A sick idea crept up. The office was a stage set, dressed for a show with no audience. He swallowed, throat dry. On one desk lay a police hat. He lifted it. Foam, lightweight. He returned to the front window and peered out. His heart lurched. The mannequin stood on the sidewalk across the street, frozen in its impossible half-stride, head still tilted toward the trees, but now impossibly closer, within 15 yards of the sheriff's door. Ted stared, unable to breathe. He had walked half an hour from his truck, yet here it was again. He stepped outside, the floorboards squeaking like sighs. His flashlight beam revealed the same red plaid shirt, same denim, same painted eyes. Up close the figure looked rougher. The fake skin bore hairline cracks, the cap's brim creased as if weathered. He circled it warily, reached out, and touched the sleeve again. Plastic cool as ever. "Okay," he said aloud, voice unsteady. "Whoever's doing this, you got me. Good joke." No answer. An idea struck. He would take the mannequin into the office and sit it at a desk, just to flip the script on whatever prankster lurked. He gripped the stiff elbow, surprised by the hollow lightness, and dragged the figure toward the steps. At once he felt a sharp tug on his jacket collar, as if thorn vines snagged him. He spun, nothing behind. But the mannequin's blank eyes now seemed focused on him alone. He dropped its arm and stumbled back. Pain shot through muscles frozen mid-move. He tried to step, but his legs locked. Panic flared. His lungs drew no air. He wanted to scream, but the sound tangled inside. On the sidewalk he felt his body tilt, his right arm lifting against his will, his left leg bending behind. An invisible sculptor molded him into the same pose, the perpetual stride that never lands. Something clicked inside his chest, like gears settling. Ted could still see the shimmer of streetlights, the rows of dark windows, but he could not blink. He sensed plastic creep over skin, sealing his lips, glazing his eyes. Darkness frayed the edges of vision until only a tunnel remained. A crunch of tires on gravel echoed faintly. Far away, at the top of the hill, headlights flickered. The old pickup engine coughed, then ran smooth as new. Inside, a figure wearing a red plaid shirt adjusted the seat, rolled the window down, and leaned an elbow on the door. The truck trundled forward, its lamps sweeping the empty main street, illuminating a line of mannequins posed along the storefronts, shopkeepers, passengers, sheriffs, and now one hitchhiker forever caught mid-stride. The truck turned east, back toward Highway 201, taillights fading. Behind it the town returned to silence, the street lamps buzzing over citizens who would never move again, their plastic eyes watching nothing, listening to a night with no wind, no crickets, only the distant hum of an engine traveling on a road that led deeper into nowhere. I woke up that Saturday already feeling uneasy, even before I pulled myself out of bed. Late-season damp hung in the air, the kind that drapes over your shoulders like a clammy shawl and whispers that the day will never quite shake off its half-sleep. The weather reporters on every channel had agreed we were in for a gray weekend, a stalled cold front, clouds climbing one over another, drizzle clinging to concrete and brick, no sunshine in sight. Those predictions always sounded harmless on television, yet on days like this it could feel as if the sky were pressing its full weight onto the streets. In the apartment that morning, every surface looked a shade darker than usual, as though the furniture had soaked up gloom during the night. I tried to ignore the heaviness, poured myself the first coffee of the day, scrolled a little on the phone. But my pulse still fluttered. Sometimes, if I sensed the beginnings of one of my spirals, my therapist called them anticipatory jitters, I would go for a run, let the physical burn distract my mind. That day the sidewalks were slick, and the idea of jogging while low clouds spat drizzle felt like a perfect recipe for a twisted ankle. I decided instead on a different ritual. Brunch for one, with a salty drink strong enough to steady nerves but not so strong that I'd lose the rest of the day. A big Bloody Mary seemed appropriate. Tomato, horseradish, Worcestershire, a splash of pickle brine, a wedge of lime, celery salt, ice, vodka. Everything in my fridge rattled when I rummaged for that brine jar, as though my own shelves scolded me for starting the weekend with alcohol before noon. I let them rattle, lined my ingredients on the counter like soldiers awaiting orders, and mixed the drink exactly the way my favorite seaside bar used to do before it went out of business. Minutes later, glass in hand, I shuffled into the living room in oversized socks, tugged the plastic wand on the vertical blinds, and glanced out the broad front window. My unit looked over a narrow city street flanked by lines of parked cars and 2 neat rows of aged maples. Across the street sat a 4-story apartment block made of brown brick, nothing fancy, each balcony edged in rusting wrought iron. A few tenants filled those balconies with plants and wind chimes. Others loaded them with plastic bins of off-season clothing. Usually I would spot someone smoking out there, or leaning to call down to a friend below, but not today. The chill had chased everyone inside. I tilted the louvered slats to get a better glimpse at the deserted sidewalk. That was when I saw him, or at least when I first thought I saw him. A man stood on the opposite curb, half hidden between 2 pollard maples where their trunks bulged scar-like around years of pruning. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wrapped in an ankle-length trench coat as black as pooled ink. Rain hadn't started quite yet the shoulders of that coat appeared slick and glossy, the fabric absorbing light from dangling street lamps not yet shut off. He wore a brimmed hat. At first I thought fedora, then maybe pork pie, the brim too shadowed to identify. What I noticed most were his eyes. Even at that distance, I could feel them on me. Deep-set, dark, intense, as though whoever sat behind that gaze had no barrier between private thoughts and the outside world. He didn't look left or right, didn't pull out a phone or raise a newspaper. He only stared, unblinking, right into my windows, right through the slats, right inside my chest. My stomach kicked. I froze, Bloody Mary halfway to my lips. The tomato scent had seemed comforting a moment earlier. Now it smelled metallic and thick. Call the police, my rational brain suggested. Ring the non-emergency number, at least. But some part of me hesitated. Could a single stranger standing on a city sidewalk be considered an emergency? Technically, he wasn't trespassing. He hadn't knocked on my door. If I were to phone, what exactly would I say? Yes, officer, there's a man simply standing outside, not moving, just looking. In a place like ours, the dispatcher might laugh, might roll her eyes, might send a cruiser, or might decide the complaint could wait behind 3 domestic disputes and a shoplifting at the pharmacy. My hand, damp from condensation on the glass, left a faint smear on the blind's pull wand. I squeezed the drink tighter and drank a mouthful, too fast to appreciate it, hoping the vodka would calm the thump in my ears. But the burn down my throat only sharpened the tension. Who was he? Jeff came immediately to mind, which surprised me because I had spent the last 6 weeks doing everything to erase Jeff from my phone, my pillow, my habits. We'd dated 6 months, a respectable run by today's standards. He charmed me in the beginning with spontaneous road trips and left-field compliments that felt like the kind of attention I hadn't realized I wanted. Yet charm can ride shotgun beside control. The same Jeff who surprised me with picnic lunches also insisted we share locations on our phones, insisted we post couple photos where his hand gripped my waist like a brand. When I told him I needed breathing room, he texted 48 times in one afternoon, then called my office so often that the receptionist blocked his number. Breaking it off took longer than falling in. Even after I blocked him, he created new accounts to email that we were meant. Jeff had money, old family money, the kind that pays your phone bills when unemployment dips, and he bragged about all the resources at his disposal. If you wanted to ghost me, he once joked, I could still find you. A man like Jeff could absolutely hire a private investigator, a thick-set guy in an old-school trench coat, the kind of cliché Jeff would consider masculine. I pictured Jeff in his condo, leaning over a glossy marble countertop, giving instructions to this stranger. Follow her. Take notes. Let me know where she goes, who she sees. Jeff loved feeling like the main character in an war book. The thought that he might send someone in real life gave me a nausea the Bloody Mary could not soothe. But Jeff wasn't the only possibility. My therapist, ex-therapist, entered my mind like a drip of cold water inside a warm collar. I had found him through my doctor's referral list because his specialty was, ironically, anxiety and paranoia. We held 4 sessions. He was charming in that expensive sweater way educated men can be, and I felt progress. Then came that fifth appointment. I barely sat in the leather chair before he sat on the coffee table directly in front of me, reaching forward to clasp my hands. His eyes looked different, hungrier. He said something about feeling a connection I clearly felt too, or so he imagined. Then he leaned in and pressed his lips against mine. It lasted 1 second, long enough that I tasted the mint gum he must have chewed on the ride to the office. I jerked away. He apologized, cheeks flushing, but his words were all about himself, that he couldn't believe how powerfully I affected him, that something about me drew him in. The rest of the session blurred. I wanted to leave, but I sat through it because shock froze my limbs. When I reached home I called, demanded my file be closed, told him he'd violated one of the most basic ethical rules in psychotherapy, and promised I might file a complaint with the board. He begged me to see him outside the office context, insisted it would be all right because I'd no longer be his patient. I hung up. Next day I blocked his number too, but not before he sent a series of texts saying he'd pay for a Caribbean vacation if I'd just give us a chance. The desperation in those messages shimmered like heat above pavement. Was he unstable enough to stand outside my apartment building? Was that black-coated figure his attempt to monitor me before making one more in-person plea? The possibilities kept adding themselves like unwelcome dinner guests. I thought of the repo men. My new job paid board-straight wages, often enough to cover groceries and utilities, but not enough to fix the error I'd made when I bought the sporty compact months back, still wrapped in the pretend warmth of Jeff's financial cushions. Once I left him, the dealer's payments sank me. I missed 1 month expecting to catch up, then another. By the third I hid the car in a side alley, tucked under thick trees. Yet repossessors had ways. Would they hire someone to watch, to note when I drove away? Did they send spotters on foot? Ever since I hid the hatchback, I imagined plainclothes contractors lurking behind shrubs, praying for a glimpse of my license plate. The figure outside fit that fantasy too. Then there was my most recent boss. It felt obscene even to call her that, since I'd worked for her exactly 8 days before everything imploded. During the interview she seemed tense but professional, tight smile, darting eyes, a swirl of Chanel perfume that lingered in the elevator long after she rode to her floor. The marketing firm needed a junior assistant to file vendor invoices and fetch coffee. I said yes, desperate to restore a semblance of stability. The first morning I reported early with energy. By midday she had emailed me 20 instructions, each labeled urgent, most contradicting the last. I spent lunch in the restroom, breathing into my hands. Day 3 she assigned me to drive across town and pick up client proofs, then scolded me for the 90 minutes spent in traffic. By day 8, when she slapped a fresh batch of paperwork onto my desk with a sneer of, "Get it done, rookie!" something inside me snapped. I told her I quit. She slapped me. That memory still pulsed on my cheek sometimes, psychosomatic or not. We screamed. I threatened police. She begged, then cursed again as I fled. Her parting promise, "I'll get you for this," still echoed when I fell asleep some nights. Could she be the figure across the street? The coat looked too formal for her stilettos and pencil skirt, but people who hold grudges sometimes dress in costumes of their bitterness. The glass of tomato cocktail trembled against my fingers. Fear left my throat feeling full of sand. I needed another drink, though I knew adding alcohol atop panic rarely ended well. Yet the idea of leaving the window felt risky. What if he moved while I wasn't looking? Dark, irrational corners of the mind conjure rules, as if eyesight alone wields power against threat. Just as I decided to duck into the kitchen, thunder rolled overhead. The loud, drawn-out growl rattled something in my chest cavity. The trench coat figure shifted then, first a subtle lean to his left, then a lurch to his right. It wasn't a step. Not exactly. More a shudder, as though the body belonged to a puppet whose strings were jerked in confusion. My breath snagged. I leaned closer to the slats. He leaned left again, right again, left. An unnatural, swaying motion. I tried to parse it. Was he pacing behind one of the narrow maples? Was he turning toward noise down the street? I counted seconds between moves, 3, 2, 3, 2. Rhythmic. Odd. Were my eyes deceive me? I remembered reading about visual illusions during heightened stress, how a brain can misinterpret patterns when adrenaline speeds through synapses. A fresh gust slammed a plastic garbage bin near the curb. The lid clattered against aluminum siding. I flinched hard enough that my elbow knocked one of the blinds, sending plastic fins clacking like dominoes. Instinctively I stepped back so fast I almost spilled the drink. Heart pounding, I needed perspective, not more anxiety. I strode to the kitchen, emptied what remained of the Bloody Mary down the sink, poured new vodka and tomato mixture, added extra hot sauce this time as if spice could restore courage. I downed half on the spot. My shoulders loosened, but my thoughts whirled faster. The trunk-thin maple trunks, the lurch, the swaying, if only I could see closer, confirm whether I saw a human or some trick of branches. Binoculars. We owned binoculars when I was a kid. My father kept them in a canvas bag for bird watching. I didn't have any now, but I did have a large magnifying glass I used for sewing small embroidery patterns. Back in the living room I rummaged through the sideboard until I found it. A heavy glass lens in a brass frame, diameter nearly 6 inches. Not ideal, yet maybe enough to enlarge the figure. I hurried to the window. Warm condensation from my breath billowed on glass while I angled the lens. The curvature distorted the street lamp glow, stretching it, so I adjusted until light steadied. Then I pressed one eye close. The trench coat silhouette doubled, blurred, resharpened. I rotated the handle slowly. The black shape shifted again, left, right. The intervals matched the breeze buffeting the maples. And the black of his coat, it wasn't fabric. It was bark. My jaw dropped. The figure was not a man at all, it was a bush. Not just any bush but a tall, overgrown yew someone had shaped roughly into a conical column. A broken street lamp bulb behind it had produced the illusion of 2 dark eye-like depressions. Every time the wind gusted, the trunk-thick base swayed. To my watchful, jittered brain the swaying became a left-right step. In that dim ambience trench coat and hat and gaze had been illusions stitched by fear. Relief flooded so hard I almost sobbed. Instead I laughed, loud and involuntary, each syllable rattling the blinds. I laughed because the tension needed to escape somewhere, and because the realization felt absurd, and because the vodka buzz turned the whole scenario cartoonish. For good measure I raised the second Bloody Mary high in a mock toast to the knotman across the street. Rain finally started, drops tapping the pane in applause. The laugh tapered off eventually, but a soft aftermath lingered. Standing behind the blinds, I examined myself, pale from adrenaline, ashamed by paranoia yet thrilled nothing threatened me. I considered texting my best friend to tell her how I'd mistaken a shrub for a stalker. She would cackle, roast me in kind love. But as I parted the blinds wider for one final giggle at my mistake, curiosity sprang back up, sly as a cat. Fear plays weird games. Even knowing the truth, part of me whispered, unless someone still stands behind that bush, using its outline as cover. Ridiculous. I set the drink on the coffee table and forced myself to stare again. With both eyes now, no magnifier, just the normal view. Yes, there stood only the yew, needles shimmering with rain, branches animated by wind. No trench coat. No hat. Yet just before I stepped away, a different shape flickered at my peripheral vision, a black silhouette 3 doors down, under a flickering lamp, definitely human, definitely watching. My breath froze before logic reasserted itself. The silhouette belonged to my neighbor Mr. Ames, who took near-midnight walks regardless of weather, searching for calm after caring for his bedridden wife. He waved when he saw me peel back the blinds. I waved too, albeit sheepishly, hoping he hadn't witnessed my comedic meltdown. I closed the blinds, turned off the living room lamp, and rolled my tense shoulders. Storm gusts pushed air through the walls, carrying hints of gutter runoff and wet asphalt, but also a shift in pressure that felt like a sigh. The apartment's outlines softened again, returning to their harmless familiarity under lamplight. I retreated into the kitchen, warmed leftover soup, and decided to cancel plans for the evening. Netflix, maybe a bath. Nothing more dramatic than that. Yet while the microwave hummed, I considered other lessons. Jeff, the unethical shrink, the vengeful boss, none had appeared. Yet each still orbited my conscience, satellites of unresolved fear. Perhaps, I thought, I should talk to a new therapist, one who honored boundaries. Perhaps I should call the dealership, renegotiate payment schedule. Perhaps I should tighten my sense of safety without letting paranoia rule it. 3 feet away, rain hammered the windows, but inside the quiet felt gentle. I carried soup and Bloody Mary to the couch, tucked a fleece around my knees, and pressed play on a series I'd already re-watched twice. Episode 1 started. No thrill this time, just comforting familiarity. True fear had been replaced by the comforting sting of embarrassment, a feeling that at least belonged wholly to me. And as I slurped tomato broth and glanced at the blinds, I pictured that you across the street shaking rain off its needles like an old dog shaking off river water, unaware it had been assigned villain in a stranger's mind for half an afternoon. Before I drifted off on the couch, lids heavy above the glow of fictional detectives on screen, I murmured a toast to the empty room. Here's to Bush's Bloody Marys, and catching myself before my mind slides too far. Then I slept, real sleep for once, no trench coats, no voices murmuring threats. Just rain's steady whisper, like 1,000 tiny hands patting a window, reminding me things outside are usually ordinary, and the wildest monsters sometimes crouch only in the human mind. I left my apartment early on Saturday afternoon because I wanted to arrive at the writer's center a full half-hour before my reading. For once in my life, I promised myself I would not walk in late with my hair flying, my coat half-buttoned, and my pulse pounding. I double-checked the address, a tidy brick building at the edge of the downtown arts district, set my phone's map for the shortest route, and slipped onto the main road. The sky held that gray, flat light that comes when clouds sit on the rooftops, and the air felt damp enough to turn a person's bones to cold jelly. At first traffic rolled smoothly. Then red brake lights blinked in a long, slow wave, like a string of Christmas bulbs flicking on one after the other. Cars crawled forward, stopped, crawled again. In my gut I felt a familiar twist. Even when I left home early, something always seemed to delay me, an accident, a wrong turn, a sudden storm. I tapped the steering wheel and peered between headrests, trying to see what blocked the flow, but the next hill hid the scene. At the first side street a compact sedan turned off, giving me a clear view ahead. A bright red fire engine sat at the curb. A firefighter in heavy boots knelt by a tall silver hydrant, and worked a wrench at the valve. When the cap popped loose, he lifted the giant wrench like a sword, and a loud cheer erupted. About 100 children, some plump, some skinny, some still half awake with sleep hair sticking up, stood in a crooked semicircle wearing nothing but bathing suits, water shoes, and wide grins. They bounced on tiptoe, knees knocking in excitement, hugging their own skinny arms, waiting for the gush of spray. The firefighter twisted the valve, and a white plume of water shot high, arcing like a fountain in a city square. The children shrieked with delight, rushing forward, chests out, heads back, letting cold water slap their bellies and faces. I shifted in my seat, stunned. The dashboard display read 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I wore wool socks, ankle boots, a long red coat, and a knitted hat pulled over my ears. My breath fogged the windshield. And here were these kids, giggling under a freezing shower. Where were their parents? Why did anyone think an impromptu hydrant sprinkling was a good idea? Yet something about their joy, so raw, so full, made me grin against my better judgment. As my car passed the cluster, every child turned. It happened in eerie unison, as if choreographed. Little heads swiveled, dripping wet, eyes bright. Suddenly dozens of arms stretched in my direction. They waved, then each thumb shot skyward. 100 small thumbs-up signs. I gave a feeble wave back, half embarrassed, half tickled. Then the line of cars crept ahead. Only a minute later I noticed the sedan directly in front of me. From behind, the couple inside looked like any tired pair running errands. Then the man's left shoulder jerked away from the seat back, and the woman's hands slid up around the back of his neck. their faces smashed together. They were not kissing politely. They were devouring each other. The man's right hand gripped the wheel. His left disappeared somewhere I did not wish to imagine. Their car drifted toward the center stripe. I braked hard, heart thudding, unsure if they saw anything besides each other. I eased into the right lane, intending to overtake them. Just as my front bumper reached their back door, the woman popped her head up. Her hair was a bird's nest, her cheeks scarlet. She looked directly at me, parted her swollen lips in a smiling O, and waved. Then, like the children, she flashed me a thumbs up, eyes bright with mischief. I nearly swerved. I accelerated instead, leaving their rolling make-out session behind. When I finally reached the writer's center, I checked the dashboard clock. 15 minutes past the hour, exactly the time my reading should begin. My stomach dropped. I had planned to greet old friends, chat with the program director, test the microphone, sip tea, breathe. Now I would have to dart inside and step to the podium without a pause. Worse, every parking space near the entrance was taken. The small lot overflowed into the street, bumpers squeezed against fire lanes, SUVs half pulled onto curbs. I circled twice, then gave up and found a spot 2 blocks away near a shuttered bakery. Winter wind cut down the side street. I clutched my canvas tote of books against my chest and hurried across cracked pavement, boots clicking. Through the writer's center windows I saw a crowd, far more people than our monthly readings attracted. Usually we drew 20, maybe 30 souls, regular members, a few relatives, a lonely retiree looking for conversation. Tonight bodies filled every row, lined the walls, stood shoulder to shoulder at the back. I hesitated on the threshold, cheeks burning. This could not be for me. Inside smelled of coffee, old wood, and the faint chemical tang of fresh paint. The president of our Little Writers Guild, a silver-haired man named Tony, spotted me near the coat rack. Relief flooded his features. He rushed over, clasped my elbow, and whispered, "We thought you got lost." "I had, an adventure," I said, breathless. He squeezed my arm once more, then, yes, gave me the evening's third thumbs-up sign. "Grab a seat," he said, pointing toward a lone fabric-covered chair in the back row. "We have a treat for you." A treat? Each monthly meeting followed the same format. Members shared progress, newcomers read brief samples, then the featured author, tonight, me, read from their latest work. Nothing in that agenda required surprises. Yet I trusted Tony and slid into the chair, laying my tote across my knees. The room's arrangement fostered coziness. Rows of mismatched chairs divided by a narrow aisle, a microphone on an adjustable stand, a tiny podium no taller than my ribs. Cream curtains covered the back wall to soften echoes. The place felt like a living room borrowed from a kindly aunt. I scanned the audience. I recognized half the faces. Judy, who wrote memoirs about her Peace Corps years, waved. Dennis, a retired police sergeant dabbling in crime novels, tipped an imaginary hat. 3 college friends sat together, clutching copies of my poetry collection with sticky notes, poking from pages. Their presence warmed my chest but also deepened my nerves. Under the tote I fingered my reading script. 12 poems printed in 24-point font, double-spaced, each stanza separated by a row of asterisks so my gaze would not wander. My brother-in-law, a professional photographer, had supplied glossy scooter photos for each poem in the actual book, old Vespas rusted in alleys, scooters buzzing on foreign roads, our family posing on candy-colored rentals at the beach. Tonight I intended to show those photos on a projector, but schedules and cords had gone astray, so I settled for holding up a few sample pages if requested. Tony bounded to the podium and tapped the mic. The chatter died. He welcomed everyone, expressed delight at so large a turnout, and said it proved how hungry our community was for literature during these cold months. Then came the usual open-floor segment, writers sharing victories, frustrations, requests. Ellen stood, cheeks flushed, and announced she wrote every day for 7 days. Applause. The group cherished consistency more than word counts. Gina passed a sheet for beta readers. Mark begged for a budget-friendly editor. Each question triggered a ripple of murmurs as people offered advice. I loved this segment. I sat straighter, enjoying their energy, almost forgetting my lateness. Then Tony cleared his throat. "No," he said. "We arrive at our featured reading. Tonight we plan to showcase the fresh, bright voice of one of our own. Please welcome." He pointed straight at me. My legs twitched, ready to stand. Suddenly a man brushed past, moving down the aisle with actor smoothness. Sand-colored blazer, dark jeans, movie star grin. I blinked. The face was familiar. He halted at my side. Hazel eyes twinkled. He winked and gave, of course, a thumbs up. Then he sailed to the podium. It was Adam Ferrara. The name snapped into focus like a camera flash. The comedian from Rescue Me, Nurse Jackie, and Top Gear USA. He balanced ease and swagger, greeting the audience with a sweep of his hand. They erupted, some gasping, some whispering, all baffled. Tony grinned like a magician unveiling a rabbit. Ferrara waved applause down. Thank you. Good to be here among you fine literary folk." He lifted a thick hardback with a pale pink jacket. Painted petals covered the cover. In gold script, pink flowers. My heart caught. My poetry book was only 25 pages, slender, soft cover, sky blue background featuring a vintage Vespa photograph. Nothing like the tome Ferrara held. Confusion prickled my scalp. Did someone change the plan? "I'm honored," Ferrara boomed, "to read from this brand new collection. It spoke to me the moment I opened it." He flipped pages theatrically, searching for a starting point. "Beautiful writing, truly." Tony clasped his hands, radiating pride. The audience leaned forward. Ferrara began. "Because the world is round, it turns me on. Because the world is round." I jolted. Those were not my words. Those were lyrics from the Beatles' song Because. Ferrara kept reading, voice soft, almost reverent. "Because the wind is high, it blows my mind." A hush fell. Some listeners gasped, others wiped eyes. They believed this was my poem. Ferrara paused, tapped the page, and said, "Isn't that stunning?" He beamed at me over his shoulder. "Your craft is incredible." I stood halfway, throat tight. "That isn't my book," I whispered, but whispers died in the carpet. Ferrara continued. "Love is old, love is new, love is all, love is you." He closed the book and kissed the cover. "Folks, another round of applause for our extraordinary poet." The crowd rose, cheering wildly. I forced my voice louder. "Wait, those are Beatles lyrics!" Heads turned. Confused faces tracked me. Tony's smile faltered, but Ferrara laughed. "Who cares?" he said brightly. "She made them new." The crowd chuckled, swept along by his charisma. Heat flooded my cheeks. I clutched my thin book, holding it aloft. "My collection is called Old Scooter Poetry," I said. My voice sounded small against Ferrara's booming showman tone. A collective murmur. Some shrugged, uninterested. Ferrara shrugged too. "Scooters? Come on. We want romance, not carburetors." He opened Pink Flowers again, skipping pages. "Here we go, listen to this," he read. "Let it be," the lyrics soaring. People dabbed at tears, clutched chests. A lump filled my throat, not from emotion but frustration. This was absurd, humiliating. Where were the guild officers? Why had Tony allowed this? I scanned the room. Tony and the board members had vanished. Ferrara finished the song lyrics, closed the book, and strode toward the signing table. "Line up," he called. "Get your signed copy tonight. Our star will sign every last one." Before I could flee, a burly volunteer gripped my arm gently but firmly and guided me to the signing chair. A pen appeared in my hand. A stack of thick pink hardbacks piled before me. Audience members rushed, pressing copies toward me, eyes shining. "Please sign," they begged. "Your words touched my soul." My protests blurred. Eventually I scribbled my name, over and over, page after page, powerless. Ferrara leaned in before exiting, winked again, and whispered, "Nice job, kiddo," then glided out to roaring applause. I signed until my wrists cramped, until the faces melted into a single wide grin, and the room seemed to bob on waves. "Nami, wake up," a voice said, distant, human, loving. Pressure on my shoulder. My eyes snapped open. Bedroom ceiling. Lamp glow. My husband's face hovered, worried. Sweat clung to my hairline. "You were thrashing," he murmured. "Nightmare?" I pushed upright, breaths fast. Relief cascaded. "A terrible dream," I said, voice hoarse. "They printed my book pink. They made Adam Ferrara read Beatles lyrics." He blinked, puzzled yet patient. "That's quite specific." I sagged onto pillows. The room felt wonderfully ordinary. No crowds, no cameras. I grabbed his hand, grounding myself. "Please," I whispered, "when the book finally goes to print, promise me it isn't pink." "Deal," he said, half laughing, half soothing. He slipped back under blankets. I lay beside him, heart slowing. Through the window a faint glow of dawn outlined treetops. I thought of the hydrant kids, the kissing couple, Ferrara, Tony, pink flowers. A wild mental carnival built from nerves and fear of failing. I breathed through it, reminding myself morning always follows strange nights. And when my book eventually launched, blue cover, scooter proud, I would arrive early, grip the podium, and read my own words, unborrowed, unmisprinted, bright as a Vespa roaring down a seaside road. It was nearly midnight when Duke Filippo Galeazzo, Lord of Milan, woke from a restless dream about glass walls closing around him. Someone was hammering at his bedchamber door. He sat up in the faint glow of the embers in his hearth and called out, "Who rouses me at this hour?" From the corridor came an urgent answer. "Your Grace, it is Captain Vincenzo." Before the Duke could give permission, the latch lifted and Captain Vincenzo pushed inside, breathing hard, sword half drawn, helmet askew, eyes alive with worry. "Intruders, my lord," he said. "We found strangers inside the storerooms. Some fled into the night. I chased one myself. I came straight here to be sure you were safe." Filippo swung his legs over the side of the bed, already angry. "Intruders in my own palace? Did they steal anything?" "We have not finished searching, Your Grace. I posted extra guards, but I thought it wiser to wake you at once." Filippo stood, drew a heavy night cloak across his shoulders, jammed a velvet cap on his head, and marched toward the door. "I will not sleep while thieves prowl my house." The corridors were dark except for torches guttering in their brackets. Two sleepy sentries snapped to attention, then fell in step behind their master and the captain. Steel halberds glittered red in firelight. Beyond the Duke's private wing lay a broad courtyard. A chill breeze moved among the olive trees his late father had planted. Pale moonlight fell on the white marble arches his grandfather had spent a lifetime raising. Those arches gleamed like bones in the dimness. Filippo quickened his stride, anger warming him better than any cloak. Across the courtyard stood a long, low building of stone and cedar beams. In daylight it looked plain. At midnight, with thin mist creeping between pillars, it seemed haunted. That building held his greatest treasure, shelves and shelves of books. Filippo loved words more than gems or silks. His father had wasted fortunes on rare wines. His grandfather had emptied treasuries on cathedrals. Filippo bought manuscripts. He dispatched agents across Italy and beyond, north into the German states, south toward Sicily, west to Spain, east to Constantinople, searching for poetry, histories, works of natural philosophy, volumes of fables. Scribes in his pay copied fragile scrolls. Illuminators painted gold around capitals. The Duke kept the key to that library on a cord around his neck even while he slept. Now, fireflies of torchlight bobbed through doorways as soldiers checked cupboards and peered between crates of olive oil. A bent custodian, gray-bearded and stooped, wrung his hands near the entrance. The Duke could not recall the man's name, Gianni, Giovanni, perhaps, but addressed him anyway. "You there," Filippo said, voice echoing among rafters. "Tell me what was taken." The caretaker bowed. "Nothing appears missing, Your Grace. But look, Someone removed this volume, opened it on the reading table, and fled before finishing. Filippo brushed past. On a wide cypress table lay an open book. Candlelight revealed a page crowded with swirling ink, and in the center, a bright picture of a high stone castle lit by rosy dawn. The Duke frowned. He did not recognize the volume at once. His library was far too large for that. He put both hands on the stiff parchment, and turned back one page to the beginning of that tale. The heading read, in heavy black Gothic letters, Der Schlafen Königreich, and smaller beneath, in Latin script, Sleeping Kingdom. He lifted the cover to see the title stamped on the front, Verschiedene Märchen, assorted fairy stories, no author listed. Memory returned. 10 years earlier, on a youthful trip through the German forests, he had bought that very book from a tinker. He had admired the leather binding and bright miniatures, but had never bothered to read the stories. German was not his best tongue, and he had no children who might beg for bedtime tales. The volume had rested untouched ever since. Why had a burglar chosen it? Out of so many richer works, gold-leaf Bibles, atlases studded with lapis, chronicles bound in scarlet goatskin, why this plain storybook? Filippo felt an odd pull, as though the thief had left behind a message. He settled onto the bench where the intruder must have sat, bent close to the page, and began to read, careful to mouth each German word until meaning settled in his mind. It was, at first glance, a common tale, an offended witch, a spiteful curse, a kingdom drifting into endless sleep. He had heard something similar as a child from Lombard nurses, Sleeping Beauty, a spinning wheel, a rescuing prince. Yet here the details differed. No princess stood at the center. The tale listed the royal family only in passing. Instead, page after page described how every person, king, baker, maid, tax collector, swineherd, fell where they stood, each shown in a little painted frame. One dozed over a tray of parsley, another snored beside a bucket of milk. The witch's vengeance snared all. Filippo yawned. Candlelight danced. He glanced at Captain Vincenzo, who waited silent near the doorway, then at 2 guards posted outside. The Duke spoke without looking up. "I shall take this volume back to my chamber. Post sentries at every exit. Search until dawn." "As you command," Vincenzo replied. Back beneath his carved bed canopy, Filippo lay on a mound of cushions, the fairy book propped on his knees. He kept reading. He expected dull repetition, perhaps a hero somehow escaping sleep, but instead, after all the portraits of slumbering citizens, the writing changed. It said that while bodies lay still, minds began a shared dream, vague at first, then bright with color. In that dream the sleepers entered a realm of warm light and soft air, a place without fear. He frowned. Such abstraction was unusual for folk tales. He turned a page. The text shifted again, now describing silk sheets brushing bare skin, gentle morning sun, the sweet hush of 2 lovers in bed. Their names appeared, Aline and Kirai, children of rival families whose affection had long been secret. He saw them in illustration, 2 youths wrapped in linen, faces open with tenderness. Outside their shuttered window glowed a world unstained by suspicion. Filippo blinked. He felt the hush too, as though he were intruding on private happiness. The story's language grew more intimate, pages tinted with rose and gold. He read on. The lovers whispered plans, their vow to eat together at a tavern no matter who saw, their stroll under soft clouds. In the margin, an artist's hand had painted the tavern sign, a brass griffin, so finely it seemed to swing. The Duke rubbed his eyes. Was he weary or bewitched by ink? He turned another page. There stood a troupe of dancers, family of 8, clad in brick-red tunics, whirling into the tavern with ropes of flame. He could almost hear finger drums, smell scorched herbs. He swallowed, throat dry. When the tale said the elder dancer began telling a news story, prophecy of machinists forging a man of iron, his pulse fluttered. The words felt alive, urgent, as though meant for him alone. Filippo yawned again. Heat drifted from the brazier. He pulled a coverlet halfway up his chest. He tried to place the book aside, but curiosity chained him. The prophecy spoke of a mechanical man chased from society, hiding in wild forests, watching a kindly family through a window, learning their joys from afar. The book asked readers to imagine the automaton's loneliness, to see what he saw in the family's magical mirror. Filippo's lids drooped, yet the sentences seemed to shine. One line commanded, "Look through the mirror now." And inexplicably, Filippo felt as if he obeyed. He did not remember the candle sputtering out. He did not recall his head sinking to the pillow. Yet suddenly he was nowhere in his own room. He floated on grey mist. He felt neither sheet nor mattress under his back. In front of him hung a vast window of nothing, and within its dull surface faint scenes shimmered: a sleeping king on a throne, a tax collector snoring over coins, two youths in a tavern, a wooden man crouched under snow-heavy branches. Each scene lay inside another, like reflections inside reflections. And in the deepest layer he glimpsed, with a burst of cold fright, himself, a duke in velvet nightcap, sprawled in a canopy bed, book half open on his chest. He tried to shout. No sound came. His arms lay numb. He watched himself breathe. He watched the other scenes swirl around him, each looking outward at the next. It was a spiral, minds dreaming of minds, worlds gazing at worlds, no end, no beginning. Hours earlier, while Filippo still sat at the table with the stolen book, Captain Vincenzo had walked the length of the library, tapping shelves with gloved fingers. He found nothing amiss, yet unease gnawed him. Why choose that little fairy book? Why leave it open as if inviting the Duke? He questioned the caretaker, who swore no one had visited all evening. He sent runners along the walls, but guards saw no footprints below, no ropes, no broken locks. At dawn, Vincenzo crept back to the Duke's chamber. Two halberdiers stood outside. They had heard no noise all night. Vincenzo eased the door ajar. Curtain light filtered through carved shutters. Duke Filippo lay in bed, book on his chest, breathing peacefully. Still, something felt off. Vincenzo cleared his throat. The Duke did not stir. He stepped closer. He touched Filippo's shoulder. The Duke's eyes snapped open. They were dark, unfocused. He did not see Vincenzo. His lips moved almost soundlessly, murmuring words the captain did not understand, a strange mix of German and Italian, half prayer, half question. Vincenzo called his name twice. No answer. Then Filippo inhaled sharply, book slid from his chest, thudded to the floor. He blinked twice and sat up. "Captain?" he said. "My lord, forgive me," Vincenzo said. "You slept deeply. Are you well?" Filippo's brow furrowed. "I do not know." He shook his head as if shaking off water. "Bring me bread and wine. Send for Father Matteo. And," he glanced at the book on the carpet, "have that volume locked away where no one may touch it." Within the hour the Duke's physician arrived, then a priest, then a secretary to record the Duke's words. Doctors bled him, claiming bad humors. The priest sprinkled holy water on the leather cover of the fairy book. Scribes catalogued every item in the storeroom. None solved the mystery. That night the Duke again insisted on keeping the German book near. Guards begged him to rest without it. Filippo silenced them. He had to finish. Some key waited deep inside those pages, something the intruder might have sought. He read through sunset, through moonrise, until only one tale remained, the story of a band of climbers struggling to a mountain peak where a seer foretold doom. As he read, his chest tightened. Each sentence felt heavier. When he reached the passage where the climbers gazed into shifting clouds and saw a man asleep with book on chest, something clicked. He felt the dream returning, coiling around him like smoke. He closed the book. He rose, paced, splashed water on his face. The dream pressed closer. He roused servants, ordered lamps lit in every corner. Still, walls seemed thin, shadows deep. Finally he fled down corridors, clutching the fairy book, determined to lock it away. He reached the storage building, found the iron strongbox where crowns and seals were kept. He shoved the book inside, snapped the lid, turned twin keys. He exhaled. A weight lifted from his ribs. Behind him, a whisper. Your Grace. He spun. The caretaker, Giovanni, stood half-hidden between shelves. You tired of guarding? Filippo snapped. I came to check the doors, sire. And to say... The old man hesitated. Perhaps you should ask why the intruder opened that book at all. Some say certain volumes choose their readers. Filippo stepped nearer. Candlelight made the caretaker's wrinkles deep and severe. Who are you? The Duke said. To speak of fate? Giovanni dipped his head. A servant. But I have eyes. Last week 3 scholars catalogued Latin texts. They reported no thieves. 2 days later scribes copied a Greek codex. Still no thieves. Yet the night after you dismissed your council, when no one should have known you would come here, someone risked death to leaf through a forgotten fairy book and leave it in your path. Perhaps that someone wanted you to read, my lord. Filippo bristled. Speak plainly. Giovanni met his gaze. His eyes, though old, were steady. I believe the witch's curse is a mirror, your grace. When you gaze at her dream, it gazes back. Filippo clenched his fists. Nonsense. I would pray, sire, the caretaker said, before you sleep again. The Duke strode away, anger masking alarm. He ordered double guard outside his door, but sleep crept in before dawn. Without the book nearby, he dreamed no more of lovers or mountains. He dreamed instead of glass walls, the same narrow cage from the first night, closing tight, squeezing air from his lungs. He woke gasping, terrified yet oddly relieved not to see echoes of stories within stories. The stolen book stayed locked. Weeks passed. The Duke avoided the storeroom, claiming repairs. Yet rumors swirled, that he paced nights, that servants heard him mutter in German, that he barred windows as though fearing distant eyes. Captain Vincenzo watched, uneasy. Father Matteo offered blessings. None soothed Filippo. One damp autumn evening, a messenger arrived bearing a parchment. It was written in coarse hand, unsigned, sealed with no crest. The note contained only one sentence in precise German. Those who unlock a dream must walk its halls until they know every door. Filippo's face drained of color. He crushed the note, then demanded the strongbox. Guards dragged it into his chamber. He dismissed everyone, sat alone, keys trembling between fingers. Candlelight danced. Outside, the city of Milan slept. Finally he unlocked the lid. Inside lay Verschiedene Märchen, looking no different than any other book. He opened to the mountain tale. He read the last page again, the climbers staring into clouds, seeing deeper and deeper. He felt walls recede, breath slow. He turned one more page, though he remembered none beyond. It was blank. The next 2. Only white parchment. Yet faint lines crawled onto the page as he watched, shaping new letters, Italian, not German. Welcome, Duke Filippo Galeazzo. Beyond this gate you will find what was stolen. His heartbeat hammered. He reached to close the book, but his fingertips never touched the cover. Instead, the page gleamed wet, like water, and his hand sank through the parchment as if through a cool pond. He jerked back, shocked. Ink rippled outward. An icy draught wafted. He could smell pine and snow. Against reason he leaned closer. He saw, beyond the page, the very summit from the story, peak bathed in moonlight, the lean-to of the seer, empty now. Wind hissed, real as breath. He took the candle in one hand, the book in the other, and stepped forward. The page widened, swallowing lamplight, swallowing him. Cedar smoke vanished. The chamber emptied, save for a fallen key. When Captain Vincenzo dared enter at dawn, the Duke was gone. Guards turned out every closet, searched ramparts, dragged the canal. They found no intruder, no struggle, no trace but that one iron key. On the Duke's pillow lay the fairy book, closed, locked shut with thread of silver that no knife could cut. Word spread quick. Some said the Duke had lost his wits and fled. Others whispered the witch from the story had claimed him. Only old Giovanni, sweeping library steps, murmured that gates swing both ways. He cleaned dust from a marble arch, straightened, and smiled a thin secret smile. His eyes, for a heartbeat, gleamed the color of sunrise on high mountain snow. Inside the silent palace the book waited, silver thread shiny. It would open again someday, for another curious soul. Pages would flutter. Stories would stare back. And somewhere beyond windows of dream and mirror, Duke Filippo Galeazzo walked unknown paths, seeking a door that led home, while a witch watched with patient eyes like deep dark wells, pleased to have lured one more reader into her endless, turning tale. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I always pictured the hill country as gentle, sloping pastures dotted with oaks, slow rivers sliding between limestone banks, and the sun dipping behind lavender ridges while cicadas sang about evening breezes and cheap beer. Every tourism brochure on the rack beside the lobby elevator hinted at that peace. Little watercolor sketches of Fredericksburg storefronts, peach orchards smiling beneath a sky as blue as a country song. When I left the chain hotel in San Marcos that morning, I figured the drive west would be a lazy one. I had a rented Mazda, a large to-go coffee, and a playlist full of 1980s pop. 2 hours on a state highway, a quick check-in at a B&B, and I'd spend the rest of the day strolling among antique shops sniffing lavender soap. I should have stayed on the interstate. That route might have added 15 minutes, but at least I would have cell service, lighted exits, and the comfort of other cars. Instead, I decided to take the scenic way. As the concierge called it, Highway 201, narrow, cracked, wandering across ranch land and oak thickets. She told me it would be quicker this early in the morning because I would miss tourist traffic. She smiled like someone who knew a secret, and I wanted to prove I wasn't another city idiot glued to Google Maps. Let the hill country surprise you, she added, handing me a printed list of lavender farms and peach stands I could visit. I tucked the sheet into the console without glancing at it, waved, and felt adventurous, as if a 40-something IT consultant could still claim spontaneity. 40 miles out I lost reception. No warning, just the little bars on my screen sliding into nothing. I muttered at the phone, at the useless antenna, at the low ridge to my left that blocked the tower signal, but I kept driving. The low gray clouds promised June heat later, but for the moment the unpaved shoulders glistened damp from a dawn shower, and I rolled down the window to breathe cedar. Lingering thunderheads to the east flashed pale pink. The highway climbed. The grade wasn't steep, just relentless, a long incline that narrowed until the shoulder vanished. I passed one battered sign that read Preacher's Mill 22 miles, the green paint peeling so badly the letters looked like chalk. I made a mental note. If I saw that town, I was still on the right road. After that, only fence posts appeared, spindly, leaning, stitched together by rusted wire. No cars. No scattered cattle. No mailboxes. Just scrub and the distant outline of a ridge. When the Mazda's engine sputtered, the radio died at the exact same instant. 1 second Peter Gabriel sang, "In Your Eyes." The next an empty click settled into the dash, and the headlights winked out like the world itself had blown a fuse. Shock sent a jolt through my chest. I pumped the brake and steered to the center of the lane as the power steering quit and the car rolled to a crawl. The engine sighed once and stopped. Silence. I stared at the steering wheel as if it might explain the cosmic joke. New rental. Full tank. No warning lights. I twisted the key again. Not even the courtesy rattle of a starter motor. I checked the phone plugged into the USB port. Black screen, no charging icon. Dead too. Ridiculous. Modern batteries could sit idle for days. How did they both die at once? When anger replaced confusion, I slapped the wheel, yanked the emergency brake, and reached into the glove box. The door flopped open, exhaling a tumble of paper, Exxon maps, a faded AAA road atlas from 2014, last month's Better Homes and Gardens, sleep aids. The floral articles always knocked me out. Under the gloss of a lavender-colored spring decor spread, my heavy aluminum flashlight waited. I pulled it free, clicked the button, and a hot white beam raced across the passenger seat. At least something worked. The front windshield had fogged from my breaths. I knuckled a clearing in the mist with my palm. The road ahead looked the same in both directions, a thin strip of asphalt vanishing between oak silhouettes. No ranch gates, no paint-peeling barns, no distant porch light. Only the faint curve of a hill back east where I had come from and another rise half a mile west. The night had decided to swallow everything else. I kept quiet, listening for obvious sounds, leaves, insects, even a breeze, but the silence pressed like wool over my ears. The absence itself unnerved me, as if the world held its breath. "Bring a charger," I muttered at the reflection in the rearview mirror. "Always bring the charger." Heat hung inside the cab though the air had grown cool outside. I rolled down the window exactly 3 cranks, stuck my head out, and gulped one breath of cedar and dust-scented air. No comfort came with the smell because the silence followed my ears. My racing pulse and the tick of the cooling engine were the only noises. I shoved the driver's side door open. The hinge squealed as if it belonged to a cattle gate not maintained for 20 years. Gravel shifted when my boots hit the shoulder. One step and sweat trickled beneath my collar despite the mild temperature. Nerves, not heat. I aimed the flashlight beam down each side of the road and saw only pallid tree trunks. At my feet lay a scatter of white limestone pebbles, each glowing where the LEDs swept. I considered waiting until another car happened by. Then I remembered I had not seen a tail light or headlight since leaving Interstate 5. For all I knew, no other human would cross this ridge until dawn. That idea multiplied the pressure in my chest. I clicked the flashlight off to save battery, climbed back into the driver's seat, and unfolded one of the maps across my knees. The beam quivered over my lap as I adjusted. Highway 201 formed a lazy half-circle north of the larger highways, threading through maybe 5 tiny ranch towns before hooking south again into Fredericksburg. According to the odometer reading when I left the hotel, I ought to have been within 20 minutes of my turn onto 165. If this was mile 20 of a 30-mile stretch, I should have at least reached Preacher's Mill. Either I had missed the town in the dark, I doubted that, or the map wasn't accurate, which was possible. I smoothed the map straighter and pressed my forefinger to the red line. "Here," I said, talking to myself in hopes the sound would stave off rising dread. "You turned west at the 201 sign, you passed Wimberley turnoff, you followed the curve." My flashlight flickered, then remembered itself. I kept talking to keep from listening for something else in the hush outside. If I'm before Preacher's Mill, the hill I climbed makes sense. If I'm after, I'd be descending. But it felt like I'd been going up forever. When one bead of sweat slid from my temple, I wiped it on my sleeve. Now I realized the night's mildness had vanished. The interior of the truck felt close and hot, as if I had parked under a blazing sun. Weird. I leaned over to the window crank again, but before I touched it I heard the first sound since the engine died, a bare, delicate scuff of gravel behind the Mazda. My breath caught. I snapped the flashlight toward the rear. Nothing. I turned, shining the beam through the back window. Empty pavement. Chill crawled up my arms anyway. I leaned across the seat, opened the glove box again, and fumbled for the folded leaflet the concierge had printed, as if reading about cottages that sold lavender sachets would restore a sense of normality. Paper landed on the floor again. I growled at the mess. "Get a grip," I said aloud. "You're stranded 1 hour from a B&B with free sangria." I stuffed maps back inside the box. With fingers still on the glove compartment door I paused. A shape glimmered far down the road behind the truck, within the fringe of my headlight's last memory. I couldn't see detail, only a darker outline against the trees. I squeezed the flashlight and adjusted myself for a better angle. The shape resolved into a figure. A thin man wearing coveralls and a cap, one arm lifted as though half-waving. He stood exactly in the center of the lane. A breath lodged in my throat. "Sir?" The shout sounded shrill. "Sir, do you need help?" The figure did not move. "Go talk to him," I ordered myself. People helped each other on back roads. Maybe he needed a ride. I stepped out again, flashed the beam forward, and walked carefully. The crunch beneath my boots felt too loud. as though it warned the stranger. But when I drew within 10 paces, I realized the man wasn't flesh at all. The beam revealed a smooth plastic face, unmoving lips, painted pupils. A department store mannequin. My mind flickered through absurd explanations. Prank, photo project, county fair escapee. I circled it. The pose was oddly dynamic. Right hand attuned to some invisible object ahead, torso bent forward, left foot planted, right leg lifted behind as if he had been caught sprinting and frozen mid-stride. The details were excellent. Tiny mold lines at the knuckles, dusty brown scuffs across the boots. But in the LED light the skin shone just enough to betray its fakery. "What the hell?" I whispered. The mannequin smelled faintly of polyurethane and something mustier. Old peaches, maybe? I looked into the trees, half expecting a hidden camera team filming my reaction. Nothing. Gradually I noticed the temperature had climbed again. Sweat soaked the back of my shirt. That was enough. I returned to the truck and slammed the door, careful not to break the silence further, and tried the ignition. Desperation turned into fury when the engine remained dead. I punched the horn. No sound, because the battery was gone. "What else can go wrong?" I muttered. The dashboard plastic felt tacky from heat. The flashlight lay across the passenger seat where the maps had been, and the beams slid gradually toward dim violet. Batteries fading too. Of course. Fine. I would walk until I found help. Exercise and fresh air, right? I grabbed the heaviest map, folded it pocket size, took the flashlight, locked the Mazda automatically, and stepped onto the road. Behind me the mannequin shimmered under weak starlight. I forced myself not to glance back again. Gravel hissed underfoot. I counted steps, told myself every curve looked familiar only because every curve in limestone country looks identical at night. Sweat gathered on my brow despite the flashlight's beam shrinking and the air's temperature dropping again. No insects hummed. Each time I reached the crest of a gentle hill I hoped to see distant headlights. Instead only the next dip. 10 minutes became 15. My nerves buzzed as if charged by static. Just beyond the flash range of the LED, trees seemed poised to lean inward. I tried to whistle but my mouth was too dry. When the beam glinted off metal rails I nearly cried in relief. Railroad crossing signs rose ahead, the old X warning and 2 red lamps dormant above. A freight train sat across the highway, perhaps 20 cars long, silent, engine dark out of sight. Even an idle train meant a conductor, maybe a crewman with a radio. I hurried to the nearest car, a rust-flecked gondola, aimed the light along its flank, and shouted, "Hello? Anyone there?" Silence answered. I climbed the embankment, pressed my ear to metal chilled by night, and listened. No rumble of idling diesel. I pounded with my fist. Nothing. I ducked under the coupler, crossed the ballast, and gained the far side of the tracks. From this height I spied a scatter of sodium street lamps about a quarter-mile downhill. A town. Relief flooded again. Even if tiny, a town had lights. A diner maybe opened late. Maybe a sheriff with jumper cables. I walked faster, almost jogged. The grade eased. Asphalt widened into angled parking slots. The first street lamp revealed a tin awning over a wooden porch. Sign above the door read Harper County Sheriff in faded black paint. Beside the station, partly hidden behind a low hedge, waited a payphone. The handset dangled like a broken limb, but light glowed inside the little booth. Hope renewed. I stepped onto the town's main street and slowed. No cars lined the slots. No neon flickered. Every window lay dark save the sheriff's front office. The stillness felt heavier than in the woods. Street lamps droned faintly, but otherwise nothing stirred. Payphones made noises even if out of order, a dial tone, a distant hum. I lifted the receiver. Silence swallowed the shell of the handset. Out of habit I jammed coins into the slot, punched 0. Nothing. I clicked the lever, tried again. Coins dropped straight into the return tray without clink. Fine. Real people existed behind that lighted window. I crossed, rapped twice on the worn wooden door, and found it unlatched. The door opened into a foyer stale with dust. One bulb glowed above the clerk's counter. Chairs for waiting visitors lined the paneled wall. A pot-bellied stove sat cold. Behind the counter, rows of desks faced a bulletin board digital in the 1970s sense, thumbtacks and curling posters. "Hello?" My greeting bounced off varnished pine. No reply. I stepped farther inside. The floorboards yielded soft squeaks. Dust clouded under my boots. I inhaled the sweet must of neglected furniture. On each desk a black rotary telephone rested, the cord snipped, no wires anywhere. Coffee cups glued to saucers. Typewriters gutted of ribbon, their key bars welded motionless. The sheriff's office was a prop. A movie set frozen for a western, except wrong decade. My mind first laughed at the prank, then reeled in genuine fear. Who erected such a fake? Who left it in the wilderness? It reminded me of news stories about nuclear testing villages filled with mannequins. The mannequins. My pulse spiked. I backed toward the front room, eyes scanning for movement. Past the glass front window, under the sodium lamp, the Running Man mannequin now stood on the sidewalk. Same coveralls, same red shirt. Before I could tell my legs to retreat, I stepped forward against will, palm resting on cold glass. I blinked. The mannequin's head had turned. The painted eyes looked directly into mine. The plastic lips parted a fraction. I wanted to scream, but breath glued itself to lung tissue. My shoulders jerked, some fight inside me, but limbs froze. I felt an invisible net cinch around joints, tightening. The fingers I raised to pound on the glass mid-moment stiffened. My hip pivoted backward, my free leg lifted. My torso angled as though I, too, were about to dash. Panic hammered. No sound came from my throat. Even tears refused to form. Skin hardened into something smooth. In the storefront reflection, I watched my skin's color drain to cheap mannequin beige. I watched eyes gloss. I watched pupils flatten into painted discs. The transformation advanced, knitting cloth of my shirt into fused seams, sculpting hair into molded waves. I fought until nerves dulled, until thoughts slowed like color inside cooling lava. Final terror trumpeted once, then muted. Far up the hill, the Mazda's engine growled alive. An old man in overalls shifted into gear, easing the truck onto the road. His left hand idled at the wheel. His right balanced a clipboard with addresses scribbled beside names. Low-beam headlights swept the trees. In the cargo bed 2 crates of peaches glowed golden despite the night, each fruit absurdly large. Next to them sat a new collection, a folded traveler's map, a heavy aluminum flashlight, and a latest issue Better Homes and Gardens. The old man drove east toward the next rural highway, whistling tunelessly between the gap where his front teeth should have been. Behind him the silent town waited, street lamps burning over its stationary sheriff's office, each desk occupied by mannequins stiff in forever poses, clerks on rotary phones, deputies hunched over paperwork, a traveler in hiking boots pressed against the front glass, frozen mid-dash toward a freedom that would never arrive. I woke up on the rear bench seat of Frankie's borrowed Mazda, already sweating under the Texas sun, already wondering why I ever let Frankie convince me to take a job in the middle of nowhere with a stranger named Charlie who had showed up carrying a shoebox full of off-brand walkie-talkies like he was starring in a low-budget heist flick from the early 90s. The plan, at least as Frankie had explained it, was simple. Dentalian Pharmaceuticals kept a standalone research site west of Wimberley, up in the hill country where cedar and limestone ridges roll like slow waves all the way to Fredericksburg. The building sat out there alone, hidden behind live oak scrub and a long caliche drive. No neighbors, no permanent staff, no cameras, one guard on an 8-hour rotation, and this was the part that sold me, no network cable running to the outside world. The place was a digital island. Whatever files or code they stored on site never touched the internet, never drifted into a wireless backup, never left the building's concrete shell. It sounded secure, but that was exactly why an associate of an associate wanted the newest chemical formula stored on those offline servers. They were willing to pay enough money that I agreed to leave my comfortable routine of cloning phones over lattes and decided, against my better judgment, to break into a corporate vault the old-fashioned way. Frankie's pitch had been delivered while we shared a blunt at his neighborhood dog park. When the weed hit me, I'd pictured a quiet country night, some ductwork dust, a quick file transfer, and a ride back to San Marcos in time for fast food tacos. That was before I learned Charlie's blueprints were third-generation photocopies held together with Scotch tape, or that Frankie had blown half our expenses on renting a vintage cargo van for ambience, or that June in the hill country feels like sitting inside a convection oven. Still, I told myself, a professional adapts. You scout the target, find the weak point, exploit it, collect your fee, and buy the next issue of Better Homes and Gardens to help you sleep. Except this time every normal weak point was missing. I watched the building 3 weeks straight. No employees arrived. No delivery trucks turned up. Even the guard left the property exactly 8 minutes per shift, just long enough to buy coffee from a gas station 10 miles away, and then drove back into the gatehouse. Too easy, I thought, so easy it felt crooked, and I should have walked away right there. But greed is a patient salesman. The more I failed to see anybody use the place, the more I wanted inside. Quiet buildings hide loud secrets. I bought a thermal scope off a prepper message board, thinking maybe work happened at night. I camped in a cedar break and watched the concrete box glow a dull peach, but the heat readings never changed. The servers inside must run unsupervised 24 hours. One night after too many energy drinks, I called Frankie and said, "Nobody goes in. Nobody goes out. The servers aren't on a net. Either they're bricked or they're hosting something worth a fortune." Frankie, stoned as usual, laughed. "All AI now, bro. The scientists are probably sipping patio margaritas while a big machine writes formulas and prints money." It sounded stupid, but the idea wormed sideways into my skull. A room full of humming racks, no people, no cameras, millions in intellectual property boxed up like honey in a hive, waiting for the right thief to smoke out the bees. I found myself imagining a high-level exec explaining to shareholders how unthinkable our breach was and how they'd make sure it never happened again, after we'd already sold their code to some competitor. So I said yes. We needed one night. Charlie would drive the tech van. Frankie would drop me at the south wall, where plans showed a maintenance hatch in the HVAC, swore there was a service ladder hidden behind brush, and that once I got inside the duct network I would skip past every laser grid or motion sensor in the building. He would monitor the one guard from binoculars across the pasture. Charlie would feed me directions through the lime green walkie-talkies he loved so much. Simple. Fast. In and out. At dusk we parked half a mile down a gravel ranch track. Heat still blasted from the rocks, but a bank of thin clouds slipped across the sky, tinting everything gray. I ran the numbers under my breath. 30 seconds to cross the fence. 2 minutes to reach the hatch. 3 minutes to unscrew the plate if the bolts weren't rust-frozen. 10 minutes to crawl through sheet metal tunnels to the floor Great Charlie had highlighted with a red Sharpie. Another 5 minutes to open the server rack, pop in a thumb drive, mirror the disk, and lock everything up like Santa sneaking stale cookies in reverse. Then maybe 15 minutes of dirty climbing back out while repeating the thief's prayer. Let the guards stay dumb, let the bolts stay loose, let the night stay quiet. We radio checked. Charlie crackled. "Ready when you are." "Over." I rolled my eyes at the "over," but staying professional I responded, "Heading in," and jogged into shin-high bunchgrass. Frankie waved from the van's side door, still wearing headphones. The first stars winked through the cloud bank. At the south wall I found the ladder exactly where the blueprint said, hidden behind a curtain of Virginia creeper. The bolts came loose with only mild argument. I wormed into the square mouth of a return duct big enough to fit me if I kept elbows tight and belly flat. Charlie's voice guided me at each junction. "Half right. T-split keep straight. Next up draft pass underneath." Every time I cursed a jagged screw or dropped a micro screwdriver his radio etiquette popped. "Say again, over," I answered through clenched teeth. When it was over, I planned to throw those walkies in the Blanco River. 15 minutes in, sweat slicked my chest and pooled in my goggles. I was certain I smelled hot plastic and server fans. Then the duck took an unexpected drop, like a water slide, and spat me into the center of a junction I didn't recognize. A vent in the east wall glowed with faint starlight, meaning I was still on the south side, but I faced a mirrored T-branch not marked on the skin Charlie had shown. I checked my mental compass. Left curved north, right curved south. Backtracking risked worse confusion. Stranded one junction off route, I decided the internal heat likely funneled northward, so logic said take the warm tunnel. "Charlie," I hissed, "I've got a T-section here." "Which way?" "Over." Static sighed, then his voice. "No T-section on that run." "Did you pass the first diffuser fan?" "Over." I leaned sideways, verifying the diffusers I'd crawled beneath. The one visible behind me, the next probably 15 feet ahead. Yep, identical. I was definitely where the schematic advertised a straight shot. "We copied the wrong revision," I muttered. Louder. "Look, I'm staring at it." "Pick a side." "Over." Rustle of paper, muffled cursing. Finally. "Maybe you missed a right turn earlier. You should be over the kitchen now." "Over." His words stung hotter than the duck's air. I redirected anger into decision. Headlamp bright, I eased down the right branch. The temp rose fast, like opening a dryer. 30 feet and I met another vent. Voices drifted through, dozens of voices weaving the shapeless noise of an office at peak caffeine. My pulse kicked. People. My plan assumed nobody inside. Either shifts had changed or we misjudged everything. Gio Alfino could not remember a time when he did not feel certain that God watched over him with unusual attention. The conviction had grown in him the way a vine claims a wall, root by quiet root, until every thought, every choice, every dream seemed wrapped in the same idea. One day he would stand on the central balcony of St. Peter's Basilica and face the faithful as the first Italian pontiff in generations. There had been a time, long before he was born, when an Italian name seemed almost permanent on the papal roll: Innocent XII, Clement XI, Benedict XIV, Pius VII and VIII and IX. But Gio was born in 1964, and by then a long string of non-Italian popes had followed one another to the chair of St. Peter. Americans, Germans, Poles, Argentinians, each of them, in a way, proof that the Church truly was universal. Gio understood all that. He could even admire it. Yet each conclave's result still brought a tiny instinctive jolt of disappointment, as though the sky itself had inhaled sharply and failed to release its breath. Whenever a pope died, the Alfino family kept a small ritual. Joe's grandmother, the original architect of the tradition, would wrap the tricolor flag that normally hung above the hearth in a sheet of tissue paper, slip the parcel into a leather carry case, and announce that the time had come. Joe's father would phone his supervisor at the Portuense warehouse to ask for leave. Joe's mother would pack a basket with sandwiches of mortadella, briny olives, and blood-red oranges. Gio, who had been predicting his own future since he could read the lives of saints, would sharpen his child's gaze toward the Vatican skyline, certain that the balcony over St. Peter's Square was waiting for him. Some years it rained. Some years a cool Roman sun warmed the square and made the marble glow like fresh milk. It made no difference, whether wet or dry. Joe's grandmother would hoist her grandson onto her hip and whisper, "Piccolo mio, guarda, look, see where Michelangelo's dome touches the clouds. That is where you will speak." Her breath carried the faded bite of morning espresso, a hint of wine from the night before, and Gio loved her so fiercely in those moments that his heart beat at the back of his throat. He asked once, "Nana, do you think they can hear my prayers up there?" And she had laughed, wiping rain off his cheeks though the sky was clear. "They? Surely you mean he. And yes, amore, heaven listens best to children who listen to heaven." He took it as a contract. All things considered, Joe's boyhood was unremarkable. The day-to-day texture of primary school, catechism class, and afternoon football left him little time for epic dreams. He studied hard without complaint, earned respectable marks, and understood instinctively how far to involve himself with the local boys who spent weekends smoking cigarettes in the neglected park at the end of the street. He had friends, enough of them to fill idle hours, not so many that he risked being distracted from the discipline he believed God required. In summer he helped his father unload trucks at the warehouse, or swept sawdust in the joinery where a cousin shaped church pews and ornamental lecterns. In winter he carried groceries for his mother and listened to his grandmother recite lives of saints while knitting wool socks. Then, when Gio was 8, his sister was born. The Alfino household rearranged itself around her the way furniture shifts after an earthquake. Nothing broke, but the position of every piece felt irreversibly altered. Joe's mother had prayed for another child for years and greeted the infant as prophecy fulfilled. His father, a quiet man who measured his words the way he measured the space between pallets in the delivery trucks, began singing old Abruzzese lullabies in a gentle baritone the neighbors had never heard. Gio himself, so certain of his destiny that he sometimes imagined the white cicchetto already pressing his dark curls, felt something new when he looked into the baby's milk-blue eyes, an ache of tenderness so sharp it frightened him. He had already learned from catechism that shepherds protect their flocks. Now he realized that guardianship might one day require sacrifice. Night after night, while the baby slept in a wicker cradle, Gio knelt by her side and prayed that angels would station themselves at the four corners of her room. He even taught the infant how to cross herself, guiding her miniature hand forehead to chest, shoulder to shoulder, until she giggled. He named her Benedetta when no one else was listening. Blessed. For several years the rhythm of the Alfino home remained unbreached, though life, restless by nature, always tests routines. The morning of the vase was one such test. It was a simple accident. Joe's mother had set her favorite Florentine glass filled with fresh roses on a side table too near the children's game of hide-and-seek. Benedetta, then only 5, ducked behind the table, nudged it, and the vase tipped. Flour had slapped marble. Glass burst in a spray like hard rain. Their mother arrived at the sound, eyes already sparking. Benedetta's lower lip trembled. Gio looked at the shards and at his sister's cheeks, blotched with panic, and did what seemed natural. He stepped forward, fists balled. "I'm sorry, Mama," he said, voice high with fear yet steady. "I was chasing her. I knocked it." The lie lasted hours. Their mother scolded him, then retrieved the family's Children's 10 Commandments poster, a cheerful cartoon tableau painted by a cousin, and tapped her finger against the 9th rule. "Thou shalt not lie." Then she made him sweep the pieces into a dustpan while Benedetta watched, eyes round with guilt. That night Gio knelt where he always knelt, beside the wicker cradle, and asked forgiveness. He was ashamed to have violated a commandment, even for love, and more ashamed to realize he would do it again if necessary. How could he one day wear the fisherman's ring with deceit on his conscience? He whispered his confession to the nightlight, and promised never again to let affection outweigh obedience. Time moved, dragging him with it. He finished classical studies, won a scholarship to the Pontifical Gregorian University, added scholastic Latin and conversational German to the Tuscan-flavored Italian of his childhood. Professors noted his courtesy, his almost luminous precision of thought. Some said he reminded them of Montini in his student days. He wore his vocation lightly yet irreversibly. When he slipped into cassock and surplice for the first time, a visiting archbishop remarked, "He looks born to it." A master's in physics from Catholic University of America broadened his reputation. Parish newsletters repeated the story of the brilliant young priest who could calculate orbital mechanics and parse Thomas Aquinas with equal fluency. A curial official joked that Gio ought to take lessons in Mandarin before someone else claimed the future. Gio laughed, a bright sound, genuine. But 8 months later began Mandarin tutorials with a retired IBM engineer in Trastevere. By the time he accepted elevation to the College of Cardinals at 53, he could celebrate Mass in 9 languages and deliver a homily in 15. He never forgot the promise of childhood. Whenever a pope died, Gio visited his family in Portuense, not always on the first train, but as soon as protocol allowed. and pressed his forehead to the tricolor flag his grandmother still kept wrapped in tissue. She was frighlier now, but her eyes gleamed like polished walnut. "The balcony, Piccolo," she would murmur, though Gio was tall and silver-templed. One day. Then came February. Rome's almond trees had barely begun to bud when the reigning pontiff suffered a pulmonary embolism. 3 weeks later Gio entered the Sistine Chapel with 119 other cardinals under a pale bruise of sky. News anchors speculated, faithful prayed, bookmakers in London offered odds on likely candidates. Inside, the ballots mounted swiftly in Joe's favor, swiftly, but not unanimously. He was, by Vatican standards, a progressive. He had hinted at lifting mandatory celibacy for secular clergy, had suggested in a Jesuit interview that the Church should speak less about sin and more about mercy. A faction of older prelates bristled. They formed temporary alliances, whispered corridors, placed tactical votes for an aging Ghanaian, a severe English canonist, a South Korean liturgy scholar. Each morning black smoke curled from the copper chimney and drifted across St. Peter's Square. Outside, crowds grew. Pilgrims from every continent held signs, some praying for him by name, some pleading for renewal, some begging simply for hope. Aerial photographs showed a human tide packed shoulder to shoulder. Reporters announced it was the largest assembly since Paul VI's funeral. Gio slept little. Each night he returned to his simple cell, knelt before the crucifix, and prayed first for Benedetta, who sent him cheerful texts about his odds in the British betting pools, then for the church, then, last, for himself. He coughed, tasting the soot that drifted through cracks in the ancient walls. The smoke smelled sharper than he remembered from childhood, as though unfamiliar chemicals had been mixed with the burned ballots. On the morning of March 13th he awoke strangely calm, the decision already echoing in his bones before the day's first vote began. When the final tally was announced, and the dean of the college asked whether he would accept election, Gio felt as though the question had been waiting since he first pointed a chubby finger at the balcony. He answered accepto. He had chosen the papal name months earlier. Now the syllables rose of their own volition. Benedictus, he said, the blessed, thinking of his sister, remembering glass shards on marble. White smoke rushed from the chimney. Bells clanged. Cheers shivered the basilica's columns. Swiss guards ushered him toward the narrow door that led to the Stanza del Pianto, the room of tears. Protocol dictated he would spend only minutes inside, enough time to weep, to dress in the white cassock laid out in 3 sizes, to compose a blessing, but the name of the room had always puzzled Gio. He had never expected to cry. Joy, yes. Ah, perhaps. Tears? They seemed excessive. He stepped through the door, and the world altered. The chamber was small, bare save for a wardrobe, a prie-dieu, a simple table bearing parchment, a crucifix. But in the room's center stood a wooden stool that did not belong in any inventory. Mounted on it, or erupting from it, was a form Gio could not assign to earth or heaven. An eye the size of a man's torso, lidless, vascular, glistening. From its circumference sprouted tapered tendrils, either muscle nor root nor vine but some obscene fusion, pale cords throbbing with pulse. Clear mucus glazed the surface and gathered at the tips, falling in gelatinous drops that splashed on the parquet. The gaze met Joe's and unstitched time. Meaning flooded him without words. We have chosen you. The voice existed nowhere, perhaps inside his marrow. You will speak of us to no one. You will sustain their belief. You will feed us prayers. Fail, and you die. Fail, and all die. The air congealed. Joe's lungs hollowed. In that infinite second he remembered Benedetta as a toddling girl, remembered the broken vase, the lie he told, the 9th commandment, the tiny sin suppressed beneath decades of righteousness. Then tears did come, salt and hot. As suddenly as it appeared, the eye contracted, threads whipping inward like retracting claws until nothing remained but the stool glistening with slime. The room's silence fell heavy. Joe's cassock, trimmed already to his measurements, hung undisturbed on a hanger. He dressed. His hands shook but his face, reflected in a gilt mirror, wore a pilgrim's serenity. He stepped out through curtains onto the loggia. St. Peter's Square roared as though struck by lightning. Italian flags whipped. Benedetta somewhere waved the framed banner their grandmother had carried for decades. He raised his right hand. The microphones hissed. I never expected this day to come. Pope Benedict XVII began, voice resonant, steady, a lie so perfect it sounded like truth. Years later, after motorcades, encyclicals, Christmas masses televised to billions, he lay dying in an apartment overlooking the gardens. Benedetta, now mother of 3, sat by his bed. She told reporters later how she had teased him. You were always humble, Fratello. Except in one thing. Be honest, how did it truly feel, that first night, facing the world? She said. Her brother laughed softly, eyes glistening the way they had atop the balcony. Then, with a sigh so faint she had to lean near, he whispered the sentence she would repeat to every microphone. I looked at the crowd, he told her, and I spoke the greatest lie anyone ever believed. I left my apartment later than usual that night. The plan had been simple enough: pick up a carton of milk at the corner shop, stroll back along the same lamplit route I always used, microwave a leftover burrito, and fall asleep in front of whatever late-night documentary happened to be on. Nothing about the day had promised adventure or mystery. I had worked 8 hours, answered emails, rescheduled a dentist appointment, and wished a colleague happy birthday in the break room. Exactly the sort of day you forget about the moment your head touches the pillow. Yet the universe must have been waiting for the smallest crack in my routine, because one appeared at the precise moment I turned onto Cedar Lane. Cedar Lane split 2 ways, a smooth, well-maintained sidewalk that curved right toward home, and a chipped concrete stretch that veered left into a short tunnel of bare trees, a direction I had never tried. The distance to my apartment building along the familiar right-hand route was maybe 6 minutes, 7 if I walked slowly. The left path disappeared into a bristling darkness and, as far as I knew, led nowhere worth visiting. Still, something about that shadowed road tugged at my curiosity. Maybe it was the weather, damp but not yet raining, the air thick with the smell of wet leaves, or the odd hush that settled whenever the wind paused. Maybe it was simply the desire, buried under years of habit, to see something undiscovered. I paused beside the street sign. Above my head the closest lamp sputtered once, then steadied, but it cast a strange unsteady glow that pulsed along the cracked pavement leading left. The timing felt deliberate, as though an invisible host had dimmed the lights to set the tone. I glanced down the right-hand sidewalk and glimpsed the soft glow of porch lamps, windows, and the bluish wash that spilled from my building's lobby. The scene looked safe, even dull. That was, suddenly, the problem. My tote bag, loaded with only the carton of milk and my phone charger, felt oddly heavy. I shifted it to my other shoulder, testing my resolve. Nothing in my life had ever turned on a single moment of whim, yet I'd read enough novels to know how easily a person might walk into a fate that lay waiting just out of sight. No matter which choice I made, I felt certain I would remember tonight in vivid detail. I thought of the stale burrito waiting in my fridge, of the itchy office uniform I was still wearing, of my early meeting tomorrow. The logical side of my brain scrawled a list of reasons to take the safe turn home and be satisfied with predictability. But growing beneath that argument was another voice, quieter, younger, reminding me that routine has never promised happiness. 10 years from now, would I even remember which reports I had filed today, which invoices I had approved? Probably not. But I might remember the night I stepped into the unknown. If there were a story waiting in those shadows, surely it was better than the 1,000 evenings I had spent on autopilot. I pulled a coin from my coat pocket, an old habit whenever I struggled to decide, and balanced it on my thumb. The coin caught the lamp's flicker, the metal flashing silver. Heads meant home. Tails meant new ground underfoot. I launched it skyward and watched the spinning glint until gravity reclaimed it. It struck the pavement with a neat metallic tap. Tails. My stomach flipped with the result. I stooped, retrieved the coin, and slid it back into my pocket before my caution could protest. Left it is, I said under my breath, hoping to sound steady. My voice, absorbed by the open night, made no echo. The first dozen steps felt innocuous enough. The sidewalk on the left had clearly seen neglect. Cracks and shallow holes riddled the surface, and weeds coiled from the borders. The overhead lamps grew fewer and farther between. Their cones of light resembled islands rather than a chain. As I drifted from one island to the next, the silence heightened. Houses that bordered the right route did not appear here, nor any other buildings. Shrubs and sagging fences quickly gave way to a wall of trees so densely tied together that their branches knitted a partial ceiling. Leaves rustled high overhead even when the wind fell still at ground level. After 50 yards the lamp behind me was a distant blur. I should have turned back then. Instead I pressed onward, my sneakers clicking on patches of loose gravel. Fog, thin at first, began to gather, clinging to the bases of trees and filing across the path. The haze carried an earthy scent, as though the forest exhaled something older than rain. I tried my phone for its flashlight, but of course it flickered a final 2% battery warning before dying with a satisfied black screen. My portable charger remained on my nightstand where I swore I would remember it. It was too late to berate myself. Another 50 feet passed beneath my soles before the road warped. The concrete, damaged but recognizably flat until that point, slanted abruptly and took a curling turn I hadn't anticipated. I stumbled to keep my balance. The curb melted into uneven ground thick with dead leaves and slick mud. The path became more suggestion than structure, a serpent line of darker soil guiding me forward. I looked back and saw nothing resembling the straight sidewalk I had walked mere minutes earlier. The fog behind me thickened so drastically that it formed a wall. Going backward was no longer an option, unless I wished to walk blind. I hushed the part of me that screamed to retreat, and accepted that forward was the only direction. The ground was slick underfoot, spongy in places, and I realized the faint crunch I heard as I walked wasn't always fallen twigs. In the warped half-light, shapes that might have been rocks or rotten logs studded my course. Stepping over them required caution. I touched one with my shoe and recoiled, noticing growths that pulsed like veins across the surface. Possibly fungus. Possibly something else. Another 100 paces brought me to a break in the trees. The path widened to a clearing where the fog parted into thin sheets, swirling around my knees. And there before me stood a forest unlike any I had seen in textbooks or nightmares, great trunks glowing pale blue from within, as if lit by an internal fire. The bark appeared translucent, veins of silver light tracing upward until the branches vanished in darkness. Roots, thick and braided like rope, broke free from the earth and arced skyward before diving back into the soil. They flexed periodically, reminding me of sleeping snakes disturbed by footsteps. At first I doubted my senses. Maybe I was light-starved or half hypoxic, breathing in too little air after hurrying up the slope. But then one of those sinuous roots lifted entirely, curling through the air, dripping beads of viscous sap onto the leaves. The motion was slow but decisive, like an animal testing the air for scent. I felt as though the root's touch would burn if it reached me. Panic gave me clarity. I pivoted, intending to sprint the way I had come. But the entrance to the clearing had sealed itself, branches interlocked, overlapping layers of bark, or perhaps it had never been open in the first place. I stepped backward into the clearing's center, heart banging. The shining trunks around me pulsed in a rhythm disturbingly similar to a heartbeat, though whether mine or theirs, I could not tell. Behind me a hollow series of cracks like ice splitting on a lake snapped through the gloom. The ground sagged. The next moment I dropped. No chance to scream, only the breath-robbing jolt of falling. Dirt and roots blurred past my shoulders. I must have closed my eyes because the next sensation was cold water swallowing me whole. It hit like winter, filling my ears with icy static. Instinct propelled me upward. I broke the surface coughing, blind with stinging drops. My arms thrashed through black water. Pale lights bobbed overhead, bioluminescent fungi dotting jagged stone walls that rose all around. I was in a cavern. The pool stretched away into darkness. Judging distance was impossible without the familiar anchor of daylight or echoing sound. My shoes scraped stone and found purchase. Slipping again, I managed to wade toward a low shelf of rock at the water's edge. Gasping, I hauled myself up, collapsing on the cold surface. My coat clung to my torso like chilled seaweed. The fungal light shimmered, revealing uneven shelves and stalagmites. Water dripped from above, the droplets tapping the surface like sporadic cymbals. As my breathing settled, I became aware of a low hum, faint but steady, a vibration beneath stone. "Hello?" I called, though the word emerged around a shiver. The acoustics swallowed my voice. Then, somewhere across the water, a languid ripple broke the surface. A muffled splash followed. My pulse leapt. I forced myself upright, looked, and caught only the dying rings of a wake. Whatever inhabited the pool did not intend to stay hidden long. "Come," said a voice. Its tone was smooth, almost amused, carrying effortlessly over the water. I could not detect an accent. "You have no need to fear drowning now." The soft luminescence gathered and thickened behind me, coalescing into the outline of a figure on a rock ledge I hadn't registered. The form was draped in a black hooded cloak. I realized then the cavern contained tiers, ledges like massive stair steps sculpted by erosion. The figure stood one level above mine, light sliding around the robe like water on oil. "Who are you? Where am I?" I asked, voice brittle. The figure chuckled. The sound was low, but inside it I perceived amusement that felt personal. "My domain," it said. "You crossed the threshold freely, coin-toss girl." How did it know about the coin? My stomach clenched. I opened my mouth to demand further explanation, but my words stalled. The glow from the mushrooms shifted, brightening behind the figure, and in that light I caught the gleam of fangs and a grin. Though whether human or something else, I could not yet say. "Weighed the options, chose the unknown," it continued. "You paid the toll of curiosity." I should have run then, but there was nowhere to run. Water blocked one side, jagged walls the other. Climbing seemed impossible in soaked shoes. A creeping warmth spread through my limbs despite the chill. Adrenaline, perhaps, or something more sinister. I pressed my back to the wet stone, desperate for distance. The figure was not rushing toward me. Instead it stepped lightly down to my tier, feet silent on rock, until it stood perhaps 10 feet away. The hood eclipsed its face, but I sensed eyes studying me with hunger. One pale hand emerged, fingers long and bone-like, nails black as volcanic glass. Yet when it spoke there was a sly gentleness. "You tremble at every shadow. Why wander unprepared? Why feed the night with such delicious fear?" "I didn't mean to wander here. I got lost." Another laugh, soft as velvet. "Is that what you call it? Random error? Or was the left-hand path always whispering to you, as it has whispered to countless others?" I blinked water from my lashes. "I didn't hear whispers. Only silence. Silence can be the greatest lure." The creature, yes, I abandoned the assumption of human, tilted its hidden head. "Still, you should be proud. Few reach this depth. Most turn back at the early mist." I remembered the streetlight, the translucent fog, the writhing roots. "What were those trees?" I asked. "They are what your mind made of them. Guardians of the threshold. Fools who ignore them seldom live long enough to ask questions." "My mind?" I fumbled for clarity. "Are you saying I imagined them?" "Imagined? Not precisely. You interpreted them. This place is porous. Elements seep in from minds that wander close." The being glided sideways. "Which makes you partly architect of what you face." My voice cracked. "So I'm responsible for my own nightmare?" "Responsibility." The word rolled like a piece of candy on its unseen tongue. "A mortal concept. Let me simplify. You are here now. Whether you invited yourself or were invited no longer matters." That humming vibration under the stone grew louder. I sensed shapes moving beneath the pool's surface, shadows gliding through deeper water. "What do you want with me?" I whispered. The creature spread its arms, revealing glimpses of inner fabric that shimmered like insect wings. "This domain has many appetites. Some hunger for flesh, some for memories, some for fears or faith. I collect what drifts down from the upper world. Tonight I find you. I thought of my ordinary apartment, my microwave burrito, the simple comfort I'd traded for intrigue. Tears sprang unbidden, hot against frozen skin. I tried to imagine a rescue, search parties, the police, a friend who would notice my absence. But I hadn't told anyone of my night walk. No one expected me anywhere. The creature's head angled attentive. Taste, it murmured, is sweeter when desire brings the meal. I looked for weapons, a stray stalactite, a torch of fallen fungi. Nothing seemed serviceable. If I dove back into the water, I might swim to another ledge, but whatever lurked beneath seemed worse than this entity. I don't want to be here, I said, hating the tremor in my words. Wanting matters little. The creature drifted closer. Its cloak brushed the ground like ink poured across parchment, leaving no mark but pulling my gaze downward. My eyes fixed on the hem. For an instant I saw shapes dancing within the fabric, flickers of other places, other faces, all briefly screaming before fading. I snapped my gaze upward, dizzy. The hood's emptiness loomed. Do you kill me? I asked. Stupid, direct question. Kill? Another chuckle. Life and death are thin veils. I peel them aside. A hand rose, beckoning. Come. See. I remained pressed to the wall, breath ragged. My thoughts ricocheted between pleading and rage. My mother's voice echoed, you always rush headlong. My father's reminder, no coin decides your fate but you. Both voices hammered against despair. The creature watched, apparently patient. It tapped one clawed finger against the stone, producing a metallic chime. The sound vibrated in my skull, conjuring an image of the coin flipping. Heads home. Tails unknown? I closed my eyes and pictured the coin landing differently, its silvery face upturned to show the lady's profile. I opened my eyes and muttered. Heads. The creature's claw paused mid-tap. You attempt to rewrite the moment. I exhaled, finding a slim thread of defiance. You said this place molds itself from minds? So maybe my mind chooses differently. It advanced a step, cloak edges rustling like dry leaves. But you choose from within, not outside. Here you are already inside. I killed the lamp and radio, moved forward anyway, drawn by the odd sync of voices. At the grill I dared a look. I expected cubicles or lab benches, maybe midnight Rambos in Dentalian security uniforms. Instead I stared into a cavernous chamber, half laboratory, half refinery, sealed off by walls of scabbed concrete. Benches rimmed the perimeter, each loaded with test tubes, centrifuges, screens streaming data. 24 technicians in immaculate white coats stood facing inward, chanting, not talking, chanting in a low, droning litany that made no linguistic sense yet crawled under my skin like ants. In the room's center yawned a pit, a perfect circle 8 feet across. The floor around it was eaten raw, tile cooked to bubbles, rebar exposed. Chemical stink rolled up so thick it burned my throat even 6 feet overhead. The scientist chanted at the void, eyes glazed. A door opened across the chamber. Fluorescent glare revealed a young man in khakis balancing a cardboard drink tray. Daylight poured around him through a window beyond the hall. A lie, because outside it was nearly midnight. The kid tiptoed between colleagues to a man near the pit, tall, trim, head balding under fluorescent glare. He clutched a leather folio. The kid tapped his arm. The older man did not break rhythm of the chant. He jerked his chin at the nearest lab table. The intern parked the coffees, hands trembling. I thought a cult. I thought, this is not hacking servers. This is an occult staff meeting. Then the pit stirred. Something wet and pallid uncoiled. A rope, no, a tentacle, glossy gray, slapped the tiles. Another rose, sucker discs oozing. The chanting faltered as technicians leaned back. From the hole emerged a multi-limbed mass, a squid-like horror whose skin burned with chemical sores. It hauled itself halfway onto the floor, limbs writhing, searching. Then a second creature climbed, clattering black barbs against the concrete, something spiderish, had a vertical mouth layered with back-hooked teeth. Both monsters smelled of brine and sulfuric acid and an undertone of gingerbread that twisted my gut. The chanting ended. Scientists bowed. The man with the folio cleared his throat. "Lords," he said. Sweat beaded on his scalp. "Dantalian thanks you for last quarter's formulation. Our profits exceeded projections." He motioned. 3 technicians lugged a heavy plastic tote forward. The lid cracked open, revealing dull yellow bars, gold. Stacked neat. I saw the intern's jaw drop. The spider thing sniffed the gold, then hissed. A wordless demand that stabbed my skull with meaning. The squid ripple spoke, less like 2 knives sliding over bone. The man talked profit margins, price caps, tried to defend the smaller tribute. The spider repeated, "Not enough." The squid lashed an arm, grabbed the intern, pulled the kid apart like damp tissue. Blood painted the floor. I lost the calm thief mindset. Terror roared through arteries. I reversed hands and feet, wriggled backward. Too late. Metal shrieked, a joint somewhere ahead letting go. The duct collapsed. I slid headfirst through shredded sheet metal, bounced off a support beam, and crashed onto a lab table below. Instruments shattered under my ribcage. My legs hit tile, pain flashed white. I tried to stand. My spine answered with knives. Dust hung in my eyes. Alarms inside my brain screamed move, but limbs wouldn't coordinate. I tasted copper. Something dripped, blood, sweat, chemicals? The chatter had stopped. Silence pressed. I raised my head. A circle of white coats surrounded me, faces blank. Behind them the creatures loomed, impossibly huge now. The spider's barbed legs clicked as it advanced. The squid's tentacles slithered, tasting the air. The stench made my sinuses blister. I reached for the walkie, some desperate instinct, and flicked it on. A faint whisper, static, then Charlie's panicked voice. "Building is glowing, man, what is happening? Over." The spider's eyes, if it had eyes, flicked to the radio. I flung it at the pit. It bounced, clattering into gold bars. Irrelevant. My arms barely pushed me backward. The bald man stepped forward, portfolio clasped. "You broke protocol," he said. Voice calm, almost remorseful. "But maybe you can still play a part." I tried to stand. Ankles disagreed. The creature's shadows washed over me. I closed eyes, praying to any god not buying stock in Dantalian. My last earthly sensation was hot breath smelling of seaside rot, and the whipping caress of tentacles curling around my torso. 2 miles uphill, Charlie watched from the van's windshield. The concrete research block glowed a faint green, pulsing like a heart. He wiped sweat off his upper lip, grabbed another walkie, but the channel was dead. He thought of Frankie, still under headphones in the passenger seat, nodding to some beat, clueless. Charlie imagined a wife at home, kids in bed, all because he agreed to drive a hacker for easy money. He put the van in gear, intending to leave. Behind him the rear door clicked. He glanced in the mirror. A crate of oversized peaches sat on the cargo floor, peach fuzz damp with crimson. A note taped to the top bar read simply, "Payment accepted." Charlie drove into the night as the building dimmed behind him, leaving only blank Texas stars glittering over the ridge. The humming beneath the rock intensified. Water behind me churned as unseen shapes wriggled closer to shore. Cold spray peppered my back. I realized I could not rely on logic or negotiation alone. Something deeper had to answer. Curiosity had led me down the left path. Perhaps it could become my weapon. "What exactly does this domain want?" I asked loudly, squaring my shoulders though my teeth chattered. "Why let me in at all?" The entity halted. Silence stretched as if it weighed whether to answer. "We require mirrors," it said finally. "Your kind reflect possibilities we forget." I blinked. "Mirrors? One glimpse of your fear can feed us. Yet sometimes we crave more refined fare, wonder, longing, memory. You hold countless flavors." Despite terror, I felt fascination tug. "So you feed on emotion?" "Among other things." The creature's hood lowered slightly toward my chest. "Hope burns bright. Guilt is bitter, satisfying in small doses. Regret ages well." I swallowed. "If I deny you these emotions?" The being's laughter echoed. You are alive! Denial is pointless. Feeling is breathing. Maybe not pointless, I thought, but difficult. I steadied my breathing. Recalled meditation apps I'd ignored. Focus on neutral facts. Stone was cold, water wet, mushrooms glowed. I pictured a switch dimming my panic, though fear still pulsed. The vibrational hum dipped, as if noticing. The creature tilted its head again. Interesting. I steadied further, conjuring mundane images. The cereal aisle, tax forms, the flat hum of fluorescent lights in my office. Shelter of boredom. My heart slowed by a notch. The water's agitation eased. The humming beneath my soles softened. The entity's cloak trembled. It stepped back. You dulled the taste. So that worked, maybe? Embrace mundanity. Starve the beast. I pictured laundry machines spinning, the thrum of a bus engine, staplers snapping. Each thought dimmed the cavern's shimmer, fungi paling slightly. The creature hissed. Enough. It raised both clawed hands. Darkness pooled above its open palms, as though it siphoned the glow from all directions. Shards of light tore from mushrooms, ripped from the water's surface, drawn into a vortex between those hands. The cavern dimmed until only faint outlines remained. In near blackness, the being advanced. If subtle feast fails, raw fear will suffice. The ground trembled. Water sloshed violently. Shapes rose, pale eyeless fish with lamprey mouths, tendrils of root-like appendages lashing. They spilled onto rock, flopping toward me. I gagged at their stench, fear spiking anew. But somewhere deeper, anger ignited. I had not come seeking death. I'd come seeking possibility. There was still possibility here, the chance to escape, to prove resourceful, to survive. I harnessed that spark. Survival, determination, stubborn refusal to surrender. I shoved off the wall, leapt over a wriggling creature, and bolted toward the ledge opposite. The stone was slick under my soaked shoes, but adrenaline anchored my steps. The cloaked entity roared, a sound of breaking ice and splitting earth. I climbed the craggy side, nails scraping, ignoring pain. Above, faint glimmers suggested higher exits. The ledge gave way to another. I scrambled, feeling the rush of cold air rising, a distant vent perhaps. The hum underfoot faltered. I dared a glance back. The being surged after me, cloak spread like wings, but the ledge narrow forced it to slow. Lamprey creatures slithered up behind it like a living tide. I turned and climbed. My fingers found a crevice large enough to wedge into. I hoisted myself to a final shelf and almost cried with relief. A ragged crack in the stone, edges glowing faintly with daylight. Real daylight. Somehow a fissure reached the surface. The opening looked barely large enough. I didn't hesitate. I squeezed into the crack, scraping shoulders, wedging knees. Behind me the entity screamed, words or pure fury, impossible to tell. A claw raked my ankle, tearing fabric and skin. I kicked reflexively, boots connecting with something. Pain seared, but I pulled upward, inch by inch, packing panic into raw motion. Light brightened ahead. Cold shifted to cool night breeze. With a final shove I burst from the fissure onto damp grass. I rolled onto my back, gasping, bleeding. Above me the sky was suburban, street lamps, distant city glow, a sliver of moon. Behind, the fissure was disguised among tree roots and moss. The haunting hum did not follow. The air was silent except for my rasping breaths. I forced myself to stand. My leg throbbed from the claw wound, but adrenaline numbed it. I staggered forward until familiar houses came into view. I recognized the shape of the grocery store roof far down the block. I was only a few streets from Cedar Lane, yet nowhere near the turn I'd taken. Space had folded strangely. By the time I limped into my apartment lobby, dawn's first color licked the clouds. I cleaned the gash on my ankle in the bathroom sink, grateful it wasn't deeper. Then, still wearing damp, torn clothes, I sat on my bed, coin in hand. I flipped it once. Twice. Each time it landed heads. Sleep never came. I watched light spread across the walls, tasted dawn coffee bitter on my tongue, and vowed that routine could keep me safe for a while longer. But deep in my mind lingered a whisper: curiosity was not defeated, only wounded. Someday another crossroads would appear, and I didn't know whether the coin, or my own hunger, might betray me again.